Zhou Yanxiu returned to Grandma's house and lay down. Less than an hour later, Wang Zhenjiang woke up. It wasn't that Zhou Yanxiu's charm wasn't effective, but she only used it for a few minutes. Now, 2 hours had passed. The effects of the charm's medicine were gradually fading. Plus, Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun had their thick quilts taken away by Zhou Yanxiu, leaving only a thin spring and autumn quilt on them. So, Wang Zhenjiang and Lu Hongyun were awakened by the cold. After waking up, Wang Zhenjiang shivered from the cold, and the blanket on him was very light. He felt confused and wondered where the thick blanket had gone. He reached out and touched around, but he couldn't find the thick blanket on Lu Hongyun either. He muttered, "Strange, where did the blanket go?" He reached for the lamp cord, pulled the lamp, and looked. Suddenly, his mind cleared. He immediately sat up in bed. Lu Hongyun let out a soft sound and also woke up. When Wang Zhenjiang got up, she felt the cold too. She rubbed her eyes and looked around with Wang Zhenjiang at the empty room. After a while, Lu Hongyun trembled and said, "Zhenjiang, pinch me." "Is my eye blurry?" Wang Zhenjiang's eyes were red. He reached out and pinched Lu Hongyun's arm hard.
Ouch.
"That hurts so much," Lu Hongyun shouted and looked at the empty room. "Zhenjiang, Zhenjiang, why is our room empty? Where did everything go?" she asked, trembling, noticing that everything was fine before they slept, but now the room was completely empty and all their belongings were gone. "Where are the boxes?" "My boxes." Lu Hongyun looked at the empty bed and the missing bedside table. She started crying out loud because all their valuables were in that bedside table, but now it was gone. The room was completely empty, nothing inside. Wang Zhenjiang stiffly turned his head. He couldn't believe the room was empty now. He suddenly got out of bed, eyes full of disbelief. The shoes under the bed were gone. He walked into the main hall barefoot. The main hall was also empty. All the tables and chairs had disappeared. Wang Zhenjiang gasped heavily, then turned and saw that the door was gone. The place where the door used to be was now empty. Outside was dark and cold, and the cold air was rushing into the room. Wang Zhenjiang clenched his teeth, trying to stop the dizziness coming over him. He didn't understand what was happening, but he couldn't believe it was real. This was too unbelievable. Even thieves wouldn't steal like this. In the kitchen, Wang Zhenjiang hurriedly went inside. He wanted to see if it had also been thoroughly looted. When he looked around, all the pots, bowls, and utensils, as well as rice, oil, and salt, were gone. The 2 pieces of cured meat hanging on the wall were also missing. Wang Zhenjiang's eyes turned red, and his whole body trembled. His head was buzzing. He looked into the yard, but the few chickens were gone too. Wang Zhenjiang stood there, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He shouted loudly, "Who the heck did this?" As soon as he finished, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered a meter away. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lu Hongyun heard Wang Zhenjiang's angry shout and, despite feeling sad, quickly wiped her tears and hurried down from the bed. Seeing the empty main hall and the missing door, she shivered again. Could it be a ghost? "Zhenjiang! Zhenjiang!" Lu Hongyun called, but Wang Zhenjiang had already fainted and did not respond. Lu Hongyun went to the door and saw Wang Zhenjiang lying on the ground. "Help! Someone help! Save him!" She shouted loudly in the yard, then ran out to ask the neighbors for help one by one. Soon, the lights in the neighboring houses turned on. There was the sound of hurried footsteps. "What's going on here?" Then, Lu Hongyun's crying could be heard. Although the neighbors didn't particularly like Wang Zhenjiang's family, they couldn't ignore such a big incident, and refuse to help would be wrong. Several households called the village chief, and Lu Hongyun also woke up Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feipeng, who were confused, and together they hurriedly took Wang Zhenjiang to the hospital. The incident at Wang Zhenjiang's home spread throughout the entire Wangjia village overnight. Everyone was talking about it, saying Wang Zhenjiang had received his comeuppance. Many people had already gone inside to see the scene. Now, the house could be described as empty and bare. According to Lu Hongyun's crying, the house was fine the night before, But when she woke up, everything was gone. No one could believe that humans could do such a thing. What kind of thief could turn a household into this? Unless it was ghosts or spirits. For a long time, what happened at Wang Zhenjiang's house that night became the hottest topic in the village. Wang Zhenjiang's family was in chaos, and Wang Zhenjiang himself was taken to the hospital. However, Zhou Yanqiu was no longer worried about these things. Tonight, she had a beautiful dream. When she woke up, she was smiling. After getting up in the morning, Zhou Yanqiu washed her face quickly and hurried out. "Grandma, I have something to do. I'll eat breakfast later." She then grabbed a large woven bag and ran out. Yesterday, she was so focused on the spotted deer that she forgot about the monkey head mushrooms in her space. It wasn't until she went to bed last night that she remembered she needed to take the mushrooms out of the space quickly. Otherwise, she didn't know if they would spoil inside the space. Those mushrooms could also be worth a lot of money. Zhou Yanqiu quickly found a quiet place and entered her space. She packed the mushrooms into the bag. Fortunately, the mushrooms showed no signs of spoilage inside the space. That made her feel relieved. She planned to fill one bag first. The large woven bag could hold about 100 jin of mushrooms. Seeing that no one was around, Zhou Yanqiu slipped out of her space and carried the big bag toward her uncle's house. She decided to let her aunt handle the mushrooms, whether to sell them directly or dry them into dried goods. As for the remaining half of the mushrooms, she could pick them up again in the afternoon. Zhou Yanqiu carried the mushrooms toward Zhou Jianjun's house. "Auntie, auntie," she called out as she pushed open the yard gate. "I'm here." Li Guoyan opened the door curtain and came out. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu carrying a huge woven bag, she asked curiously, "What are you doing so early in the morning? What's inside such a big bag?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled brightly. "Auntie, it's all mushrooms. I found a lot yesterday. This is just half of it." Zhou Yanqiu put down the woven bag and smiled at Li Guoyan. "Auntie, how should we handle these monkey head mushrooms? I'm worried they'll spoil if we keep them. Maybe we can dry them to keep as dried goods. We can all eat them ourselves." Li Guoyan looked at the monkey head mushrooms Zhou Yanqiu brought back. "Wow, where did so many of these come from? It's the first time I've seen so many at once. Currently, all the monkey head mushrooms are wild, so they are very rare. It's rare to see someone like Zhou Yanqiu using large bags to carry them." Li Guoyan looked at the mushrooms with interest. "I'll ask your uncle how to handle them later. If we sell some, we can get a good price," Zhou Yanqiu said. "We can sell half and keep half. These mushrooms are very tasty. Of course, they are delicacies from the mountains and sea. This is one of the mountain delicacies. It's even more expensive than meat," Zhou Yanqiu suggested. "Let's keep a few pounds fresh to stir-fry and eat, and dry the rest to enjoy later." Li Guoyan happily agreed. "Good, I'll listen to you. Now our family can enjoy some good food." Usually, villagers sell most of the mushrooms they pick. Hardly anyone keeps them to eat themselves. Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Auntie, don't worry. We won't lack these in the future. You can eat as much as you want." Zhou Yanqiu was confident. She believed she could find more good things from the mountains later, so she didn't mind losing a little now. First, she wanted to satisfy her own appetite. If there was extra, she could think about selling it to others. After breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu went to find Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, does our village still have sheep that are nursing lambs? Maybe we can buy one." "Little Bai still needs milk." Little Bai is the name of the little white tiger. Zhou Yanqiu didn't bother to come up with a fancy name. She just called it Little Bai, simple and easy to remember. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment. "It seems a family in the village just had a lamb. I'll ask later. If we can buy it, we'll bring it home." Zhou Jianjun didn't oppose Zhou Yanqiu's request. After selling ginseng in the county last time, he gave 150 yuan to Zhou Manhwa. He wanted to give the rest of the money to Zhou Yanqiu, but she refused, saying it was to honor her grandmother and uncle and her aunt. Zhou Jianjun couldn't argue with her. If he tried to force her, her eyes would turn red with tears. So, he decided to keep the money for her. However, Zhou Jianjun also said that the money was for Zhou Yanqiu to keep, and she could talk to him when she wanted to buy something. So, Zhou Yanqiu asked him to help buy a sheep. He didn't refuse. He also knew about the little white tiger and was somewhat fond of it. When the tiger grows up in a couple of years, they can take it to the mountains for hunting, which will be very exciting. Therefore, Zhou Jianjun also paid more attention to raising the little white tiger. Zhou Yanqiu agreed immediately when asked to buy a sheep. The task of buying sheep or making sheep milk was handed over to his uncle, which eased Zhou Yanqiu's mind. He turned back and fed the little white tiger 2 more bowls of spiritual spring water. Today, the tiger looked healthier than yesterday, and its calls were stronger. Last night, he went to Wang Zhenjiang's house for a quick visit. Today, Zhou Yanqiu felt very happy. She was thinking about going up the mountain today to have fun, and also look for the 50-year-old wild ginseng. When she returned, she planned to bring back the remaining monkey head mushrooms. Today, something happened at Wang Zhenjiang's house. She really wanted to go see the excitement, but she couldn't. What a pity! Zhou Yanqiu told Zhou Jianjun about her plan to go to the mountain today. Uncle, I want to go to the mountain again today. Zhou Jianjun was surprised. Why not go a little later? I can go with you. Zhou Yanqiu quickly waved her hand. No need, Uncle. I can go by myself. Just kidding, if Uncle went along, how could she explore deep into the mountain? Zhou Jianjun was silent for a moment and then said kindly, Be careful on the mountain. Stay safe. Wait a moment, I'll get some things for you. After saying that, Zhou Jianjun went inside to get some items. Soon he came out with a small bag. He opened it in front of Zhou Yanqiu. Yanqiu, you need to prepare well before going up the mountain. There's hemostatic medicine and snake medicine inside. Take them with you just in case. He explained how to use the 2 medicines and their dosages clearly. Be careful on the mountain. If there's danger, climb a tree. Come back early in the afternoon. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun's worried face. Don't worry, Uncle. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry. I'll come back early for sure. In front of Zhou Jianjun, she carefully put the 2 medicines away, then patted his shoulder. Uncle, I've put everything away. Then she picked up her machete, carried a basket, and prepared some dry food. Li Guoyun had already packed everything. She looked at Zhou Yanqiu with concern. Come back early and don't go too deep inside. Zhou Yanqiu nodded and said, Auntie, don't worry. You know I am quite capable. After speaking, Zhou Yanqiu waved to Zhou Jianjun and Li Guoyun. Uncle, Auntie, I'm leaving now. This time, Zhou Yanqiu went up the mountain openly and with permission from her uncle, so she felt very relaxed. Plus, after what happened last night, Zhou Yanqiu felt happier these days than during the New Year. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she headed straight to the spot she visited last time. Today, she planned to go even further inside. The deeper into the mountains she went, the easier it was to find good things. With a clear goal, Zhou Yanqiu moved faster than other hunters. In less than half an hour, she reached the place where she saw the tiger mother last time. She carefully looked around the area and her resource radar lit up with 2 red blinking dots. Wild ginseng. 12 years old. High medicinal value. Wild ginseng. 13 years old. High medicinal value. Finding 2 ginseng plants made Zhou Yanqiu smile happily. Today was truly a good day. Her first success, Zhou Yanqiu circled around the area but didn't see any sign of the tiger mother. It seemed her den wasn't here. Zhou Yanqiu continued deeper into Changbai Mountain. Along the way, her resource radar kept flashing. Wild ginseng. 8 years old. High medicinal value. Wild ginseng. 5 years old. High medicinal value. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu found 7 or 8 wild ginseng plants. Although they weren't very old, she transplanted them all into her space's spiritual field. From now on, these would be her precious treasures. Zhou Yanqiu kept exploring deeper into Changbai Mountain, paying attention to her resource radar. She held a machete, chopping away at dead branches, blocking her path. Later, she simply collected these dead branches into her space, since they would be useful for firewood in winter. The space was large enough, so she wasn't worried about running out of room. There were many dry branches in these deep mountains, and no one ever came here to pick up useless branches. In a short while, the space was filled with plenty of dry firewood. Now, there's no need to go to special places to gather wood for cooking and heating. Gathering firewood in the village for winter warmth and cooking takes a lot of effort and time. She was lucky. On her way up the mountain, she also collected some of this firewood. The deeper she went, the richer the supplies became. Fallen pine cones on the ground, which no one had picked up, contain pine nuts that are great for passing the time. Roasted, they are oily and very fragrant. These pine cones look like high-quality ones, and the pine nuts inside are small but plentiful. She kept collecting, pile after pile. By now, she probably had at least 300 to 500 pounds of pine cones. When she cracked them open, she'd get dozens of pounds of pine nuts. That would last a long time. Looking at the many pine cones still on the ground, she thought that even a whole day of collecting might not be enough to gather them all. She couldn't be too greedy. She decided to come back another day just to gather these items. Just as she finished collecting the pine cones and was about to move to another spot, a curious little deer, about 10 meters away, approached her. It looked at her with innocent, clear, and slightly silly big eyes, blinking without a break. Seeing this, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but smile. This silly creature, with such strong curiosity, somehow hadn't been wiped out. She couldn't let her prey escape. Calmly, Zhou Yanqiu picked up a stone and threw it. The deer, weighing about 100 pounds, sensed danger and tried to run, but it was too late. From 10 meters away, her throw was so powerful that even a regular pistol wouldn't match it. With a loud thud, the deer fell to the ground.
She went over to check.
The deer wasn't dead yet. Zhou Yanqiu had broken its leg with a stone, and it was struggling and crying on the ground. She was amused. Since it wasn't dead, she decided to keep it in her space for a couple of days, then sell it in town or the county later. Right now, her home had deer meat and wild boar meat. The deer meat wasn't very tasty and had little fat. It was better to sell it. Otherwise, if villagers saw her coming back from the mountain with many prey animals, they might think she was hunting too often and wonder what she was up to. It's not good to seek attention all the time. Some people have dark hearts and cannot stand to see others do well. It's better to quietly take what you need and exchange it for some money. Zhou Yanqiu broke the leg of that silly deer. Once in the space, it can't run or move. And it wouldn't die in just a few days alive. It could fetch a good price. After dealing with the silly deer, Zhou Yanqiu felt very happy. Then she continued walking deeper into the mountains. The trees grew thicker, and she often heard birds singing. She even saw a curious squirrel looking at her from a tree. The squirrel was chubby, with a fluffy tail and big, shiny eyes. It was so fat that it was almost as big as a rabbit. Feeling cheerful, Zhou Yanqiu picked up a pine cone from the ground, opened it, and collected some pine nuts. She waved at the lively squirrel. "Come here, little one. I have something for you to eat." The squirrel looked at the pine nuts in Zhou Yanqiu's hand, looked around to make sure they were meant for it, then cautiously and quickly climbed down the tree and snatched the nuts from her hand. It then scampered back up the tree, staring at Zhou Yanqiu and wagging its tail happily. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and waved goodbye to the squirrel. "Bye-bye, little one." After saying farewell to the chubby squirrel, she continued searching for ginseng in other places. Finding the right ginseng was the most important thing. She needed to find a 50-year-old one quickly. The fat squirrel saw Zhou Yanqiu wave goodbye and watched her walk away, stunned for a moment. Then it quickly climbed back into the tree, hid the pine nuts in its nest, and then came out again, chasing after Zhou Yanqiu's figure. Although the squirrel looked plump, it was very agile and quick. It darted from one tree to another and soon caught up with Zhou Yanqiu. Her hearing was very sharp now. When she heard a noise, she turned around and smiled. She recognized the fat squirrel. "Little one, why aren't you staying in the tree? What are you looking for?" It seemed to sense the scent Zhou Yanqiu liked, and the squirrel was no longer afraid of her. It jumped directly onto her shoulder and pointed with its tiny paw in one direction, chattering chirp, chirp. Zhou Yanxiu. No, what do you mean? Zhou Yanxiu was a bit confused. Was this squirrel trying to take her somewhere? Sure enough, the chubby squirrel saw that Zhou Yanxiu didn't understand and became a little anxious. It jumped down from her shoulder and took a few steps in the direction it had pointed earlier. Chirp, chirp. Then it jumped back onto Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder. It called out anxiously a few times near her ear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Zhou Yanxiu chuckled and said, Okay, I get it. She found it fun and was curious about where this squirrel wanted to take her. So she pointed in the direction the squirrel indicated and started walking. Seeing that Zhou Yanxiu understood, the chubby squirrel was less anxious and kept guiding her from her shoulder. After about 10 minutes, the chubby squirrel led her to the mountain. It was about 2 people wide, dark inside, and she couldn't tell how deep it was. Zhou Yanxiu looked at the squirrel with curiosity, unsure of what it was bringing her to do. The squirrel jumped down from her shoulder and stood in front of shouting inside loudly. Chirp, 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 chirp. Its voice was full of anger and challenge, and even Zhou Yanxiu could feel the squirrel's frustration and fire. She was confused, thinking, was I being used by this chubby squirrel today? Was she being pulled along to help it fight its enemy? Zhou Yanxiu felt both amused and a little helpless. This squirrel was really clever. Soon, the snake crawled out from the mountain in front of me. Although called a mountain, it's almost like a small cave. Inside, it twists and turns, with uneven walls on the sides, making it look like we're in the mountain. But the space inside is actually quite large. The snake quickly emerged, about 2 meters long, as thick as Zhou Yanxiu's arm. It has a dark brown body and a triangular head, looking quite fierce. No wonder the fat squirrel isn't a match for the snake. Their fighting abilities are not even in the same league. When the snake appeared, the fat squirrel immediately bristled with fur, squeaking a few times. It picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the snake. The throw was weak and light, with no real power. Even if it hit the snake, it would only tickle it. The snake twisted its body lightly and easily dodged the stone. It raised its head high and made a threatening posture toward the squirrel. Frightened, the squirrel backed up a few steps and suddenly jumped onto Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder. Now, feeling brave, it squeaked loudly at the snake. The snake saw the squirrel jump onto Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder and, not knowing better, tried to attack Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Yanxiu's eyes turned cold. This snake is no match for a squirrel. It's so clueless. He swung his machete with a swoosh, splitting the snake into 2 pieces. The snake writhed on the ground, still struggling. Seeing the snake dead, the fat squirrel was so excited it jumped around on Zhou Yanxiu's shoulder. It seemed like the squirrel had been bullied by this snake many times before. Zhou Yanxiu felt a strange sense of revenge from the squirrel. After a while, the fat squirrel finally finished venting and ran back to Zhou Yanxiu's feet, tugging at his pant leg, squeaking happily. Zhou Yanxiu patted the squirrel's little head. The squirrel happily rubbed against his palm, looking adorable. For a moment, Zhou Yanxiu almost wanted to take the squirrel home. But he thought better of it. It's better for this little animal to stay free and happy in the big forest. Zhou Yanxiu gently touched the chubby squirrel's small head and softly said, All right, little one. I have to go now. You should go back too. After walking a few steps, Zhou Yanxiu felt something tugging at her pant leg. She looked down and saw the chubby squirrel. She crouched down and said, Little one, I have to leave. You should go back now. The chubby squirrel held onto her pant leg and pointed toward the cave entrance, chattering nonstop. Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit helpless. Today, she was unexpectedly caught by this chubby squirrel. It seemed she had more trouble ahead. For some reason, Zhou Yanxiu could have simply left, but she strangely didn't refuse the squirrel. So, the chubby squirrel pulled Zhou Yanxiu into the cave. Once inside, Zhou Yanxiu quickly grabbed the squirrel and placed it on her shoulder. This little creature was safer up there. The cave was a bit dark, so Zhou Yanxiu took out a flashlight from her space. She turned it on, and a beam of light lit up the small cave. Using the flashlight, Zhou Yanqiu looked around at the twisted cave and saw it extended deeper inside. On the nearby stone wall, rocks jutted out from time to time. If she accidentally bumped into them, she might get a big bump. Carefully, Zhou Yanqiu held her machete in one hand and the flashlight in the other, watching her surroundings carefully. She wasn't sure if there were snakes or other dangerous animals inside. There were clear traces of snakes crawling in and out of the soil on the ground. Her curiosity about the cave grew. She wondered where it led and if anyone had been here before. It felt like she had walked at least 200 meters into the cave, passing 1 or 2 turns, but she hadn't reached the end yet. The cave was very deep. It was quiet inside, only the sound of Zhou Yanqiu's footsteps. After walking several more dozen meters, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly felt the space widen. The chubby squirrel jumped down from her shoulder and darted forward quickly. Zhou Yanqiu hurried to follow, unsure if there was danger ahead. The squirrel was just too mischievous. Chirp, 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 chirp. Hearing the squirrel's calls, Zhou Yanqiu took a few quick steps forward, shining her flashlight ahead, and froze in surprise. The last part of the cave surprisingly has about 100 square meters of space. The ground is densely filled with hundreds of wooden boxes of various sizes, covering at least half of the area. A chubby squirrel is happily jumping on the boxes, making cheerful sounds. When it sees Zhou Yanqiu approaching, the squirrel jumps down and moves to a corner nearby. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu walks closer. With her flashlight shining, she sees a snake nest on the ground. Originally, there were about 10 snake eggs in the nest, but now they are all broken, with yolk and white spilled everywhere. Seeing the proud look of the chubby squirrel, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly remembers something. This squirrel is really vengeful. After getting revenge, it even destroyed the entire family of the other party, not sparing the snake eggs. Zhou Yanqiu smiles. At that moment, she feels a strange connection with this chubby squirrel. She looks around and finds no other snakes. Now, Zhou Yanqiu is very curious about the hundreds of boxes here. This is deep in the Changbai Mountains, in a remote forest where few people go. The place is well hidden. Without the squirrel's guidance, Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't have found it. But who would spend so much effort to put these hundreds of boxes into this cave? She walks over, curious, and examines the boxes. They are finely made, mostly from rosewood, and some small boxes are made from purple sandalwood. Each box looks like it was crafted by a master. All the boxes are unlocked. Filled with curiosity, Zhou Yanqiu carefully opens one of the rosewood boxes. What she sees inside makes her gasp in shock. What is this? Without saying anything else, just this one box of large yellow croakers is enough to provide her with food and drink for the rest of her life. She quickly opened another rosewood box, which was also full of large yellow croakers. Zhou Yanqiu was completely stunned by the shock. There are so many boxes filled with large yellow croakers. This is incredible wealth. She looked through each one. There are at least 300 boxes in this cave. Of these, 200 are such rosewood boxes. Inside these 200 boxes, 100 are filled with large yellow croakers. Another 50 boxes are filled with small yellow croakers, and the remaining 50 boxes contain various gold-made items. There are gold bowls, plates, chopsticks, lamps made of pure gold, and 12 zodiac animal ornaments, with 10 sets. Several boxes contain delicate ornaments made of pure gold. There are dozens of sets of gold headpieces. Each set is unique and beautiful. There are also various jewelry pieces made of pure gold. Zhou Yanqiu, excited, stored everything into her space. Seeing the boxes decrease one by one, the chubby squirrel was stunned, unable to understand what was happening with its little head. The chubby squirrel jumped around on the boxes, trying to figure out where all these boxes had gone. Zhou Yanqiu had no time to pay attention to it. She was busy counting the treasure chests here. This is truly an astonishing fortune. It can be said to be priceless. With so many treasures, only she, with her space, could carry them all at once. She didn't know who had hidden this enormous wealth in the cave. Now all of it was hers. No matter who hid it here, Zhou Yanqiu took it without hesitation. In these mountains, these treasures are ownerless. Whoever sees them can take them. Zhou Yanqiu was so excited that she even thought for a moment that she could just relax and enjoy life with these things. These items could support her to live a life of luxury in the future. After placing all 200 boxes filled with various gold items into her space, Zhou Yanqiu began to count the remaining purple sandalwood boxes. The purple sandalwood boxes emitted a faint fragrance and had insect-repelling effects. The outside of the boxes was carved with dragons and phoenixes, with intricate patterns. Compared to those 200 redwood boxes, these are much more delicate. Just taking this box out could fetch a high price. The items inside must be even more precious. Zhou Yanqiu carefully opened a box made of rosewood. A soft glow appeared as she lifted the lid. Inside, there was a thick layer of fine silk, and on top of it, 12 large pearls about the size of goose eggs. Zhou Yanqiu exclaimed, "These are luminous pearls. Legendary luminous pearls are much rarer than gold. They are said to be mythical treasures. And there are 12 of them, all as big as goose eggs." She gently took out one pearl, holding it carefully. It was smooth and mirror-like, with a delicate feel, like the finest white jade, warm and gentle. The luminous pearl emitted a soft glow, lighting up the cave much better than a flashlight, without being harsh on the eyes. Zhou Yanqiu marveled. Wow, they are so beautiful, so stunning. She wished she could keep 2 of them by her side to admire any time. But now, that's impossible. She could only store these treasures in her space for now, waiting for the right moment to show them off. The timing isn't right now, so she must hide the pearls carefully. If others see them, it could bring danger. She gently placed the box of luminous pearls into her space. These 12 priceless pearls are just one of many boxes. Seeing so many more, Zhou Yanqiu felt excited. Could this be a royal treasure from the past? She couldn't imagine any family with such power, able to store so many treasures in a single cave. Every box here would drive people crazy if they saw the contents. With excitement, Zhou Yanqiu carefully stored each rosewood box into her space. Inside, each box is filled with rare treasures, glass-like bracelets, earrings, rings, and more. Headpieces made of rubies and sapphires. Jade pendants and jade discs, dozens of pieces. A box of top-quality, evenly sized purple and black pearls, each about the size of a pigeon egg, over 100 pearls in total. Several statues carved from top-grade jade. There was also a jade cabbage, several jade rui scepters, and other treasures. Top-quality white jade seals. A seal made from bright red chicken bloodstone, and jewelry crafted from snow-white coral. There was even a box containing a dragon robe and a phoenix robe. Among them was a heavy phoenix crown. Zhou Yanqiu went from being excited at first to feeling numb, and now she almost felt nothing. All these treasures belonged to her now. It felt like she was dreaming. After packing all the boxes into her space, Zhou Yanqiu snapped back to her senses and looked around. The cave was now empty. Nothing was left. Feeling guilty, she quickly grabbed the chubby squirrel and ran out of the cave. She wanted to leave quickly, afraid of being seen. With so many precious items, she had to be very careful. She had never seen so many treasures before. Not even in the storybooks of storytellers could they compare. It was truly astonishing. She wasn't sure if the treasures in the cave still had an owner, but even if they did, the owner probably wouldn't come to take them now. The times were still unstable, and taking these items out wouldn't be very useful. It might even attract unwanted attention. Within 3 minutes, Zhou Yanqiu and the chubby squirrel had escaped the cave. It would be very hard to find this place from the outside, as the surrounding trees perfectly concealed it. If it weren't for the chubby squirrel leading her here, she might have had to come back 10 times before finding this spot. So, in a way, the chubby squirrel was also her lucky find. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the tree where the squirrel's nest was located. To thank the squirrel, she took out a bowl from her space, filled it with spiritual spring water, and offered it as a reward. The chubby squirrel saw Zhou Yanqiu nodding, so it lowered its head and started drinking. It drank every drop of water in the bowl, and its little belly clearly became rounder. Its whole body looked plump and shiny. Zhou Yanqiu was a bit worried whether it could still climb the tree. Until later, the fat squirrel climbed back to its nest without any trouble, and Zhou Yanqiu finally relaxed. Although it was just a chubby squirrel, Zhou Yanqiu felt a special connection with it. The little creature was very cute and even brought her great good fortune. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the squirrel on the tree and waved her hand. "I'm really leaving this time, little one. I'll come back to see you next time." Today, she had a big harvest from the mountain, and her mood was still not calm. Whether she could find a 50-year-old ginseng today no longer affected her good mood. The fat squirrel watched Zhou Yanqiu walk away slowly, standing on the tree and staring at her without moving. Until she disappeared from sight, the squirrel suddenly seemed to remember something, wagged its tail, and ran back to its nest. Zhou Yanqiu hummed a song as she carefully moved through the forest. If she found something good, her mental radar would alert her immediately. Wild ginseng, 10 years old, high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 8 years old, high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu continued to find more ginseng. She transplanted them into her space. Currently, there were only about 20 ginseng plants in her spiritual field, which covered less than 1% of the area. There was still plenty of space available. If she only grew ginseng, she could plant at least 2,000 plants. She had only found a few so far. Today, if she couldn't find any 50-year-old ginseng within 2 hours, she planned to go back. She was so excited today. The treasures she found made her feel that even if she couldn't apprentice under old Chui, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, she could wait until next year's college entrance exam and study medicine. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanqiu relaxed. At worst, she would listen to her uncle and them, work in the public security system for a year, and it wouldn't affect her college entrance exam next year. After making up her mind, she changed direction and looked elsewhere for more ginseng. "I don't know if I can find it, but Zhou Yanqiu no longer cares now. A 50-year-old ginseng can be stored for more than 20 days before being taken out. It's a good deal no matter how you think about it." Zhou Yanqiu walked through the woods for 20 minutes, and suddenly her resource radar flashed rapidly. Not just 1 or 2, but more than 10 red dots flickering intensely. Her heart skipped a beat. Could today be her lucky day? Yesterday, she just went to Wang Zhenjiang's house to settle a score, and today she met a cute, chubby squirrel on the mountain. The squirrel led her to a hidden cave, where she found a huge amount of wealth. She thought she wouldn't have to worry about food or drink for her whole life. With this wealth she gained today, she could become one of the top rich people. Before, Zhou Yanqiu only cared about studying medicine because of her obsession. The spiritual pills and many medical books in her space were precious. If she didn't learn, she might lose her inheritance. And in her heart, studying medicine would help her take better care of her grandmother and slowly improve her health. Not just rely on spiritual spring water. The pills and the alchemy furnace in her space were clearly beyond what ordinary doctors could achieve. They might even be legendary fairy tools. Zhou Yanqiu's incredible luck was a gift. If she didn't use it well, it would be a waste. It was also a bit of a rebirth gift for her. That's why she suddenly had such a strong desire to learn medicine. Old Chui might be the best person to guide her into this field. So she wanted to do her best to meet Old Chui's expectations. Otherwise, she could only settle for second best. The reds flickered in her mind, faster than when she first found the ginseng. Her heart moved. Could the 50-year-old ginseng she was looking for be right here? Thinking of this, she became very excited. Maybe it was a ginseng nest, and there really was a 50-year-old ginseng she was after. Zhou Yanqiu focused her gaze on the reds in her mind. Suddenly, her mind went blank for a moment. It was a bunch of old mountain ginseng, and the 50-year-old one she was searching for was right there, though it was not very noticeable. Wild ginseng, 75 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 108 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 86 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 119 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 38 years old, with high medicinal value. Zhou Yanqiu suddenly felt numb. She never expected that the rare 50-plus-year-old wild ginseng, which is hard to find outside, would be gathered here. Among this pile of wild ginseng, 3 are over 100 years old. There are 10 ginsengs between 50 and 100 years old. Only 3 are less than 50 years old. If the harvesters saw this, they would probably be so surprised they would go crazy. Today is truly her lucky day. It seems as if the mountain gods of Changbai Mountain are guiding her from above. Whatever she wants, she can have. It looks like heaven is helping her learn medicine. With this pile of old ginseng, Zhou Yanqiu only needs to take one 50-year-old piece to participate in Cui Lao's beginner test. Even if she doesn't pass, she won't have any regrets. At worst, she can just sell one ginseng. Soon, these decades-old wild ginsengs won't be considered rare anymore in her hands. Zhou Yanqiu kept moving quickly, walking to the side of the ginseng pile. She took out her knife, carefully checking around for any danger. Fortunately, she didn't find any animals nearby. This place is in a shaded mountain hollow. It doesn't look special. Tall trees around hide this spot well. If you're not paying attention, you might not notice it at all. But who told Zhou Yanqiu that her mental radar can detect everything? From more than 20 meters away, she spotted this ginseng nest. Haha, today is truly Zhou Yanqiu's lucky day. She's so happy. It seems her visit to Wang Zhenjiang's house last night was the right choice. Her good mood and luck are gathering around her today. And now, all these valuable old ginsengs are hers. Today, my trip to Changbai Mountain exceeded all my expectations. After collecting the old mountain ginseng, I quickly entered my space. I looked at dozens of ginseng plants inside and used a water scoop to pour some spiritual spring water on them. This spring water is very good for the ginseng plants. After finishing, I prepared to go down the mountain. Of course, before leaving, I planned to visit the fat squirrel nearby and say hello. This chubby squirrel is one of my lucky stars. If it weren't for this squirrel, I wouldn't have found the treasure in that cave. From now on, the treasure in that cave will be part of my collection. Who owns it doesn't matter now. In my space, it's mine. I already consider this treasure mine. What I do with it later is a matter for the future. Once I decided, I headed toward the place to descend the mountain. It didn't take long to reach the pine tree, where the fat squirrel was. I have a good memory, so I wouldn't get lost even in the unmarked parts of Changbai Mountain. Soon, I found the pine tree where the squirrel was. Bang, bang, bang. I patted the tree trunk. Little one, are you there? When the squirrel heard my voice, it poked its head out of its nest and looked down. Seeing it was me, the squirrel excitedly scurried down the tree and quickly jumped onto my shoulder. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I heard the squirrel chattering on my shoulder. I smiled and gently stroked it, saying, "Little one, I'm about to go down the mountain. Do you want to come with me? I'll give you delicious water every day." The squirrel tilted its head, not understanding what I was saying. I chuckled softly. This squirrel probably couldn't understand me completely, but it was a bit smarter than ordinary animals. If the squirrel wanted to come home with me, I would take good care of it. Animals I raise usually consider my relatives' opinions, but for such a cute little creature loved by everyone, I'm sure Sister Lanfang would want to adopt it if she saw it. She really loves small animals like this. This chubby squirrel is so cute and clever. It might become the favorite pet if brought home. But it depends on whether the squirrel wants to come with her. Usually, if it's a normal squirrel, Zhou Yanqiu would just take it home forcibly. However, she already considers this chubby squirrel friend. The squirrel played on her shoulder for a while, then jumped back onto the tree. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the chubby squirrel with some helplessness. She was about to go down the mountain and didn't want to waste more time there. "Goodbye, little fat guy. I'll come see you next time." She waved at the squirrel and started walking downhill. It was getting late, and she wanted to get back early. She had told Zhou Jianjun that if she returned too late, he would worry. After walking a few minutes downhill, she heard a familiar squeak behind her. Her face lit up with joy. She turned her head and saw the chubby squirrel jumping from the tree, chasing after her. So, does it want to go home with her? Hey, little guy. Zhou Yanqiu happily stretched out her hands toward the squirrel. The squirrel chattered on the tree. Then, it suddenly leapt, and its chubby body pounced onto her hands. She caught the chubby little squirrel and giggled. Her eyes brightened with a smile. Little guy, do you want to come home with me? Squeak, squeak. A slight smile appeared on Zhou Yanqiu's face. I guess that's a yes. She gently placed the squirrel on her shoulder. Happily, she ran down the mountain. Little guy, let's go home. Zhou Yanqiu took the chubby squirrel and headed home. They kept laughing all the way. Near the foot of the mountain, she entered the space with the squirrel to take out the remaining monkey head mushrooms and deal with them. She dared to bring the squirrel into the space because the silly roe deer she put in earlier was still alive and well. This showed that living creatures could survive inside this space. That's why Zhou Yanqiu felt safe bringing the squirrel in. Once inside, the chubby squirrel was extremely curious. Looking around here and there, soon he saw the delicious spiritual spring water he had drunk before, which he couldn't forget. The chubby squirrel pointed at the spring water and jumped around excitedly at Zhou Yanqiu. It looked very eager, which made Zhou Yanqiu laugh happily. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted its little head and said, "You can't drink more now. You've had enough today. Wait until tomorrow." The chubby squirrel looked disappointed because Zhou Yanqiu didn't give it more spring water. It lowered its head and drooped its little arms. It looked sad. Zhou Yanqiu squatted down and tapped its small belly. The squirrel seemed to understand and suddenly looked energetic again. It waved its short little hands, pointing at its belly and then at the spring water. It seemed to say, "Okay, when my belly is empty, you can give me more." Zhou Yanqiu understood what the squirrel meant and nodded. "Got it. I will give you some every day." It seemed this little creature was quite clever. As soon as it saw the spring water, it knew it was good stuff. Anyway, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't finish all the spring water himself. Raising a little squirrel was no problem at all. Moreover, Zhou Yanqiu thought it was right to give the little squirrel spring water. Since it found such a big treasure for him, it was worth feeding it with spring water for a lifetime. And this chubby squirrel was so fun to watch. It was a good deal no matter how you looked at it. Zhou Yanqiu took the remaining monkey head mushrooms and packed them into a woven bag, planning to give it to Aunt Li Guiyun later for processing. Strangely, although the temperature in this space was neither hot nor cold, the monkey head mushrooms placed here yesterday showed no damage at all. It was as if this space had a preservation function. Zhou Yanqiu packed everything up, looked around to make sure no one was coming, and then quickly left the space with a chubby squirrel. He carried the bag with the mushrooms in one hand and had a fat squirrel, about the size of a rabbit, sitting on his shoulder. Then he headed towards Zhou Jianjun's house. At the door, Zhou Yanqiu pushed it open and said, "Auntie, I'm back." Li Guiyun came out of the kitchen after hearing him and asked, "Yanqiu, you're back. Are you hurt anywhere? I also met a cute little squirrel today, look." As she spoke, Zhou Yanqiu took out the fat squirrel that had hidden behind her when scared of strangers. Li Guiyun's eyes lit up. "Why did you catch a squirrel? Such a fat one must weigh at least 2 or 3 jin." Seeing Li Guiyun's gaze on the squirrel like she's looking at a dish, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Auntie, this squirrel is my pet I brought home. Cough cough, I'm used to it. You know, this little squirrel is really quite adorable." The fat squirrel was trembling from Li Guiyun's intense stare. It felt so scary, so it quickly hid behind Zhou Yanqiu. If Zhou Yanqiu hadn't been there, it would have run away long ago. Li Guiyun finally came back to herself and smiled at Zhou Yanqiu. "By the way, your uncle is inside. The case you all solved last time is almost finished. Your uncle's comrade, Deputy Director Zhang from the police station, is inside too. Go in and listen." Zhou Yanqiu's eyes brightened. She put down the bag of monkey head mushrooms she was holding. "Auntie, this bag is full of monkey head mushrooms. You decide what to do with it. I'll go in and take a look." Li Guiyun looked at the bag of mushrooms. Though she was prepared, she was still surprised. When did these mountain mushrooms start coming in bags like this? All right, I'll handle this. You go quickly. They're waiting for you. Zhou Yanqiu hurried to the door of the house, pulled aside the curtain. Inside, Zhou Jianjun was chatting with Zhang Ligua. Next to them, Zhou Lanfang sat quietly listening. Zhou Lanfang looked very happy, probably praised a lot. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come in, the three looked at her together. Zhou Yanqiu smiled warmly. Uncle Zhang. Zhou Lanfang immediately saw the squirrel on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder and cheered happily, rushing over. Squirrel. Such a fat squirrel. So cute. Yanqiu, where did you catch it? Let me pet it. The fat squirrel was so scared it ran around on Zhou Yanqiu, trying to avoid Zhou Lanfang's eager hands. Zhang Ligua watched and chuckled. Zhou Jianjun looked very annoyed, imagining 3 crows flying by, cawing loudly. Lanfang, you're grown up now. Can you be a little more calm? Zhou Lanfang pouted her lips. It's all because this squirrel is so funny that I couldn't help myself. Zhou Yanqiu smiled. She knew Zhou Lanfang would like this kind of squirrel. She reached out and gently picked up the chubby squirrel, placing it in Zhou Lanfang's hand. Sister, you can play with it for a while. Seeing the frightened look on the squirrel's face, Zhou Yanqiu gently stroked its little head, not caring if it understood her. Little one, don't worry. No one here will hurt you. Feeling Zhou Yanqiu's touch, the squirrel calmed down a bit and was less scared. It sensed that the people here didn't seem to mean it any harm. Zhou Lanfang held the squirrel, petting it softly. In a short time, the squirrel no longer wanted to resist. It even felt a little comfortable. After handing the squirrel to Zhou Lanfang, Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Ligua and Zhang Ligua with bright, hopeful eyes. Uncle Zhang, I heard the case has been solved. Zhang Ligua understood that Zhou Yanqiu was talking about Zhang Yuanbiao's case. Thinking about it, Zhang Ligua's expression darkened, and he looked serious. Zhang Yuanbiao's case was very serious. It has been reported to the city police. The city leaders are paying close attention and have set up a special team to handle it. Zhang Yuanbiao's injuries are now stable. He won't die, but he's definitely disabled and can no longer do harm. After speaking, Zhang Ligua's eyes flashed with surprise. The person responsible for Zhang Yuanbiao's disability was this seemingly harmless girl in front of him. The investigation of that cellar is also complete. There were 16 victims in total. 15 lives are gone. Fortunately, He Jing was rescued by us. When he mentioned this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Ligua's face. This case had hardly involved their police station. Now he understood that if Zhou Yanqiu hadn't accidentally overheard He Jing crying and then bravely and carefully discovered her presence and called them over, the case might have continued without any clues, and innocent girls could have continued to suffer such harm. Zhang Yuanbiao will surely face the harshest punishment. He Jing has woken up, but she is still very weak and not in good spirits. She keeps thinking about you and wants to thank you in person. We have already informed He Jing's family. Zhang Ligua paused again, a strange look flashing in his eyes. However, her family hasn't visited her in the hospital these past few days. Zhou Yanqiu remained silent. In the countryside, such an incident involving a woman is a shame for the whole family. It's possible that He Jing's family has abandoned her. But even so, Zhang Ligua, as the deputy police chief, has no good way to handle this because it is a family matter.
He sighed.
But as the victim, all her medical expenses will be covered by us. Zhou Yanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and felt sad for He Jing. She looked up at Zhang Ligua. Uncle Zhang, do you think someone like Zhang Yuanbiao will be executed? Zhang Ligua smiled. Don't worry, execution is a light punishment. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes brightened with hope as she looked at Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua nodded. He will be well treated before the execution. Zhou Yanqiu's heart filled with excitement, and her eyes welled up with tears. She forced herself to stay calm and said, Yes, someone as bad as Zhang Yuanbiao deserves to be punished severely to satisfy the public. Zhang Ligua looked at Zhou Yanqiu with surprise, not understanding why she was so excited. He thought she was just a young, honest person standing up for the victims. He chuckled and changed the subject. I'm here to ask if you have any requests since you've made a big contribution this time. Zhou Yanqiu immediately straightened up. Uncle Zhang, we did what we should. We don't have any special requests, Zhang Ligua said seriously. Think carefully. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come back. Even if you just want a job, we can consider giving you one. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and asked Zhou Lanfang, Sister, do you want this job? Today, Zhou Yanqiu found some old ginseng from 50 years ago in the mountains. She plans to visit Old Chui to see what kind of test it is. Because she has her own plans for the future, she didn't focus on the job position that others see as very valuable. Also, her work in the police system doesn't match her future goals. So, Zhou Yanqiu still didn't consider working in the police system. This time, Zhang Ligua came mainly because he was asked by someone else to ask Zhou Yanqiu if she was interested in joining the police system. The job position Zhang Ligua mentioned was mainly meant for Zhou Yanqiu. With her skills and alertness, she would do very well in the police system. It won't be long before this case is solved. When that happens, the leaders will surely reward the main people who contributed. Zhou Yanqiu is one of the main people to be rewarded. So, when she heard about the opportunity to request a job position, her first thought was about Zhou Lanfang's opinion. Although she didn't want to join the police system, that didn't mean others didn't want to. This is a very attractive opportunity. Zhou Lanfang was happily listening, not expecting Zhou Yanqiu to suddenly ask her about it. She was surprised and pointed at her own nose, asking, A job? Me? Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Yes. Then she turned to look at Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, can you give this job position to my sister? Zhang Ligua asked with some confusion. Is the job not good enough? Zhou Jianjun also couldn't understand why Zhou Yanqiu didn't want the job. Zhou Yanqiu shook her head. Uncle Zhang, this job is good, but my goal isn't in this. My dream is to become a doctor in the future. Zhang Ligua sighed and smiled. I didn't expect that a good job position wouldn't be given away easily. Zhou Yanqiu chuckled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Uncle Zhang, giving this job to my sister is the same as giving it to me. Then she turned to ask Zhou Lanfang, who was still standing there. Sister, what do you think? Do you want this job position? Zhou Lanfang, usually carefree, looked a bit shy and uncertain, saying, Can I? Do you think I can? Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Of course. You definitely can. Then she looked at Uncle Zhang again. Uncle Zhang, can you apply for a job position for my sister? Zhang Ligua sighed and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a complex expression. You better think carefully. If it's you, then your job placement will be in the county. He glanced at Zhou Lanfang. If it's Lanfang, she probably can only get a position in the town. The work assignments at the County Public Security Bureau and the town police station are very different. Anyone would know which position is better to choose. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu with some worry. Yanqiu, maybe you should work at the Public Security Bureau. It's a rare opportunity. He was worried that Zhou Yanqiu would keep obsessing over the old man Chui's 50-year-old ginseng and miss this chance. Zhou Yanqiu winked at Zhou Jianjun. Uncle, I already found it. Zhou Jianjun's eyes widened. What? Did he hear that right? You found it. His voice was full of disbelief. Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. Yes, I found it. Zhang Ligua looked puzzled. He wondered what was so secretive that they didn't even want the work placement anymore. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhang Ligua's confusion and explained, It's my niece who wants to learn medicine. She found a master and wants to study under him. But there's a condition. She has to find a rare and precious herb in the mountains. Zhou Jianjun sighed. I thought it would be hard to find, but I didn't expect her to come back from the mountain with good news. Zhang Ligua immediately understood. So Zhou Yanqiu wants to learn medicine. No wonder she didn't want to work in the police system. If she masters medical skills, it could be a good future path. Everyone has their own goals, and we can't force them. After understanding, Zhang Ligua said to Zhou Lanfang, What about you, Lanfang? Would you be willing to work at the town police station? Zhou Lanfang's mind was in chaos. She had known from the start that this job was originally meant for Zhou Yanqiu. Because of the recent case, she and Zhang Qiulan did almost nothing. They just followed Zhou Yanqiu's arrangements. They only did some errands, but unexpectedly, they ended up making a big contribution just by following Zhou Yanqiu. Now, the work placement that was supposed to go to Zhou Yanqiu might actually fall to her. Zhou Lanfang felt like she was dreaming. Did she want the job? She certainly thought about it. No one wants to stay at home doing nothing. Although she usually appears carefree and easygoing, she still cares about the gossip from some villagers. But what can she do? She doesn't want to marry so early, nor does she want to work in the fields every day like the villagers. That's not the life she desires. She wants to work and have a job. But jobs in this era are very hard to find. Everyone wants a good position, but many can't find a way to get one. Is a job at the town police station good? It's not as good as the county police, but it's still a very good job. People in the village wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Zhou Lanfang is unsure whether she should take the job that originally belonged to Zhou Yanqiu. She looks up at Zhou Jianjun, hoping he can give her some advice. Zhou Jianjun sighs. If you want to go, then go. Zhou Lanfang's eyes light up with excitement as she says, Yanqiu, thank you. Thank you for giving me this job opportunity. Zhou Yanqiu smiles and shakes her head. Sister, why are you thanking me? I didn't want this job in the first place. Should I just give it to someone else? In Zhou Yanqiu's heart, although Zhang Qiulan is a good friend, she hasn't reached the point where she would give her own cousin's job to Zhang Qiulan. Zhou Lanfang nods eagerly. Uncle Zhang, I want to work at the town police station. Zhang Ligua laughs. Good, I'll apply for it in the next couple of days. Just wait at home for my notice. Zhou Lanfang nods and then hugs Zhou Yanqiu happily, smiling brightly. Zhou Jianjun feels mixed emotions. He didn't expect his niece to come just a few days ago and solve his long-standing problem. He also wants to find a job for Zhou Lanfang, but now, how hard is it to find work? Even money can't buy a good position. Although he has a friend like Zhang Ligua, the deputy director of the police station, Zhang Ligua doesn't have the power to create a job out of thin air. So, this job position was given to Zhou Yanqiu mainly because he made the first contribution to this case. Additionally, the case was very important, and they also recognized Zhou Yanqiu's exceptional skills, which is why they offered him a formal position. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Yanqiu refused without hesitation. In the end, the benefit went to his daughter, Zhou Lanfang. Zhou Jianjun saw that everything had been arranged well, so he didn't say anything more to comfort them. From the moment Zhou Yanqiu told him about finding an old ginseng from 50 years ago, he knew. His niece was truly extraordinary. She was the kind of person the older generation called someone with great luck. She could do whatever she set her mind to, and even heaven seemed to be helping her. The first time she went up the mountain with them, she found old ginseng that others hadn't discovered for many years. The second time she went alone, she encountered a tiger. Nothing happened, and the tiger even gave her a white tiger as a gift. In these 3 trips up the mountain, she found the rare 50-year-old ginseng. Each of these stories might sound like bragging if told outside, but they are true stories about his niece. Plus, Zhou Yanqiu had some special qualities. Zhou Jianjun no longer saw her as an ordinary person. If he knew her real achievements on the mountain today, he might be too surprised to speak. Zhou Jianjun patted Zhang Ligua on the shoulder. Ligua, thank you. Let's have a few more drinks at home tonight. Zhang Ligua smiled. Then drink less. I still have to go back tonight. I'm still savoring the dishes my wife cooked last time. Zhou Jianjun patted his chest. Don't worry, everything's prepared. I'll make sure you're satisfied later. Zhou Yanqiu said from the side. Uncle Zhang, I just collected some monkey head mushrooms on the mountain today. When we leave, I'll bring you 10 or 20 jin. Zhang Ligua was surprised. Monkey head mushrooms? That's a good thing. How many did you dig up? You're not going to let me take just 10 or 20 jin, are you? As a local, he knew all about the good things on the mountain. Those mushrooms are even more expensive than meat. They taste delicious and are very nutritious. Zhou Yanqiu calmly said, It's only about 100 jin. Zhang Ligua gasped. Over 100 jin of monkey head mushrooms is quite rare. He was also straightforward. All right, when I leave, give me some, Zhou Jianjun said nearby. By the way, Yanqiu, the sheep that produces milk was bought today. It's tied in the backyard. Later, we can see how to feed Little White. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Thanks, uncle. I'll go check now. Zhou Yanqiu pulled Zhou Lanfang to the backyard and saw a white goat tied there. The goat's milk was thick and white, seeping out. Zhou Yanqiu took out a small basin, placed it under the goat and started to squeeze the milk. She had raised sheep before and had experience milking them to exchange for eggs, so she was quite skilled. A chubby squirrel came out from behind Zhou Yanqiu, curious, watching her hands move, and white goat milk flowed out. The squirrel thought it was something good, licked it curiously, then quickly shook its head and spat it out. Puff, puff, puff. Humph, it's not as tasty as that water. Lanfang watched Zhou Yanqiu's skilled movements and said enviously, Yanqiu, you're so amazing. You can do everything. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and looked at her. Of course, I used to milk sheep and exchange it for eggs. Oh, I see. Lanfang looked at the chubby squirrel with curiosity. Yanqiu, shall we give this squirrel a name? Zhou Yanqiu paused for a moment. In just a short while, she had almost filled the basin with milk. There was enough milk for Little White after adding some spring water. Zhou Yanqiu picked up the basin casually. This squirrel has gray fur. How about calling it Little Gray? Before Lanfang could speak, the squirrel disagreed, shaking its tiny front paws in protest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lanfang looked at the squirrel with wide eyes, surprised. Yanqiu, did you see that? It doesn't agree. Do you think it doesn't like the name you gave? Zhou Yanqiu looked at the squirrel, which was glaring at her angrily. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Humph, the name you gave earlier was too ugly. I don't want to be called that. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the chubby squirrel with a smile. This little fellow really has many demands. After thinking for a moment, she looked at the fluffy tail of the squirrel. An idea suddenly came to her mind. How about calling you Tianpeng? Tianpeng, 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 Zhou Yanqiu repeated a few times while looking at the squirrel. What do you think of this name? Nearby, Zhou Lanfang clapped her hands and said, That's a good name. It sounds impressive and lively. The chubby squirrel looked at Zhou Yanqiu and then at Zhou Lanfang. Chirp, chirp. From now on, my name will be Tianpeng. Tianpeng happily jumped onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. From now on, it would have a proper name. Taking advantage of Zhou Lanfang not paying attention, Zhou Yanqiu took a little spiritual spring water from her space and mixed it into some goat milk. Let's go feed Little White and also introduce Tianpeng to it. After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu gently stroked Tianpeng's fur. From now on, you'll have a playmate. Zhou Yanqiu imagined the scene of Tianpeng and Little White meeting. She wondered if they might get scared and fluff up their fur. She felt a bit excited about it. Little White was still at her grandmother's house. Zhou Yanqiu pulled Zhou Lanfang along, with Tianpeng perched on her shoulder, heading towards her grandmother's home. She also wanted to introduce Tianpeng to her grandmother. Grandma, I'm back. Grandma, I've come. Two clear voices rang out, and her grandmother quickly came out of the house. Seeing them, her grandmother's face lit up with a smile. Come in and sit for a while. We'll eat later. Zhou Yanqiu raised the basin she was holding. Grandma, I'm going to feed Little White. Uncle specially bought a sheep that's currently giving milk, so Little White won't run out of milk anymore. Good, next time bring that sheep over. I can also milk it to feed. Zhou Yanqiu thought about it and said, then we can bring it tomorrow. At this moment, her grandmother finally noticed the squirrel on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. Did you catch a squirrel on the mountain? Zhou Yanqiu smiled and told her grandmother. I just named it Tianpeng. It's very lively and even followed me down the mountain on its own. Her grandmother looked at Tianpeng's chubby appearance and also felt fond of it. She reached out and petted it. Tianpeng shrank back, clearly a bit resistant. Zhou Yanqiu held it gently. Tianpeng, this is Grandma. She's not a stranger. Then she placed the little white rabbit into her grandmother's arms, so they would get used to each other quickly. She lifted the curtain and found Xiao Bai. She crouched down to feed the rabbit some goat milk. At this moment, Tianpeng also saw Xiao Bai curled up in the nest. Suddenly, its fur stood on end. Eek, 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 eek. It must be said, the tiger, as the king of beasts, is truly impressive. When Tianpeng saw Xiao Bai still eating, it was so frightened that it puffed up its fur and quickly ran onto the roof. Eek, 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 eek. How can there be a tiger here? It's too scary. She didn't expect Tianpeng to react so strongly. By the time she realized, Tianpeng was already on the roof. She and her mother, Zhou Lanfang, didn't bother to feed Xiaobai anymore. They stood below, watching Tianpeng climb onto the roof. Tianpeng, come down. That's Xiaobai, and it's our little friend.
It won't hurt you. Eek, eek, eek.
Tianpeng looked upset and almost started crying. It was hard to believe that after finally deciding to follow this woman down the mountain, there was a tiger at home. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Tianpeng with a smile. She had really scared the little guy this time. She reached out her hand to call Tianpeng come down quickly. I'm here, and I won't hurt you. After a while, Tianpeng hesitated, then jumped down from the roof and crouched on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder, clutching her hair tightly with both paws. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted it and said, Don't be afraid, Xiaobai. It won't hurt you. Then she slowly carried the goat milk toward Xiaobai, getting closer and closer. Tianpeng held onto her hair, even tighter. It was trembling all over, clearly very scared. But this time, it didn't run away. It must really trust Zhou Yanqiu. She crouched down in front of Xiaobai. Xiaobai, smelling Zhou Yanqiu's familiar scent, became excited. Its paws wobbled as it tried to stand up. Seeing this, Tianpeng was so frightened that it quickly climbed behind Zhou Yanqiu, peeking secretly at Xiaobai. It was ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Little White didn't pay attention to Tianpeng. It was still very young, only a few days old, barely able to stand, and hadn't grown any teeth yet. It posed no real threat to Tianpeng. Zhou Yanqiu placed a bowl of lamb milk mixed with spiritual spring water in front of Little White. Little White sniffed the water and the milk smell. Feeling a bit hungry, it eagerly stretched its mouth into the bowl and started drinking, one sip after another. Tianpeng watched from behind Zhou Yanqiu, surprised that Little White was drinking milk instead of eating meat. Its fear of Little White lessened a little. Tianpeng jumped onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder, curious about Little White. It noticed that Little White was very different from the tigers it had seen before. Gradually, Tianpeng wasn't as afraid of Little White anymore. Zhou Yanqiu kept one hand on Little White to support it and held the milk bowl with the other, so it wouldn't spill. Tianpeng jumped to the ground and slowly approached Little White. Finally, it reached out a paw and touched Little White gently. Little White was happily drinking milk and didn't pay attention to Tianpeng at all. Encouraged, Tianpeng became braver. It looked at Little White from different angles, thinking, hey, this little tiger isn't much bigger than me. Soon, Little White finished the lamb milk and looked much more energetic. It let out a burp, "Owu," in a soft, milk-drunk voice. Tianpeng asked Little White, "Squeak, squeak, squeak, are you a tiger?" Little White ignored Tianpeng. It was only a few days old, and every day it just slept or ate. Now that it was full, it let out a few playful sounds at Zhou Yanqiu, and then lay down in its nest to sleep. After feeding Little White, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang went with their grandmother to their uncle's house for a meal. On the way, Zhou Lanfang excitedly said, "Grandma, I have some good news. I might have a job." Grandmother was happy too. "Really? What kind of job?" Zhou Lanfang glanced at Zhou Yanqiu, feeling a bit shy. "It's the job at the police station for Yanqiu. Yanqiu doesn't want to go, so they recommended me instead." Grandmother was surprised and looked at Zhou Yanqiu. After a moment of silence, she smiled again. "Well, then you should work well," Zhou Lanfang nodded. "Don't worry, Grandma. I know what to do." That evening, Zhou Jianjun had a little drink with Zhang Ligua. Zhang Ligua finally tasted the flavor he had been craving for days and praised, "Junzi, you get to enjoy such delicious food every day." "You are so lucky." Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly and raised his glass.
"Cheers."
"Let's drink." Since Zhang Ligua had to return to the town, he didn't dare to drink too much that night. After dinner, Zhou Yanqiu helped pack some monkey head mushrooms for Zhang Ligua. There were about 10 pounds or so. Everyone didn't mind, as they were good friends. Later, since Zhou Yanqiu might become Lanfang's leader, they packed nearly 20 pounds of monkey head mushrooms. Zhang Ligua kept saying, "That's enough, enough." When leaving, Zhang Ligua told Zhou Jianjun, "About that job position, just wait for my news." "It shouldn't be a problem." Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait at home." When the time comes, come over for a good meal. Watching Zhang Ligua ride his bike away, Zhou Jianjun went back inside. Looking at Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Jianjun asked with mixed feelings, Yanqiu, did you really find the 50-year-old wild ginseng? Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. Yes, I found it. Then he took out the prepared 53-year-old wild ginseng. The wild ginseng was carefully wrapped with moss and broken bark, then packed up. Uncle, look, a piece of wild ginseng older than the previous 25-year one appeared before everyone. They looked at it carefully. Zhou Lanfang exclaimed, Wow, this is 50 years old. It's definitely different from the one a few days ago. It's bigger and more human-shaped. Li Guoyan asked in surprise, How much do you think this could sell for? Zhou Jianjun whispered, At least 6,000 yuan. Li Guoyan shivered. 6,000? Wow, that's so valuable. I've never seen so much money before. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun and said, Uncle, I want to go to the county town tomorrow. Zhou Jianjun nodded happily. All right, I won't go with you. Be careful on the way. Zhou Jianjun knew that with Zhou Yanqiu's skills and strength, she was only good at helping others. Okay, uncle. Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily. Everyone was very happy today, and the harvest from the mountain was truly impressive. The 50-year-old ginseng on display can be sold for a lot of money that others might not be able to save for many years. At the same time, Zhou Lanfang can quickly get a job that others envy. Just as dawn broke, Zhou Yanqiu got up. After a simple wash, she rode her brother Zhou Jianjun's bicycle to the town, planning to take a bus to Qing'an County. Tianpeng insisted on coming along, so Zhou Yanqiu had no choice but to bring him, and they sped off together. Zhou Yanqiu wanted to see what kind of test old Cui would give her this time. Zhou Yanqiu familiarly parked her bike at the police station and bought 2 meat buns for breakfast. She had enough money now. When she arrived, Zhou Jianjun also gave her some food stamps and meat coupons to use in the county. After eating the buns, Zhou Yanqiu bought a bus ticket and boarded the bus to the county town. The trip went smoothly, and she arrived without trouble. Zhou Jianjun had already written down the address for her, so even if she forgot the way, she could find it by following the address. Zhou Yanqiu remembered the way well from her last visit to old Cui's house. She got off the bus and carried Tianpeng straight to old Cui's home. Along the way, many passers-by looked curiously at the creature on her shoulder. Today was Tianpeng's first time riding a bus and entering the city. He was very nervous, clutching Zhou Yanqiu's clothes tightly and looking around with wide eyes. After walking for over half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu saw the small courtyard she visited last time. A glint appeared in her eyes. She took out the prepared old ginseng from her space. This was her chance to succeed in becoming a disciple. If it didn't work, she would just wait at home and prepare to take the university entrance exam next year for a medical major. At the gate of the courtyard, Zhou Yanqiu paused and knocked on the door.
Ding ding.
Old Cui was inside, worried. His old friend's granddaughter was getting sicker and sicker. He had tried many methods and finally developed a medicine formula, but it required at least 50-year-old ginseng as the main ingredient. However, such old ginseng was extremely rare, and for various reasons, he couldn't openly use resources to buy that 50-year-old ginseng. Old shanshen that is not old enough and lacks the proper medicinal strength. Old Cui is very anxious. A few days ago, he received a 25-year-old old shanshen. He thought it could last him 3 months, but now it looks like only a month and a half. If he can't get more soon. Old Cui sighed. Suddenly, he remembered the girl who wanted to learn medicine from him last time. At that time, he said she would need to bring a 50-year-old old shanshen to become his apprentice. He wasn't sure if she could find such an old shanshen. Old Cui thought for a moment, smiled to himself, shook his head, and wished it was easier to find such old shanshen. Just as old Cui was worried about finding a 50-year-old shanshen, there was a knock on the door. Old Cui went to answer. Who is it? Outside, Zhou Yanqiu replied. Old Cui, it's me. I came by a few days ago. Old Cui recognized her immediately. Ah, it's the girl who wants to learn medicine from him. He had just been thinking about her, and now she was at the door. Speak of the devil. and he appears. This girl is even quicker than the devil. Old Chui didn't know why she was here. Last time, he told her he would only consider taking her as an apprentice if she brought a 50-year-old Shanshin. Only a few days had passed. She probably hadn't found such an old Shanshin yet. Old Chui thought again and dismissed the idea. It's not easy to find such an old Shanshin. He had already tried to buy some through secret channels at high prices. 6 months had passed, and there was no news of Shanshin over 50 years old. He had bought a few with 20 or 30 years of age, but that didn't help. Come in. Wait a moment. Old Chui still opened the door to ask her purpose. He remembered her well from the last time she came. She was brave, careful, smart, and very beautiful. If he accepted her, she might become a good medical student in the future. But right now, Old Chui's mind was not on taking a new apprentice. He was focused on curing his old friend's granddaughter. First, to repay his old friend's past kindness in saving his life, and second, because he felt sorry for the girl. To save her old friend's granddaughter, he now only needs a 50-year-old ginseng as the main ingredient. He has prepared everything else. As long as there is time, there is still hope. Old Chui looked outside and recognized the young girl from last time. But this time, she was alone. Old Chui asked suspiciously, "Young friend, why are you here alone? Where are your family members?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Old Chui, I came alone. My uncle didn't come with me this time." Old Chui asked again, "Is there something you came here for?" Zhou Yanqiu asked seriously, "Old Chui, last time you said that if I found a 50-year-old mountain ginseng, you would consider taking me as your apprentice. Is that true?" Old Chui's heart moved, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, it's true." "Have you really found a 50-year-old mountain ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu replied in a deep voice. "Old Chui, this isn't the place to talk. Shall we go inside and talk?" Old Chui looked at Zhou Yanqiu and realized that indeed, this wasn't a good place for conversation. "Come in." Zhou Yanqiu smiled sweetly. "All right, Old Chui." They entered and closed the courtyard gate. Zhou Yanqiu followed Old Chui toward the main hall. Old Chui asked at the front, "What is the reason for your visit this time?" Hearing the question, Zhou Yanqiu replied, "Last time, you said that you would consider taking me as your apprentice if I found a 50-year-old mountain ginseng." "That's right." "Have you found such a ginseng?" Old Chui, who was walking ahead, was thinking about her purpose. Now, hearing her mention it, he suddenly became anxious, stopped, and looked back at her. Zhou Yanqiu's beautiful and charming face showed calmness as she took a cloth bag from her. "Please take a look and see if this is it." Old Chui gasped in surprise. Carefully, he took the bag from Zhou Yanqiu's hand. "Let's go inside and take a look." Old Chui was extremely shocked inside. Just a few days ago, he told her that he would consider taking her as an apprentice only if she found a 50-year-old ginseng. Now, she had already found it. He didn't know if it was an ancient ginseng dug up and preserved for many years or a fresh mountain ginseng just dug from the mountain. But either way, it showed her skill. Such a ginseng of this age is usually considered a family treasure at home. Her family was willing to give her such a precious item as a token to seek mentorship. No matter which type it was, as long as it was a 50-year-old ginseng, her grandfather's old friend's granddaughter would be saved. This truly shows that fate can open a way. However, whether this ginseng is really 50 years old is still uncertain. She shouldn't be too happy too soon. What if the girl was mistaken? Wouldn't that be a wasted joy? Old Chui took Zhou Yanqiu into the room and sat down on a chair. He said to Zhou Yanqiu, "You sit first." After speaking, he didn't even look at Zhou Yanqiu and carefully untied the cloth bag containing the ginseng. Old Chui held his breath. It must be 50 years old. It has to be 50 years old. Old Chui felt a little nervous inside. He was hoping that the ginseng in the cloth bag was truly 50 years old. In fact, throughout his life as a doctor, he had seen many 50-year-old ginseng, though they were rare. He had handled dozens of them. Even ginseng over 100 years old, he had used in medicine. He shouldn't be so excited about this. But this 50-year-old ginseng was truly hard to find, and encountering it was all about luck. And time waits for no one. If the granddaughter of his old friend couldn't get the 50-year-old ginseng within a month and a half, she would be doomed. What use would 50-year-old ginseng be in the future then? Many times, old Chui regretted not keeping some aged ginseng for emergencies. Otherwise, how could this situation have happened? Old Chui carefully unwrapped the ginseng layer by layer from the breathable gauze cloth. Finally, he couldn't help holding his breath. He opened the last layer of gauze and saw the well-preserved ginseng inside. Old Chui was filled with excitement and couldn't help but smile. Yes, yes, yes. It's definitely 50 years old. We're saved. Zhou Yanqiu was puzzled. Who was saved? It seemed that old Chui was ill and needed this 50-year-old ginseng for medicine. So, does that mean she has a chance to become old Chui's disciple? What Zhou Yanqiu didn't know was that old Chui was once a famous doctor in the city, and many people wanted to apprentice under him. Unfortunately, later the wind picked up, and his group faced suppression. Many of his former apprentices cut ties with him and distanced themselves. Luckily, his old friend helped him in his time of need by arranging for him to hide in a small town in the northeast. This way, he avoided the big trouble. Because of this, when his friend's granddaughter fell ill, he would do his best to help her, even without the gratitude, especially considering the life-saving kindness. Old Chui's face turned red with excitement. He never expected good luck to come so suddenly. The young girl, whom he didn't have high hopes for in learning medicine, quickly found this old ginseng. Old Chui has sharp eyes. He could tell this ginseng was over 50 years old. So, he couldn't go back on his promise to the girl from last time. A gentleman keeps his word. Old Chui always keeps his promises. Zhou Yanqiu had a slight smile on her face. Old Chui, what about the test? Old Chui nodded and said with a smile, since I promised last time, I will keep my word. Who picked this ginseng from the mountain? Old Chui asked curiously. He could tell it was a recently dug-up old ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu honestly replied, Old Chui, I found it myself on the mountain. Old Chui shook his head and smiled. He had been looking for this ginseng for half a year and hadn't found any. But this young girl found it just a few days after returning. This was her luck and also his. It seemed heaven had destined them to be master and apprentice. Old Chui kindly asked, Last time you came, I didn't ask your name. Zhou Yanqiu quickly answered, My name is Zhou Yanqiu. Old Chui pondered for a moment. Good name. Miss Zhou, sit here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Zhou Yanqiu smiled slightly. Okay, Old Chui. You go ahead, I'll wait here. Old Chui nodded and took the ginseng into the inner room. Zhou Yanqiu waited quietly. Soon after, Old Zhou came out holding a silk cloth bag. Miss Zhou, Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly said, Old Chui, just call me Yanqiu. Old Chui was straightforward. He had decided that if her talent was not too poor, he would take her as his disciple. So he smiled and said, All right, I'll be a little bold and call you Yanqiu. Come over here. Zhou Yanqiu quickly walked over, not knowing what Old Chui was holding. Old Chui opened the silk cloth wrapping and revealed what was inside. It was several thick stacks of large bills and a thick book. Yanqiu, this is 6,000 yuan, which is for buying ginseng. We agreed last time. Here, take this medical book first and read it. In half a month, come back and I will test how much you've learned from it. Zhou Yanqiu picked up the book.
Wow, it was really thick. It was almost as thick as her fist.
The original version of Compendium of Materia Medica. Old Chui smiled warmly and looked at Zhou Yanqiu. I studied traditional Chinese medicine from ancient times. My teaching has always been passed down. To become my apprentice, you need to have talent and work hard. If your talent isn't enough, then you must study even harder. The most important thing when learning Chinese medicine is to recognize herbs. You should start by memorizing the herbs listed in this compendium. Zhou Yanqiu picked up the book. Don't worry, Old Chui. I will study carefully and pass your test. Old Chui nodded and handed her 6 thick stacks of bills. Take these too. I won't keep you today. Come back in about half a month. I have urgent matters today, so I can't keep you longer. Zhou Yanqiu didn't want to accept the 6,000 yuan at first. To her, being able to learn from Old Chui was much more important than money. Besides, She didn't need money right now. Old Chui didn't wait for her to refuse. He shoved the money into her hands. Here, take it. I don't need this money. You can give it to your elders or keep it for yourself. Seeing Old Chui insist, Zhou Yanqiu had no choice but to accept. Old Chui told her to keep the money safely, then handed her a cloth bag to put the money in. He also put the thick compendium into the bag, and it fit perfectly. Old Chui saw her off to the door, watching her walk away slowly before heading back. Now that he had the materials, he was eager to cure his old friend's granddaughter's illness. That was the real reason he didn't keep Zhou Yanqiu longer. After leaving Old Chui's house, Zhou Yanqiu walked for a while, then looked back to see that Old Chui had already gone back. Seeing no one around, she turned into a deserted alley and stored the money and the book into her space. She only had less than 50 yuan and some food and meat coupons, which she could use when she ate later. There is no place safer than her space in this world. With so much money now, Zhou Yanqiu felt a little excited. Although her space contains many gold and jewelry, they will definitely be worth a lot in the future. But right now, they can't be seen or used. The money she has now is the most she has ever had, so she doesn't have to worry about money anymore. After finishing the things at Chui Lao's place, she also got the results she wanted. When she goes back, she plans to read more books, and then she can come here again to face Chui Lao's test. With her good memory, she should have no big problem. Since she was a child, her memory has been very good. And after getting the space, taking health-strengthening pills, and drinking spiritual spring water every day, she feels her memory is even better than before. So Zhou Yanqiu isn't very nervous, more curious about traditional Chinese medicine. If she joins the sect, she should be able to understand the ancient medical books in her space. Now, Zhou Yanqiu plans to visit the county hospital. Uncle Zhang mentioned yesterday that He Jing is still in the hospital. For some reason, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly wants to go see He Jing. A sudden flutter of excitement appeared in Zhou Yanqiu's heart, along with an inexplicable urge. Yesterday, Zhang Ligua said that He Jing wanted to thank her face-to-face. At first, Zhou Yanqiu didn't pay much attention. She only felt sorry for that girl who was a little older than her, who was unjustly imprisoned by Zhang Yuanbiao. She endured over a year of torment, but still stubbornly survived. It was like a reflection of her past life. Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but feel deeply touched. Thinking about what Zhang Ligua said, He Jing's family hadn't visited her for several days. Zhou Yanqiu decided to find out how she was doing and see if she could help this poor girl. After making up her mind, Zhou Yanqiu went straight to Dong Fanghong's store, bought 2 bottles of malted milk and 2 cans of fruit. It cost her 12 yuan. Luckily, she now has money, or else these things would have been very expensive for her. Carrying 2 bags of things, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the county hospital. The county hospital is not far from Dong Fanghong's store, just a 10-minute walk. A few days ago, Li Guiyun had already prepared both of her outfits, and today Zhou Yanqiu wore them. She was dressed in a brand new, good-quality outfit, with a sweater underneath, making her look much more lively. Of course, Zhou Yanqiu herself looked as beautiful as a fairy, with her fair skin that never tanned. Among a crowd, she was easy to spot at a glance. So, she had been admired since she was young. Zhou Yanqiu entered the hospital and didn't know which ward He Jing was in. She approached the nurse's station and said, "Hello, comrade. I want to find a patient named He Jing. Could you help me check which ward she is in?" "Thank you." The nurse was a woman in her 30s, initially a bit impatient. When she saw Zhou Yanqiu, her expression softened. It seemed that pretty girls are always welcomed everywhere. "Who are you to her?" Zhou Yanqiu replied, "I'm kind of a friend. I came to see her." The nurse looked at her and then saw the gift she was holding. She smiled and said, "You really came to see her?" The chubby nurse couldn't help but complain a little. "You're the first visitor she's had. I don't know why her family hasn't come. She's so badly hurt, almost to the point of losing her life, and no one has come to see her." Zhou Yanqiu didn't know what to say. Luckily, the nurse quickly pointed her in the right direction. "Room 15, bed 2. Just go straight from here." "Thank you, ma'am." Zhou Yanxiu went to room 15, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Inside, there were two beds. One had a woman in her 20s lying on it, and beside her sat a woman in her 50s, probably her mother. When Zhou Yanxiu looked, she realized this wasn't He Jing. It must be the person in the other bed. The older woman saw Zhou Yanxiu and asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Zhou Yanxiu said, "I'm here to see the patient in bed 2. The woman looked at her and said, "Oh, that's her. But I haven't seen anyone come to visit her these past few days. Only 2 police officers have come to see her. Are you her relative?" Zhou Yanxiu nodded, sort of. After saying this, she walked toward He Jing's hospital bed. He Jing was now sleeping peacefully, with an 4 drip in her arm. Zhou Yanxiu gently placed some malted milk and fruit cans on the bedside table. Then she took a small stool for visitors and sat quietly beside He Jing's bed. He Jing's face was very pale, with no color. Her eyes were deeply sunken, her hair was dull and yellow, and her arms had little flesh, with bones showing through. Her whole body looked very thin. Looking at her, Zhou Yanxiu felt a cold chill run through her. Seeing He Jing, she felt like she was looking at her past self, once so miserable. Zhou Yanxiu looked at He Jing and, for some reason, her eyes started to water. She whispered, "He Jing, you must get better." He Jing was in a daze. Over the past few days, she felt like she was dreaming. She used to think her ending would be like the other victims in the cellar, turned into bones. But then, a beautiful voice like heaven's music called out, "Hello, is anyone down there?" That voice saved her from many times she woke up from nightmares, only to realize she was truly saved. He Jing hadn't slept well these days, plagued by nightmares. But in her helpless moments, she would hear that voice again, pulling her back from the abyss. She knew that voice was now her faith. Thinking of the voice's owner, He Jing was eager to know who she was, her name, and how kind and beautiful she must be. She must be like a fairy in the sky. Because she had been trapped in the dark cellar for too long, with little food, He Jing's body had severely weakened. Her eyes could hardly see clearly. Although her vision had improved in recent days, everything was still blurry. Her small, muscleless legs couldn't support her standing. In fact, for a long time, at least half a year, He Jing couldn't live like a normal person. She needed long bed rest to recover. Zhou Yanxiu looked at He Jing and wondered if she should give her some spiritual spring water. It might help her recover. While Zhou Yanxiu was carefully examining, an older woman nearby reminded her, "Miss, her 4 bag needs to be changed. Please call the nurse to replace it." Hearing this, Zhou Yanxiu looked at the 4 bag above her head. It was almost finished. She quickly went out and called, "Nurse, the fluid at bed 2 in room 15 is almost done." The nurse immediately heard her call. "Okay, I'll come right away to change it." On the hospital bed, He Jing seemed to hear a sound and slowly woke up. I gently touched He Jing's dry hand. In my previous life, her hand was almost the same at the end. A feeling of pity rose in my heart. It's all because of that wicked Zhang Yuanbiao. He really should have experienced the 10 most painful punishments before being executed. Suddenly, He Jing grabbed my hand tightly. I looked up and saw her holding my hand, trying hard to look at me. Her eyes were wide open, wanting to see me clearly. But now, she could only see a rough outline. The girl in front of me was glowing with a white light, like a compassionate goddess saving people. She struggled to say a few words from her throat, her voice hoarse and weak. "Is it you, my benefactor?" Seeing how hard she was trying, I knew she hadn't fully recovered. I gently comforted her. "I was there talking to you. Don't you remember?" Tears suddenly streamed down her face, and she gripped my hand even tighter. "She definitely heard me right. I haven't forgotten. You saved me. You are my benefactor." Noticing she was not in a good state, I quickly patted her shoulder. "Don't cry now, and don't talk. It's bad for your health." He Jing nodded, and her gentle movements exhausted half of her strength. A nurse arrived, checked on He Jing, and replaced her nutrient for. She reminded us, "Don't cry. Tears can affect your eyesight recovery." I quickly stood up. "Got it. Thank you, nurse." Seeing such a beautiful girl politely call her, Nurse sister. The nurse smiled happily. No need to thank me. After the nurse left, I sat down again and comforted He-jing. Did you hear what the nurse said? You can't cry now. You need to cooperate with the doctor's treatment to get better faster. He-jing knew that it was you, the benefactor who found her before, who was visiting her now. She was so excited she couldn't let go of my hand. I comforted her for a while until her mood calmed down. She still hadn't realized that her dependence on me had already surpassed her reliance on her family. We had a brief chat, and I learned that no one from her family had come to see her. Sigh, I wonder what they are thinking. How could they be so heartless? However, Zhou Yanqiu thought of Wang Zhenjiang and understood the situation. It is often said that all parents are perfect, but this isn't always true. There are quite a few unfit parents out there. Zhou Yanqiu sighed inwardly, realizing that He-jing was truly a fellow sufferer. She felt pity for this poor girl and wanted to help her more. Although He-jing's ID shows she is 2 years older than Zhou Yanqiu, having lived 2 lives, considers things more carefully. He-jing is currently in the hospital, and the hospital expenses are mainly paid up front by the police station. From what Zhou Yanqiu knows, Zhang Yuanbiao's family has a lot of money, about 3,000 yuan. Some of that money will definitely be used to compensate He-jing. The main issue is that He-jing has no one to take care of her, and only nurses occasionally help out. The police officers come by when they are free but can't stay all the time, and it's not convenient for men to do this kind of work. So, the police have temporarily asked the nurses to help. But this isn't a long-term solution. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the water jug on the bedside table, checked it, and saw it was empty. She thought for a moment and softly said to He-jing, He-jing, stay here for a while. I'll go get some hot water and come back soon. He-jing gratefully and hoarsely replied, Okay, thank you. Zhou Yanqiu asked where to get water, paid 2 cents, and boiled a pot of hot water. Then she went to the nurse's station, where a nurse in her 30s was busy organizing patient files. Zhou Yanqiu politely called out, Nurse? The nurse looked up and saw the pretty girl from earlier. Is there something? Has the patient been found? Zhou Yanqiu smiled at her. Thank you. Yes, the patient has been found. I wanted to ask if we can hire someone to stay with her and help take care of her. The nurse was interested. She looked at the young, pretty girl, and the light made her skin look especially fair. Of course, you can have a companion. But do you want to hire one? What's your relationship with the girl in the bed? The nurse asked curiously, feeling a bit gossipy. She just checked He-jing's medical records and learned about her current condition. It is clear she has suffered long-term abuse and mistreatment. Moreover, she was sent to the hospital by the police, so everyone suspects she is a victim of a serious case. Zhou Yanqiu smiled slightly and said, Just a friend. I want to help her. The nurse saw that she couldn't find out anything more and didn't ask further out of curiosity. Caregiving costs money. Do you have enough? Zhou Yanqiu replied, I have money. How much does it cost to be a caregiver? Can I bring her over now to see her? The nurse said, during the day, caregiving costs 1 yuan per day. If you stay overnight and take care of her both day and night, it's 1.5 yuan. Plus, meals are included. She looked at her and asked, How many days do you want to hire her? Zhou Yanqiu, being wealthy, was not worried. She knew her money would only grow, and paying for a caregiver was a small matter for her. After thinking for a moment, she said, Let's start with half a month. Is that okay? The nurse nodded. Yes, I have an aunt who works here as a caregiver. I'll call her over in a moment. Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. Good, nurse sister. I'll go ahead first. When you're ready, just bring her over. Afterward, Zhou Yanqiu returned to the ward and greeted He-jing. He-jing, would you like to drink some water first? She found a cup on the bedside table, rinsed it with boiling water, then poured a glass of water and set it aside to cool. When the water cooled, Zhou Yanqiu planned to add a sip of spiritual spring water to it for He-jing to drink. It might help her a little. Having experienced the same pain in her past life, Zhou Yanqiu understood how hard it was. She had been caught in the rain before, and now that she had the chance, she wanted to help others. He-jing was happy and said, Yes, okay. She couldn't speak much now. Her throat had been almost worn out from crying over the years. As long as Zhou Yanqiu was by her side, Jing felt a strong sense of safety. A few minutes later, the water had cooled. Zhou Yanqiu poured a large sip of spiritual spring water into it. Jing, can you drink water? Jing nodded. Yes, I can. She looked a little hesitant and said slowly, but drinking too much water might cause trouble for the nurse. Zhou Yanqiu felt relieved. It's okay. Just drink some first. After saying that, she gently helped Jing to sit up and held a water cup near her mouth, slowly feeding her a drink. Jing only felt that the water in the cup was very tasty, warm with a refreshing coolness. Gulp gulp. She drank it all without leaving a drop. Zhou Yanqiu saw that Jing finished the water and gently laid her back on the bed. She softly said to her, Jing, I've arranged for a caregiver auntie to come soon. She will stay here with you from now on. If you need anything, just call her, okay? Hearing this, tears threatened to come out again. Zhou Yanqiu quickly stopped her. Jing, don't cry. It's not good for your health. Jing nodded desperately, her eyes red. Yes, I won't cry. My benefactor. Once I get better, I will definitely repay you, Zhou Yanqiu softly said. Don't think too much. The most important thing now is to rest and recover. Just then, a nurse and the caregiver auntie arrived. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the caregiver, who was about 50 years old, neatly dressed, and looked kind, making a good first impression. The nurse smiled and said to Zhou Yanqiu, Come, take a look, see if she's suitable. The caregiver auntie looked at Zhou Yanqiu a little shyly. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Yes, she looks capable. She'll definitely take good care of the patient. The nurse assured her, Don't worry, this auntie is very efficient. Zhou Yanqiu nodded decisively. All right, then I'll trouble her. With the nurse's guarantee, Zhou Yanqiu was not worried about her taking money and not working. She straightforwardly paid her 15 days' wages. The total was 22.5 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu also gave an extra 15 yuan for the meals during these 15 days, to be adjusted later if needed. Everything was arranged, and after Jing fell asleep, Zhou Yanqiu left. She planned to come back in about half a month. Jing was already deeply asleep, and the nourishing effect of the spring water was gradually showing. Zhou Yanqiu finished arranging everything for Jing and was about to leave the hospital. She walked out of the ward and headed toward the hospital entrance. Suddenly, her eyes froze. She saw Lu Hongyun sitting on the ground in another ward, looking disheveled. Zhou Yanqiu felt curious. How could Lu Hongyun be in this hospital? Could it be her terrible father? No, that pig-like Wang Junjiang is hospitalized? If so, that would be great. Maybe she emptied his whole family out of anger. Every cause has its effect. Your punishment is me. Now you're getting what you deserve. Ha. Feeling curious, Zhou Yanqiu went to the nurse station and asked the nurse who introduced her to the caregiver. The nurse looked at Lu Hongyun and said, her husband had a brain hemorrhage. Even if he recovers, he might have some after effects. After hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily. Great news. It's a big blessing. Sure enough, evil people are punished by heaven. If heaven doesn't punish them, I will. Zhou Yanqiu was very pleased with her actions from the day before. Oh, I see. Thank you, nurse. Zhou Yanqiu left the hospital with a bright smile. Back home. Good things have been happening one after another these days. It's hard to keep up. Zhou Yanqiu was so happy her smile almost looked like it was about to burst. At the bus station, she got on the bus back to Qingyang town. Throughout the journey, her smile never faded. When she arrived in Qingyang town, she took her bicycle. Suddenly, she remembered there was still a silly little animal in her space that she hadn't sold. She checked and saw that the silly little animal was doing well in her space. She decided to find a place to sell it. She looked around but couldn't find a suitable spot. She didn't have any contacts for this, so she thought of someone. Zhou Yanqiu found a quiet corner, knocked the little animal out, put it in a bag, and tied it to her bike. She rode her bicycle to the local supply and marketing cooperative. She still remembered Aunt Zhou, who worked there as a clerk. She had been very kind to her before. She wanted to ask Aunt Zhou if she knew where to sell this kind of animal in town. Asking around was better than wandering aimlessly. She entered the cooperative and immediately saw the chubby, tall Aunt Zhou. Zhou Yanqiu walked straight over with a smile on her face. Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou looked up and saw Zhou Yanqiu. She was surprised and said, "Oh, are you the little girl who came last time?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. "Aunt Zhou, I want to ask you something." Aunt Zhou cheerfully replied, "Sure, go ahead." Zhou Yanqiu whispered, "Aunt Zhou, I caught a silly roe deer on the mountain. Does our town have a place to sell it?" Hearing this, Aunt Zhou smiled. "Yes, I'll take you there." After that, Aunt Zhou greeted her colleagues at the supply and marketing cooperative. "I have to go out for a bit. Please watch things here." Then she took Zhou Yanqiu and left. It turned out that Aunt Zhou's husband was the chef at the state-run restaurant, and they also accepted wild game like this. In the end, the still-living roe deer weighed about 80 jin, around 40 kilograms. After butchering, there would be about 60 jin, 30 kilograms, of meat and bones left. Aunt Zhou's husband gave a good price, 40 cents per jin, because it was wild meat. This roe deer sold for 32 yuan. That's almost a month's salary for an average worker. Although it's not much for Zhou Yanqiu now, for many families, it was a significant amount of money. Remember, during this time, many people couldn't afford to eat meat more than twice a month. When they left, Aunt Zhou's husband told her she could come here to sell wild game again in the future. Zhou Yanqiu and Aunt Zhou returned to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhou Yanqiu bought 4 bottles of fruit preserves, a pound of chicken egg cakes, and spent several more yuan. But her grandma loved eating these sweet treats, so Zhou Yanqiu didn't mind spending the money. She rode her bicycle happily, humming a song softly, clearly in a very good mood. More than half an hour later, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Zhoujia village. Before reaching home, she happily shouted, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm back. Wow, our little Yanqiu is back. Come inside quickly." Li Guiyun hurriedly called her in. Outside, it was getting cold, and some ponds had started to freeze. Zhou Yanqiu parked her bike, carried her things, and jumped happily into the house. Li Guiyun saw her happy face and smiled too. "It looks like your wish has come true." "Are you so happy?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Yes, Auntie, in half a month, I will go to the county again. Old Chui wants to test me." Then Zhou Yanqiu sat next to her grandmother by the fire, pouting and acting cute for a while. "Grandma, I bought your favorite egg cakes again. Try some." Her grandmother looked at her kindly. "Why spend that money? Save it for yourself." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu immediately felt proud. "Grandma, I have money now. I don't need to save." She then took out the cloth bag she had with her. She had brought this bag before entering the village. Gently patting the bag, Zhou Yanqiu said with a smile, "Guess what's inside?" Zhou Lanfang widened her eyes. "What's inside? Is it money?" Zhou Lanfang hadn't left the house these days, worried that if her work was confirmed, she wouldn't be the first to know. Zhou Yanqiu smiled mysteriously, said nothing, and opened the bag. She first took out a thick book of Compendium of Materia Medica. "Oh, it's a book." Zhou Lanfang looked disappointed. "I thought it was money." Li Guiyun gently patted her. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Yanqiu reached into the bag again and pulled out a large bundle of banknotes. Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened. She then pulled out a second bundle. Her mouth opened wide. She pulled out a third bundle. Saliva started to drool. She then took out the 4th, 5th, and 6th bundles. Zhou Lanfang felt numb all over. Slurp, slurp. Her Aunt Li Guiyun also stared, never having seen so much money at once. But seeing Zhou Lanfang's helpless look, Li Guiyun couldn't help but give her a sharp tap on the forehead. "Look at how useless you are." Zhou Lanfang was pushed back by Li Guiyun's finger and fell into a squat. "This much money is rare. Even Zhou Jianjun has rarely seen so much." He asked, "Is this the money Chui Lao gave you for ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. "Yes, uncle. All these are from Chui Lao. I'll keep 2,000, and the rest will be kept here for safekeeping. If there are any expenses at home later, just take it." Zhou Jianjun shook his head. "Yanqiu, you can keep the money Chui Lao gave you. Uncle has enough money at home." Yanqiu insisted. "Uncle, just keep it for me. When I need it, I'll ask you for it." She looked pitiful and said, "Otherwise, if I lose it, it would be such a pity." Zhou Jianjun looked uncomfortable but finally agreed when Grandma nodded. "Xiao Yanxiu, let her keep it. She's a girl, and it's not proper to carry so much money. You just help her manage it." Yanxiu then mentioned going to the hospital to see He Jing. Grandma and Auntie sighed. "Such a good kid, and this is what happens? The family doesn't even visit. Aren't they afraid she'll lose hope?" Zhou Jianjun sneered, recalling the girl who saved him that day. "She's probably already lost hope. That family isn't honest." The family didn't oppose Yanxiu using her money to help He Jing with a companion. If the family had no money, Yanxiu's actions might be wrong. But now, she has quite a bit of her own money. No one in the village knows who has that much. Spending a little to help others is fine now. Besides, Yanxiu isn't a child anymore. She can make her own decisions, and this isn't doing anything bad. Adults only give her some advice. Especially because of He Jing, Zhou Lanfang is about to get a desirable job. But spending over 30 yuan in half a month still made her feel a bit distressed. Zhou Lanfang took the book, Compendium of Materia Medica, and flipped through it. It was full of illustrations and descriptions of traditional medicines. She asked curiously, "Yanxiu, is this the test Cui Lao gave you?" Yanxiu nodded. "Cui Lao asked me to memorize this book over half a month. After that, I'll go back to Cui Lao in the county." Zhou Lanfang looked at the thick book and sighed quietly. Such a thick book. How much could she possibly remember in half a month? If it were up to her, she would definitely be worried. But seeing Zhou Yanxiu's eager interest, she didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Nearby, Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt also looked at the thick book and felt a bit worried. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and said, "Yanxiu, we'll do our best. If old Cui's method doesn't work, we'll try other ways." Zhou Yanxiu knew that Uncle and the others were worried because old Cui had given him such a thick book, thinking the test might be too hard and that he might not pass. He smiled lightly and joked, "I understand, Uncle. If old Cui doesn't accept me as a disciple, it will be his loss." Zhou Jianjun felt relieved that Yanxiu wasn't carrying a heavy burden and nodded. "Yes, that's right. As long as we try our best, that's enough." At that moment, Tianpeng woke up, crawled out of Zhou Yanxiu's arms, and jumped onto his shoulder. "Chirp, chirp, 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 chirp." Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. She waved her hand and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about Tianpeng. Come here, sister wants to hold you." The clever and lively Tianpeng immediately caught everyone's attention. Such a chubby squirrel was rare, and it was so intelligent. When Tianpeng saw the people inside the house, he recognized them as his own, so he wasn't so nervous anymore. Seeing Zhou Lanfang greet him, Tianpeng jumped into her arms. Chirp, 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 chirp. Even Uncle Zhou, who is usually serious, couldn't help but smile when he looked at Tianpeng. Tianpeng stayed on each person's body for a while, then jumped back onto Zhou Yanxiu. He grabbed Zhou Yanxiu's sleeve and swung it around. Chirp, 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 chirp. I want to drink that sweet water. Zhou Yanxiu quickly understood what Tianpeng meant. Uncle, and I'm going to see Little White. Zhou Yanxiu returned to Grandma's house, took out a small bowl for Tianpeng to eat and drink, and poured a little spiritual spring water into it. He also squeezed some goat milk mixed with spiritual spring water for Little White to drink. Recently, after drinking this spiritual spring water, Xiaobai has been growing very quickly. Its energy has improved a lot, and now its eyes are open. It is starting to learn how to stand. It's easy to see that in just a few days, Xiaobai will be able to run around the yard freely. Its big, round eyes look at Zhou Yanxiu with affection. It also looks curious at Tianpeng, making soft sounds as it greets him. Seeing Zhou Yanxiu nearby, Tianpeng becomes braver. It jumps down from Zhou Yanxiu and tiptoes slowly toward Xiaobai, looking ready to run away at any moment. It has the cautiousness of a small mouse sneaking around. Meanwhile, Xiaobai is drinking milk and watching Tianpeng curiously. Finally, Tianpeng reaches Xiaobai and keeps its small eyes fixed on its head, afraid Xiaobai might turn and bite. Seeing that Xiaobai is still drinking peacefully, Tianpeng's courage grows. It gently reaches out with its tiny paw and touches Xiaobai's body, trembling slightly. At that moment, Xiaobai's tail moves. Tianpeng gets scared and quickly runs back to Zhou Yanqiu. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What a scary tiger. Tianpeng was so frightened. Zhou Yanqiu laughs as she pets Tianpeng's little head. Don't be afraid. Xiaobai won't hurt you. She has a gut feeling that Tianpeng and Xiaobai will become good friends in the future. Seeing Xiaobai, who is just fed and is being held by Zhou Yanqiu, Tianpeng no longer feels afraid. It jumps next to Xiaobai and reaches out with its small paw. This time, it bravely touches Xiaobai. In Zhou Yanqiu's arms, Tianpeng is fearless. In no time, Tianpeng dares to touch Xiaobai all over. Xiaobai also senses the scent of Zhou Yanqiu and the spiritual spring water on Tianpeng and doesn't resist. After playing with Tianpeng and Xiaobai for a while, Zhou Yanqiu puts Xiaobai back in its nest to rest. Xiaobai can't stand or run yet, so it needs more sleep. After dinner, Zhou Yanqiu takes out the book, Compendium of Materia Medica, and reads it slowly. She has a good memory, but she doesn't remember everything instantly. After reading it once, I started to remember some details. Reading it 3 or 5 more times helps me memorize it better. Zhou Yanqiu looked at some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs in the book. She became curious. She realized that not only plants like ginseng and reishi mushrooms can be used as medicine. In traditional Chinese medicine, everything can be used as medicine. Even the ash from cooking pots at home is called stove ash or furnace oil, also known as Fulon liver, and it is a type of medicinal herb that can be used to treat illnesses. Zhou Yanqiu was amazed and became more interested in the herbs described in the book. She kept reading and got completely absorbed. Everyone around her watched her read, without disturbing her. Even Tianpeng was quietly sleeping in Zhou Lanfang's arms. It was not until 10 p.m. that Zhou Jianjun called her. Yanqiu, don't read anymore tonight. It's time to sleep. Zhou Yanqiu finally realized it was late. She looked at the time and said, "Oh, it's already so late. Let's go to bed." Her grandmother had already gone back earlier. Zhou Yanqiu put the book away and said, "Tianpeng, we're going home." Tianpeng jumped from Zhou Lanfang's arms, and Zhou Yanqiu took Tianpeng with her. "Uncle, I'm going now." In the following days, Zhou Yanqiu mostly stayed at home reading, playing with Tianpeng, and feeding Xiaobai. Xiaobai can now stand up, and in a few days, it will start walking and running. So far, the genetic issues seen in the white tiger have not appeared in Xiaobai. She hasn't been to the mountain for 3 days. Zhou Yanqiu has already read through the Compendium of Materia Medica once and has a general idea of what it describes. Ancient people's wisdom is truly impressive. That day, when she looked outside, the weather was nice. She suddenly felt like going out, not reading anymore, and taking a walk in the mountains to relax and look for rare, valuable herbs. Currently, her space only contains a few herbs like ginseng, reishi mushrooms, and tianma. She has become interested in these herbs and wants to find more rare medicinal plants to add to her space. Ginseng is especially valuable. The older it is, the better its effects, and it's very precious. She's not very interested in herbs that grow in just 1 year. They can be bought anywhere, so there's no need to spend effort collecting them. The most famous medicinal herb from Changbai Mountain is ginseng. So her main goal is still ginseng. It is precious and valuable. Every day it grows in her space, it becomes more valuable. Soon, her space will be filled with ginseng that is hundreds or even thousands of years old. Just one piece would be a priceless treasure. After thinking it over, Zhou Yanqiu greeted her grandmother, packed her basket, and took her knife, rope, and other mountain tools. She took Tianpeng and headed up Mount Changbai. By the way, Tianpeng hadn't been back to the mountain for several days. She decided to take it back to let it relax and play. Thanks to the spiritual spring water in her space, Zhou Yanqiu's body had already recovered well. Her daily meals were much better than before. She had gained some weight too. Although she was still slim, she looked much healthier than before. Last time, she checked her weight, and it was already 90 jin, about 45 kilograms. In a few months, She might reach 110 to 120 jin, about 55 to 60 kilograms. With her height, 120 jin wouldn't be considered fat. After all, she was 1.72 meters tall. Not only her, but even her grandmother looked much younger. Recently, Zhou Yanqiu carefully observed her grandmother's hair roots. They were slowly turning black again. Even her wrinkles had lessened, and her skin looked shiny. It was clear that her grandmother was recovering very well thanks to the spring water treatment. Many older women in the village asked her grandmother about her skincare secrets. Her grandmother just smiled and said she was in a good mood lately, eating well, so she felt more energetic. Zhou Yanqiu hummed a little tune happily, with Tianping sitting on her shoulder, running up the mountain. They were very familiar with the way. Zhou Yanqiu planned to explore some places she hadn't visited last time. Mount Changbai was so big, she had only been there 2 or 3 times. There were still many places she hadn't seen, and she didn't know how many treasures were hidden inside. When she reached the forest, Zhou Yanqiu relaxed her pace. She felt her strength and stamina increasing little by little every day, even if just a little. She could feel herself getting stronger. Climbing the mountain trail was becoming easier and easier. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the spot where Mama Tiger had taken her to see Little White last time. Zhou Yanqiu looked around but didn't see any sign of the tiger. It seems it went somewhere else to hunt. Never mind, I won't look for it anymore. Zhou Yanqiu and Tianping headed in a different direction. Today, they decided to search for medicinal herbs in a new area. In Zhou Yanqiu's mind, she kept noticing red dots appearing. Wild ginseng, 12 years old, highly valuable medicinally. Wild ginseng, 3 years old, highly valuable medicinally. Wild ginseng, 5 years old, highly valuable medicinally. Wild lingji mushroom, 30 years old, highly valuable medicinally. Zhou Yanqiu happily collected each precious herb she found. Tianpeng had already left Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder and jumped onto a familiar big tree. It moved from one tree to another, following closely behind Zhou Yanqiu. On the tree, Tianpeng used its special skills to scout for enemies for Zhou Yanqiu. Since drinking the spiritual spring water every day, its fur has become shinier and more beautiful. It can also understand simple commands from Zhou Yanqiu now. On the ground, Zhou Yanqiu kept discovering some good things. Deep in the mountain, there are very few people around. Sometimes, she found rare mushrooms like lion's mane mushrooms, which are quite prized. As she walked, she picked up some, though not as many as nearly 200 jin last time, but still quite a lot. Oh look, it's matsutake mushrooms. Their value is just as high as lion's mane mushrooms. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up when she saw a cluster of matsutake mushrooms just breaking through the soil on the ground. She definitely couldn't miss this. She gathered all of them, and after checking there were about 2 jin. Such good stuff. She kept it for herself to eat. Zhou Yanqiu happily stored the mushrooms in her space. She had seen these good things before, but she hadn't eaten them yet. She planned to ask her aunt how to cook them when she got home. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tianpeng made a warning sound from above. Zhou Yanqiu looked ahead and saw 2 or 3 colorful wild pheasants foraging about 20 meters in front. Her eyes lit up. Could this be the perfect ingredient to go with the matsutake mushrooms? Matsutake mushroom chicken soup. That settled it. Under Tianping's warning, Zhou Yanqiu saw about 20 meters ahead a colorful wild chicken. The colorful wild chicken was plump, clearly well-fed. There were 3 of them, and she wondered how many she could catch. She kept a calm face, quietly holding 3 small stones in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she held her breath and squinted her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Instead of their usual charm, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Colorful wild chickens, please don't run away. Leave them all for me. Zhou Yanqiu flicked her hand, and the 3 stones shot out quickly. They aimed directly at the 3 colorful wild chickens. Goo 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 goo, 2 of the chickens were hit and fell to the ground. The 3rd stone missed its target, and the surviving chicken, frightened, spread its wings and flew away. Zhou Yanqiu sighed regretfully. It's a pity she didn't catch all of them. These chickens looked like they would taste good. But hitting 2 is still good, especially since they were 20 meters away, and she managed to hit 3 at once. It's normal not to catch all of them, but Zhou Yanxiu was a little dissatisfied. She decided she needed more practice. She went forward and stored the 2 chickens into her space. Just as she was about to continue, searching for new herbs, her space had already stored over 10 different aged ginsengs and a 30-year-old wild lingzhi mushroom. Today's harvest was quite good. She thought so because her material radar was working well. If she still couldn't find these treasures, that would be strange. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Tianpeng, on the tree, suddenly shouted in alarm. Zhou Yanxiu's heart immediately tensed. She reached out and grabbed her machete. Tianpeng must have sensed some danger, warning her. After taking a few steps forward, Zhou Yanxiu heard a loud roar of a large beast. How the sound carried a hint of pain. She instantly recognized it. Unlike the tender call of Xiaobai, this voice was full of authority and dominance. Zhou Yanxiu's face grew serious. She tightly gripped her machete in her left hand, and her right hand quietly appeared with a few small stones. As long as she stays alert, she still has a chance to face this fierce tiger. She quietly called Tianpeng down from the tree and placed it into her space. Compared to leaving Tianpeng on the tree, she feels safer keeping it inside the space. She also isn't worried about Tianpeng contaminating the spiritual spring well. Without her permission, no other animals can enter the courtyard. Tianpeng is very clever. It never disturbs things outside the courtyard. Plus, the ginseng and lingzhi are not its favorite foods. So, Zhou Yanxiu isn't worried about Tianpeng causing trouble inside. And as long as she wants, she can observe the space from outside. Putting Tianpeng into the space allows her to focus on dealing with a possible threat of the tiger. She slowly walks forward, ready to retreat into the space immediately if something feels wrong. She won't pretend to be brave. Zhou Yanxiu quietly wonders if this tiger is Little White's mother. She takes a few more steps forward. Suddenly, she sees a thick yellow tail sticking out from a bush ahead. Her eyes narrow. Sure enough, it's a tiger. She can recognize that sturdy tiger tail at a glance. In this mountain, only a tiger would have such a tail. A breeze blows from ahead, carrying a faint smell of blood. Is the tiger injured or eating? Curiosity sparks in her heart. The tiger's roar earlier sounded strange. Could it be hurt? She quietly moves around to the other side, right in front of the tiger. She wants to see what's really happening. After 10 minutes, she reaches about 30 meters in front of the tiger and spots it immediately. The tiger looks very familiar, almost like Little White's mother. Just as Zhou Yanxiu wants to confirm, the tiger notices her first. Both of them freeze for a moment. The tiger recognized her and did not threaten her with a roar. Instead, it let out a soft, sad whimper. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Then, the tiger stood up, its strong, sturdy tail wagging like a puppy's. It limped forward on its 2 front legs, approaching her. It showed no signs of hostility. The king of the animals in the mountain, this title is well-deserved. Even though the tiger was injured, the sense of pressure it gave off was so strong that she could feel it from 30 feet away. Watching the tiger slowly walk toward her, Zhou Yanxiu's pupils shrank and her nerves tightened. She tightly gripped her knife. If the tiger attacked her, even if it was Xiaobai's mother, Zhou Yanxiu would fight back without hesitation. Fortunately, the tiger stopped about 10 meters from her. Then it lay down on the ground and looked at her. Ooh, ooh, it called a few times. Then it lowered its head to lick the wound on its front left leg. The fur on the tiger's left front leg was soaked with blood, indicating a serious injury. The tiger was hurt. What other animals in this mountain could have caused such a wound? Seeing that the tiger showed no hostility toward her, Zhou Yanxiu cautiously took a few steps forward, wanting to check the injury. She moved slowly because it was a wild tiger. Although she felt some connection because of Xiaobai, she still dared not let her guard down. When she was less than 3 meters from the tiger, it still showed no signs of attacking. Only then did Zhou Yanxiu relax a little, looking into the tiger's eyes. She gently said, "I'm here to help you check your wound. Please don't misunderstand." She carefully crouched down and reached out her hand to touch the tiger. The tiger sensed her caution and simply turned its head aside, then extended its injured front leg toward her. It let out a soft, ooh sound. A deep, rolling noise came from its throat, like marbles rolling inside. "Zhou Yanqiu, are you turning into a spirit now?" She carefully touched the injured leg. The tiger's body trembled slightly, but remained still. She let out a breath of relief, her earlier tension almost making her sweat. The wound on the tiger's front leg was still slowly bleeding, and it seemed the blood flow hadn't stopped yet. She took a small amount of spiritual spring water from her space and poured it onto the wound on the tiger's leg. First, she needed to clean the blood around the wound so she could see what kind of injury it was. The smell of the spring water attracted the tiger's attention. It sniffed the water and eagerly licked the spring water on its front leg. Eventually, the spring water washed away the blood near the tiger's wound, revealing a deep wound about the size of a peanut. Zhou Yanqiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and her mind exploded like a thunderclap. Could this be a gunshot wound? After seeing the tiger's wound, Zhou Yanqiu knew it definitely wasn't caused by another animal. It was caused by a human using a gun. She noticed that the tiger didn't seem to have any hostility towards her and gradually relaxed her guard. It seemed to be a clever and perceptive tiger. If it weren't intelligent, it wouldn't have brought Little White to her last time. If that hadn't happened, she might not have treated this tiger's wound today. Now, even if only for Little White's sake, she would do her best to treat the tiger's injury. Although she didn't know much, with the spring water, she was confident she couldn't do worse. The tiger looked at Zhou Yanqiu with gentle eyes. It sensed the familiar scent it liked, and also the smell of its cub, Little White, on her. The tiger had a gunshot wound, which was troublesome. She knew her uncle Zhou Jianjun's family kept hunting guns registered at the police station, but the wound from that bullet didn't look like it was caused by one. It looked more like a gunshot from a military-style weapon used in movies. Zhou Yanqiu frowned. It seemed the situation was more complicated. She wasn't sure if the tiger was hurt by poachers or someone else. But this wound needed to be treated quickly, or it could easily get infected. First, she had to stop the bleeding. She checked and was relieved that the bullet had passed through the flesh and only poked out on the other side, not lodged in the bone. That was of luck. If it had been stuck in the bone, she wouldn't know what to do. She thought for a moment and took a bowl from her space, filled it with spiritual spring water, and placed it in front of the tiger, signaling it to drink. The tiger sniffed the water, suddenly became excited, and gently rubbed its big head against Zhou Yanqiu to show affection. Then it lowered its head and drank eagerly. While the tiger was drinking, she washed her wound again with spiritual spring water and saw the sharp tip of a bullet. She clenched her fists tightly and pulled hard to remove it. The bullet was successfully taken out. The tiger let out a low, pained growl. Zhou Yanqiu quickly comforted it and poured another bowl of spiritual spring water from her space. Seeing the water, the tiger no longer cared about its pain and started drinking greedily again. This is a natural animal instinct. The bowl of spiritual spring water was very tempting to it. The tiger's wound was still bleeding, and Zhou Yanqiu remembered from the book, Compendium of Materia Medica, that there was a plant called Xianhe grass in Changbai Mountain that could stop bleeding and treat wounds. She planned to look for it nearby. The book said this plant was quite common. It shouldn't be hard to find. Zhou Yanqiu patted the tiger's big head and rubbed it gently. "Wait here, I'll find some medicine for you." Then she ran off to look for the Xianhe grass. It turned out that this plant was indeed very common in Changbai Mountain. A few minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu stared blankly at the Xianhe grass in front of her. She found the plant, but it was already withered in this season. She didn't know if the withered grass still had the ability to stop bleeding. She scratched her head and took out Compendium of Materia Medica from her space to look again. Suddenly, she realized, so even dried Xianhe grass can stop bleeding. Excited, she picked a bunch of the leaves. It weighed about a jin, roughly half a kilogram. Looking at the pile of dried Xianhe grass leaves, she thought, these should be enough. If not, she could pick more later. She hurriedly ran back to the tiger's location. The clever tiger was lying still, seemingly knowing she would come back. It was waiting patiently for her. When she returned, the tiger made a couple of soft sounds in its throat, almost like it was showing affection. Zhou Yanqiu was no longer afraid of the tiger. She stepped forward, reached out, and gently rubbed its head. She saw blood seeping from the wound on its front leg. Zhou Yanqiu sighed, then washed the wound with spiritual spring water. She crushed the fairy crane grass and applied the powder to the tiger's wound. She found a clean cloth from her space and wrapped the wound tightly. After a while, the blood stopped seeping out. Zhou Yanqiu felt happy and smiled, thinking she had managed to stop the tiger's bleeding herself today. She felt a sense of achievement. She had delayed for a while to save the tiger. Now, she was ready to go down the mountain. The tiger drank 2 bowls of spiritual spring water and was bandaged with medicine, which stopped the bleeding. Its spirit was much better. It could stand now, but hunting might be difficult for the next couple of days. She patted the tiger's big head and stood up. I'm leaving now. Be careful on the mountain these days. If you see those bad people again, stay far away. In a few days, I will bring Little White to see you. She wanted to descend the mountain early because there were people with guns coming up probably not far from here. It seemed the mountain was no longer very safe, so she needed to warn her uncle not to go up the mountain these days. Zhou Yanqiu also remembered the treasure in the cave she had hidden. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be a coincidence? No matter. She decided to leave now. The treasure in the cave was perfectly hidden. No one knew she had it, and no one would suspect her. The treasure was in her pocket now. It was hers, and no one could take it away. Besides, anyone storing so many treasures in that cave was probably not a good person. She had taken a lot of wealth from the people, and she felt no guilt at all. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu walk down the mountain, the tiger watched her leave with reluctance. Once she was out of sight, the tiger hobbled off to another place. Its den was not here, but somewhere else. When faced with danger earlier, it didn't run to its den, fearing it might bring trouble back. About half an hour after Zhou Yanqiu and the tiger left, 5 people arrived at the spot. They were 5 burly men with fierce faces, clearly not good people. Everyone has a shiny military dagger at their waist. 2 of them carry rifles that don't look like they belong to the local army. The leader has a pistol at his waist and a telescope hanging on his chest. Each person carries a US-style backpack. It seems they're carrying food and supplies inside. One person crouched at the tiger's previous hiding spot and looked around. Boss, someone might have been here earlier. The leader is at least 1.8 meters tall. He has a dark face with a scar running from the corner of his mouth to his eyebrow, almost hitting his eye. He looks fierce and ugly. A harsh voice says, if they came, they came. Maybe they are hunters from the mountain. As long as they didn't see us, it's good luck for us. The person checking the tracks looks serious. It's not just people. The tiger we injured earlier was also here not long ago. Do humans and tigers live peacefully? Even the big man, leading the group, listens carefully. He picks up some dry leaves from the ground. These are the leaves of the crane herb that Zhou Yanqiu once picked. This is a common herb in these mountains, and it can stop bleeding. Hiss. The person examining the tracks gasps in surprise. Could it be that someone healed the tiger's wound? That tiger is wild, yet someone dared to get so close and treat its injury. Amazing! A man with a gun nearby dismisses this. That's nothing. Maybe several people worked together to subdue the tiger. Tiger, I tell you, you're overreacting. The person called Tiger is thin, about 1.7 meters tall, with eyes that keep darting around. He looks cunning, full of tricks. People like him often have clever ideas and skills they excel at. Hearing the gunman, he shakes his head. No, it's not several people, just one. Now the gunman stops talking too. Even he wouldn't dare get close to an injured tiger. The leading man smiled calmly. Big Nyo, don't underestimate these hunters going up the mountain. Many of the local people are very skilled and keep their abilities hidden. If you face them, even I could get into serious trouble if I'm not careful. The man named Big Nyo, who was holding a gun, was tall and strong, a few centimeters taller than the leader. He shook his rifle and said confidently, "No worries. On this mountain, no matter how good they are, they can't beat us. We'll make sure they have no way back." Ignoring Big Nyo's reckless words, the leader looked around the environment and frowned. Carefully, he took out an old-looking piece of brown paper from his backpack. He opened it and examined it closely. He thought to himself that the map was very worn out, with many markings unclear. Still, the area should be nearby. It might take a few more days to search place by place. As long as they stay hidden, it would just mean more effort. But he still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. This land didn't belong to them. If they were discovered and reported to the local authorities, it could cause trouble. They might even attract the army's attention. Yes, these 5 people were not from the mainland, but sent from the island. They received intelligence that during World War II, there was a weapons depot here containing important military documents. Their mission was to retrieve the secret military information stored in that depot. However, because the map was old and heavily worn, and they had been on the mountain for 3 days without finding the exact location, the tiger they saw earlier was too close, which is why they shot it. Unfortunately, the tiger was too clever and escaped far away. But their goal wasn't to hunt protected animals like tigers. So, they didn't pay much attention to it. Tigers are not humans and can't send messages to the government down below. "Let's go to another place and look again," the leader said. Under his command, they hurried toward another location. Xiao Yanxiu left the mountain, still worried about the tiger's wound. While on the mountain, she felt an inexplicable unease, as if danger was approaching. Although she didn't know why she had this feeling, she chose to trust her instincts.
So she quickly went down the mountain.
Near the bottom, she took out the flower-tailed wild chicken and matsutake mushrooms from her space and put them into her basket. Tianpeng was released from her space and jumped onto her shoulder. Just earlier, Tianpeng was frightened by an adult tiger. Zhou Yanxiu thought that next time she met the little white and that tiger, she would let Tianpeng get to know them. This way, Tianpeng wouldn't be so scared anymore. She carried her basket into the village and saw a woman with messy hair, wearing a floral padded jacket, staring at her intently. Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit confused but didn't think much of it. Since she was from the village, she nodded at her and quickly went home. She pushed open her uncle's door, placed the basket at the kitchen entrance, and went to check the kitchen. Her aunt, Li Guiyun, was not there. She turned to the main room and called out, "Annie, Auntie? Ah, you're here. Yanxiu, you're back." Li Guiyun responded and came out of her room. When she saw Zhou Yanxiu, her anger disappeared instantly, and she put on a smile again. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and took Li Guiyun's arm. "Auntie, guess what I found on the mountain this time?" Hearing this, Li Guiyun's face turned serious and a little upset. She said with concern, "Child, next time you go up the mountain, bring your uncle with you. He can help if anything happens." Zhou Yanxiu knew her aunt was worried about her. She chuckled and didn't reply directly. Got it. Auntie, I know you love me the most. Come see what I found on the mountain." Li Guiyun followed her to the kitchen door. "Found something good again." Zhou Yanxiu grinned proudly. "Of course, something delicious. We'll stew it tonight." She then removed the dry leaves from the basket. Inside the basket, the 2 flower-tailed wild chickens and a bag of matsutake mushrooms appeared before Li Guiyun. Seeing the wild chickens, Li Guiyun wasn't surprised, but when she saw the mushrooms, she was so excited, she patted her thigh. "Oh my, are those matsutake? That's a real treasure." Zhou Yanxiu proudly crossed her arms. "Auntie, we'll eat this tonight." Li Guiyun clapped her hands and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. We'll eat this. Since you came, our family has been eating better and better. We go up the mountain not empty-handed, even more impressive than your uncle." After saying that, Li Guiyun gave her a big thumbs up. Zhou Yanxiu, feeling praised, blushed and said, "By the way, Auntie, where are Uncle and Lanfang?" Li Guiyun happily replied, "They went to the village office. There's a call coming soon, probably from the town. I don't know if it's about your sister's work." Zhou Yanxiu's eyes widened with excitement. "Really?" Before Li Guiyun could answer, The front door creaked open. Mom, Mom. A familiar voice of Zhou Lanfang was heard before she was seen. My work has come through. I need to go handle the paperwork tomorrow. At this moment, both Li Guiyun and Zhou Yanqiu received definite news, and they were both very happy. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Lanfang was even more excited. She quickly stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Yanqiu, thank you. If it weren't for you giving me the spot, I wouldn't have gotten this job. Zhou Lanfang was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak clearly. These days, a work spot is very precious. Many families spend all they have just to get such a chance, but they can't find it. And she got it easily. No matter the reason, this job was obtained by Zhou Yanqiu. The most grateful person right now is Zhou Lanfang. She knew exactly how this job came about. All the effort was from her dear cousin, and she and Zhang Qiulan just happened to be credited for helping out. She heard that later. The three of them would also receive a generous cash reward. Zhou Lanfang was truly overwhelmed with excitement today. She hugged Zhou Yanqiu tightly, tears streaming down her face as she started crying. Zhou Yanqiu quickly patted her back and sincerely congratulated her. Sister, this is great news. Why are you crying? Zhou Lanfang let go of Zhou Yanqiu, still with tears on her face, and chuckled, a popping out of her nose. Embarrassed, Zhou Lanfang turned her head away. Oh no, Zhou Yanqiu also laughed so hard, she bent over. Li Guiyun, standing nearby, was so excited she didn't know what to say. Uncle Zhou, Jianjun, also came back from behind. Just now, Zhou Lanfang ran home happily, arriving before him. As soon as Zhou Jianjun entered, he saw Li Guiyun looking at him with an excited face. Zhou Jianjun's face was slightly red, showing he was also feeling excited. Yes, it's settled. We go to the town tomorrow to register. Li Guiyun clapped her hands excitedly, unable to speak clearly. After a while, Li Guiyun calmed down, her face flushed with excitement, and said, Perfect. Yanqiu made some good things in the mountains today. We'll eat that tonight. Then she hurried to the kitchen. Yanqiu accidentally saw a tear of excitement fall from Li Guiyun's face when she turned around. Poor parents' hearts. Although Li Guiyun often scolds Zhou Lanfang, she worries about her daughter deep down. She is her only daughter. After 10 months of pregnancy and many hardships, a mother naturally cares and feels distressed. Seeing her daughter not working and seeming aimless, not wanting to marry, she worries about her future. Now her daughter has a good job. Those who used to mock her secretly can be jealous now. She feels relieved and proud. In the village, she can show off her daughter now. Zhou Jianjun happily said, Yanqiu Lanfang, go inside and talk. It's cold outside. Zhou Lanfang pulled Zhou Yanqiu back into the room, very excited today. Yanqiu, what should I wear for tomorrow's procedures? Sigh, I don't know if I can do this job well. Before starting work, Zhou Lanfang felt anxious, worried she might not be capable. Yanqiu comforted her, Sister, don't think too much. You can do it. Besides, Uncle Zhang is the deputy director inside. If anything happens, just ask Uncle Zhang. Zhou Lanfang's tense mood eased a little. You're right, but she still couldn't shake her happiness, feeling like she had suddenly become very rich. Outside, Grandma's happy voice came through. Junzi, I heard Lanfang's job is settled. Zhou Jianjun's tone couldn't hide his happiness. Mom, it's settled. Just got a call from the town. We can go to register tomorrow. Grandma also said excitedly, this is such wonderful news. We must celebrate properly. Tonight, go call your second uncle and Jianhua over. Have them come for drinks. Is there any wine at home? If not, go buy a couple of bottles. Don't forget to be polite. Zhou Jianjun slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I'll go right now. He then rode his bike quickly out the door. The two sisters ran out of the house, each helping Grandma inside. Inside, Grandma watched Zhou Lanfang running around like a colorful butterfly, changing clothes 2 or 3 times, asking for their help to choose. Grandma and Zhou Yanqiu looked a bit unsure, so they made the decision for her. Just wear this tomorrow. They're even sending uniforms now. Zhou Lanfang finally stopped, rubbing her face hard with both hands. Oh dear, why does my face feel so tired? Haha, Zhou Yanxiu and Grandma couldn't help but laugh. In the evening, Li Guiyun prepared a big dinner. There was wild chicken stewed with matsutake mushrooms, pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli, monkey head mushrooms stir-fried with sliced meat,
Stirfrid bokchoy.
a plate of fried peanuts. There were 8 dishes in total, more than what is usually served even during New Year celebrations. Today, Li Guiyun happily used everything she had at home. She was so pleased that cooking so much didn't tire her at all, and her smile never faded. Zhou Jianjun first bought 2 bottles of good wine for 5 yuan. By the time he returned, the food was ready. Then Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Xingbang arrived. Each of them gave Zhou Lanfang a red envelope with 5 yuan inside. That was quite a lot. Zhou Lanfang happily took the red envelope, smiling as she said, "Thank you, second grandpa." "Thank you, Uncle Jianhua." Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Lanfang with mixed feelings. They wondered what kind of luck she had found. She had just gotten a job at the police station. Now, many people in the village would probably be jealous. People in the village tend to compare themselves and worry about others doing better than them. When Zhou Lanfang got a police job, those gossiping women would definitely be talking behind her back. Zhou Xingbang thought to himself, I need to pay more attention to the gossip in the village in the future. I can't let people easily smear my reputation. He knew well how harsh some people's words could be in the village. Looking at the dishes on the table and the arranged wine, both Zhou Xingbang and Zhou Jianhua looked a bit moved. Zhou Xingbang happily said, "Junzi's wife, this is too wasteful. Why are there so many good dishes?" Li Guiyun waved her hand. "Today, Lanfang's work is settled. I'm happy. Uncle and Jianhua, drink more and eat more. Dishes made with spiritual spring water can't taste bad, right? It's a delicious and nutritious dinner. Just this meal alone is enough to boast about for a long time." In the end, Zhou Jianjun was so happy tonight that he drank a bit too much. Later that night, Zhou Yanxiu was still thinking about the mountain after Grandma fell asleep. Since Zhou Yanxiu came to Grandma's house, he surprisingly had trouble sleeping tonight. He kept thinking about the wound of the old tiger in the mountain. Unconsciously, he only fell into deep sleep around midnight. When he woke up at dawn, Grandma had already prepared breakfast. Originally, Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun wanted Grandma to eat 3 meals a day at their place, but Grandma preferred to cook her own breakfast, so she didn't go over. As Grandma said, sometimes she still needed to cook herself, or she might forget how to cook in the future. After breakfast with Grandma, she smiled happily and said, "Ever since Yanxiu came, life at home has been so smooth. We eat well, sleep soundly. Other old ladies say I look several years younger. I feel like I could live to 100. After saying that, Grandma also chuckled happily. Seeing Grandma so happy, Yanxiu said softly, "Grandma, you will live to 150 years old. Then you'll become an old monster." "No, I'm not an old monster. I'm an old longevity star." Ha ha. The laughter of the old and the young blended happily. Soon, the door was pushed open and Zhou Lanfang walked in neatly, saying crisply, "Grandma, Yanxiu, I need to go to the town to handle some paperwork. My dad is going with me." "Yanxiu, are you going to the town?" Today, Zhou Yanxiu had something on her mind, so she refused her sister. "Sister, you and uncle can go. I'll stay at home and wait for your good news." Zhou Lanfang felt a little disappointed but quickly smiled again. "I was planning to take you to town to have some fun. We can also stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a few things. By the way, Yanxiu, is there anything you want? I can bring it back for you." Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said, "Sister, I don't need anything right now. Once you officially start your new job, I'll come find you. Today, I'll stay home and read more books." She looked at Zhou Lanfang and said, "Sister, you look very pretty today. Your skin also looks much whiter." Zhou Lanfang was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Yanxiu, don't lie to me." Zhou Yanxiu teased her. "How could I lie? Just look in the mirror and see for yourself." Actually, not only Zhou Lanfang but also Li Guilun had some changes. The changes weren't very obvious, and they hadn't really noticed before. But if you looked carefully, You could see it. This spiritual spring fruit is truly extraordinary. Even after diluting it so much, it still has such effects. Zhou Lanfang found a small mirror in Grandma's room, looked into it, and exclaimed happily, "Wow, Yanqiu, you're a bit whiter than before. Your skin looks better too." This made Zhou Lanfang instantly more confident. She smiled so broadly her eyes squinted, feeling very happy. "Yanqiu, I'll get ready to go now. I'll bring you some delicious food when I come back." Zhou Yanqiu watched her sister walk away with a gentle smile. Soon after, she saw Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang each riding a bicycle out of the village. She watched for a while, feeling happy for her sister. After all, this was a good job, but the daily commute took too long. It took over half an hour to ride there, and she didn't know if the town police station would arrange a dormitory. Back inside, the little white bird suddenly jumped onto her shoulder. While Grandma wasn't paying attention, she took out some pine nuts from her space to feed it, along with a bowl of spiritual spring water. She also squeezed some goat milk, mixed it with spiritual spring water, and fed it to Little White. After finishing, Zhou Yanqiu took out the Compendium of Materia Medica to read again. Half an hour later, she closed the book. She thought, "I can't keep reading today. I just can't focus anymore." I don't know why, but she kept thinking about the things on the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and decided to go back to the mountain today. "Grandma, I'm going out. Don't wait for me to eat lunch." Without waiting for her grandma's reply, she took Tianpeng, thought for a moment, picked up Xiaobai, and put him into her space. Then she hurriedly left. Her grandma called out behind her, "Bring some food." Zhou Yanqiu replied, "Grandma, I brought some." An hour later, she arrived at the place where she had rescued the tiger yesterday. "Tianpeng, go up the tree and keep watch." Tianpeng understood and quickly climbed up a nearby big tree. With Tianpeng on guard above, she could relax a little and look for the big tiger. When she left yesterday, she saw the tiger heading in another direction. That probably was its real den. On the way, she also looked for pine nuts, hazelnuts, and other things to prepare supplies for Tianpeng. She could also roast some to make snacks for herself. Just as she was about to move forward, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly stopped and squatted down. She saw a piece of wrapping paper on the ground. The wrapping paper wasn't anything special, but strangely, it wasn't from their country. It had English words printed on it. The words popped into Zhou Yanqiu's mind. She looked around and found 2 more pieces of the same wrapping paper. When she helped treat the tiger's wounds yesterday, she didn't see this wrapping paper here at all. She looked carefully and also found a cigarette on the ground. It was a filtered cigarette. This definitely wasn't smoked by locals, as there are no stores selling filtered cigarettes here. It was clear an outsider was spying here. She didn't know what those spies were looking for on the mountain, but she was sure that those spies or enemies had guns, and the tiger's wound was caused by one of them. In an instant, Zhou Yanqiu pieced everything together. Her mind buzzed. No matter how capable she was, she didn't know how to handle this kind of situation. Her first thought was to quickly go down the mountain and call Uncle Zhang from the town police station to send someone over. With this in mind, Zhou Yanqiu called out to Tianpeng and prepared to leave. But the treetop Tianpeng suddenly made a sharp warning sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Zhou Yanqiu was startled and quickly looked back, hiding behind a large tree. "Please don't let it be those enemy agents." She saw rustling sounds coming from the bushes behind her. The dry grass, reaching her waist, was pushed aside, revealing a large creature moving inside. Zhou Yanqiu sighed in relief. If it was just an animal from the mountains, she wouldn't be too afraid. Her only concern was that there might be armed enemy agents in the area. The big animal looked a bit panicked, as if it was running away, rushing blindly. Suddenly, a tiger emerged from the dry grass, holding a small yellow tiger cub in its mouth. The tiger's front leg seemed injured, causing it to walk with a limp. The injured area was wrapped with a cloth, clearly put there by a person. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Isn't this the tiger she was looking for? It's also Xiaobai's mother. That cloth was the one she bandaged yesterday. Zhou Yanqiu was happy. She was just about to go and check the tiger's injury when it ran right up to her. She was about to step out from behind the tree to greet the tiger. Suddenly, a silenced gunshot rang out, and blood spurted from the tiger's hind leg. The tiger let out a cry of pain and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Yanqiu immediately shrank back, her heart pounding. It wasn't an ordinary hunting rifle, it was a military-grade rifle capable of killing on the battlefield. This confirmed it. Those were definitely enemy agents. No wonder the tiger was fleeing from them. She didn't know how far the enemy was from here, but her alertness was now at its highest. She crouched down, using the bushes for cover, and looked behind her. She hadn't seen any sign of the enemy yet. They must still be some distance away. People say that such rifles can shoot from over a mile away, killing from a long distance. So it's normal she didn't see them. Right now, she couldn't see the enemy's location, and they didn't know she was here. Zhou Yanqiu's best choice was to quietly slip away, disappear before the enemy noticed, and quickly go down the mountain to report. Just like that, the tiger, White's mother, would probably die at the hands of those enemy agents. Those people are all ruthless and cruel. With powerful guns and equipment, the fierce beasts in the mountains are really no match for them. The tiger fell to the ground, with its front leg wounds not yet healed and new injuries on its back leg. It seemed it couldn't walk anymore. Howl. The tiger let out a sad cry and dropped the little tiger it was holding in its mouth. With tears in its eyes, it nudged the little tiger with its head, trying to make it leave quickly. There was only a dead end here. Zhou Yanqiu, hiding behind a tree, felt very sad. Tigers don't eat their own young. Even when their lives are threatened, this mother tiger still wants her baby to escape danger. But this little tiger was born only a few days ago and couldn't even stand up, so it couldn't run away at all. If she didn't act, both mother and baby tiger would surely die here. Zhou Yanqiu hid behind the tree, thought carefully, and still couldn't bring herself to leave these two tigers behind. If she used all her cards, she might have a fighting chance against those enemy agents. At worst, she could hide in her space and not come out. But right now, she didn't know how many enemies there were, so she didn't dare to rush out. After thinking, Zhou Yanqiu lowered herself again, making sure she couldn't be seen from afar. Then she quietly poked her head out from behind the tree and greeted the tiger. Hi. The tiger on the ground suddenly looked up and immediately recognized Zhou Yanqiu. It wagged its tail happily. In a low voice, it howled a few times. It looked like it saw a savior, grabbed the little tiger, and swung it toward her. A black line appeared on Zhou Yanqiu's forehead. This tiger was trying to throw the little tiger to her to take care of. It was too irresponsible to just abandon the little tiger like that. The tiger turned its head and whined twice, then snorted at her, signaling danger behind her. Zhou Yanqiu sighed. Am I somehow indebted to you, this mother tiger? Softly, she reached out and picked up the little tiger in front of her. It was too dangerous outside. She should stay in her space for now. After saying that, she carefully put the little tiger into her space. The big tiger saw the little tiger suddenly disappear, but it didn't panic. Instead, it looked at Zhou Yanqiu with curiosity. It showed complete trust in her, believing she wouldn't hurt its cubs. Because of this trust, Zhou Yanqiu felt she couldn't just ignore the situation and let the tiger lose its life. She quietly crouched down and approached the big tiger, intending to put it into her space. She reached out and tried to grab the tiger. Suddenly, the tiger sensed something and felt a strong pull. It was frightened and shook itself vigorously, breaking free from the pull. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. She hadn't managed to put the tiger into her space. The tiger trembled again and resisted the pull. Zhou Yanqiu realized that this animal was resisting her attempt. She understood that animals with strong enough power could break free unless they cooperated or were knocked out. She quickly patted the tiger's head and said, "Don't resist. I want to take you to a safe place." She wasn't sure if the tiger could understand her, but if it resisted again, she would have to knock it out. With her strength, she believed she could do it. She activated her space power again. This time, the tiger seemed to understand her words and didn't resist. The tiger was successfully pulled into her space. Zhou Yanqiu let out a sigh of relief. Things became much easier now. Suddenly, she heard footsteps about 30 meters away. She listened carefully and realized there were at least 3 people. Her hearing was now so sharp she could hear voices from dozens of meters away. She confirmed that these people were not locals, they had different accents. As the voices grew closer, Zhou Yanqiu quickly slipped into her space to avoid being seen. The surroundings became silent. The bloodstain on the ground from the tiger's injury showed that the tiger had been here. The big tiger and its cubs were curiously watching the space. They loved the atmosphere inside. After entering, Zhou Yanqiu first checked the big tiger's wound. This big tiger is really unlucky. It got injured once before, and today it was hurt again. But both times, it was lucky enough to meet her. It's hard to say whether it's bad luck or good luck. The tiger was quietly lying in the space. Zhou Yanqiu looked at its wound, and the tiger cooperated well. After yesterday's experience, she knew what to do. She used some spring water to rinse the wound, and the tiger shivered from the pain. The tiger knew Zhou Yanqiu was helping it, so it nudged her with its head to show affection. Fortunately, this wound was similar to yesterday's, so Zhou Yanqiu handled it easily. She still had some fairy herb leaves from yesterday, which she threw into the space, just in time to use them. She washed the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it quickly. It took her just over 3 minutes. At the same time, some enemies arrived at the place where they entered the space. Zhou Yanqiu looked outside through the space and saw 5 people standing there. The 5 had strong accents from other regions. 2 of them held rifles with silencers. It was probably these guns that injured the big tiger earlier. Even if Zhou Yanqiu didn't know the gun models, she could tell these weapons were very dangerous just by looking. If they really fought later, she would secretly take out these 2 enemies first. The other 3 carried pistols at their waists. She saw clearly that the leader had some flying knives on him. Zhou Yanqiu's mind tightened. He must be skilled and not to be underestimated. The 5 outside were searching around and looked strange. The thinnest one said, "Boss, the tiger's last location was right here. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. This is too mysterious. Where did the tiger go?" The leader frowned and asked, "Tiger, are you sure you're not mistaken? Did the tiger fly away with wings?" Zhou Yanqiu didn't know what these people wanted with the tiger. Could it be they came all this way just to fight the tiger? The small, thin man named Huzi firmly said, "Boss, I am sure I won't be mistaken. They definitely disappeared here." The boss looked around and ordered, "Split into 2 groups and search separately. We've finally completed the task, so we should bring some special gifts back to the higher-ups. It will make things easier later. The tiger whip is something they really want, so let's take it as a gift. It will bring us good benefits." "Yes, boss." The 4 men split up and went to search on both sides. Only the boss stayed behind, carefully watching the surroundings. After hearing their conversation, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could these outsiders really be fools? With such low intelligence, it's no wonder they came out together to do this task. It seems they really did lose on the island. She looked over the injured big tiger. No matter how she examined, she couldn't find the tiger whip that those outsiders were looking for. The tiger felt uneasy under her gaze and nervously squeezed its legs. Roar, 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 the tiger growled at her, sounding scared. The look she gave it earlier made the tiger shiver with fear. Zhou Yanqiu was now certain that these people were enemy spies sent from the island. She felt less worried about attacking them later. Today, Sister Lan Fong was going to the town to handle her police registration. She decided to use these people as a gift for her. There was no better gift for her first day on the job. Zhou Yanqiu clenched 2 stones in her hand, held her breath, and looked around. The others hadn't returned yet. When the boss turned his back to look around, Zhou Yanqiu quickly slipped out of her hiding space. At this moment, she was less than 10 meters from the enemy boss. Within this range, even if the enemy boss had a gun, he wouldn't be able to beat Zhou Yanqiu. And she was planning a surprise attack while he was unaware. As soon as she emerged, Zhou Yanqiu threw the 2 stones at the enemy boss in front of her. To avoid hurting him seriously, she deliberately aimed only at his legs, not his upper body. This way, she could disable him without causing serious harm. She threw the stones and quickly moved forward in a swift step. The stone could only break this enemy agent's legs, but it couldn't make him stay quiet. Zhou Yanqiu planned to knock him out before he could speak, so he wouldn't shout and alert the other 4 enemy agents. 2 ordinary stones, thrown with Zhou Yanqiu's great strength from such a short distance, were just as powerful as a pistol shot. The enemy leader hadn't reacted yet when his legs were broken by the stones. With a thud, the strong enemy leader fell to the ground. In intense pain, his eyes showed shock and fear. He had been very careful, so how did he get caught? He thought about reaching into his clothes. He had carefully hidden several throwing knives there, which were easier to use than a gun at close range. But it was too late. As he moved his hand, he saw a figure rushing toward him very quickly. With a swift motion, Zhou Yanqiu struck his neck with her palm and knife. She used only half her strength for this strike. She was worried about hurting him too much and breaking his neck, which could interfere with police investigations. She had no experience with this kind of situation and wasn't sure if her strength would knock him out, but from such a close distance, she was confident she could silence him without warning. Fortunately, her concern was unnecessary. Her half-strength was almost as much as a normal man's. Although the enemy leader was strong and looked like he had training to resist hits, he still fainted under her palm. Zhou Yanqiu let out a breath of relief. It was her first time fighting an enemy like this, and she felt a little nervous. She grabbed his ankle and dragged him into the nearby grass. From her space backpack, she took out a rope, cut it into small pieces with her knife, and his hands and feet tightly, making sure to knot it securely. Even she found it difficult to untie later. Then she took an old cloth bag from her space, cut it into strips, and wrapped them around his mouth to keep him from shouting. After Zhou Yanqiu finished all these tasks, the enemy agent was still not awake. It shows that her slap just now was quite powerful. She felt around his body to see if he had anything dangerous. As a result, she found 9 finely crafted, shiny throwing knives hidden in his clothes. Zhou Yanqiu immediately liked them. She didn't expect he had such interesting tools. She decided not to turn these in. She would keep them for herself. As for the pistol on his waist, Zhou Yanqiu didn't plan to touch it. She intended to hand over these people to the police, and they would ask about the gun. The small knives didn't matter much, but the gun was a big deal. If she wanted to kill someone and cover her tracks, she would keep the gun, especially since it was hidden in her space, and no one could find it. But now, she didn't want to cause trouble. She decided to honestly hand over the weapons to the police. After Zhou Yanqiu finished, she let out a breath of relief. She quickly threw the enemy agent into a hidden corner, covering him with dry branches to hide him from view. She had plenty of dry branches in her space, all collected earlier. She hadn't taken them back to her uncle's house yet, but they came in handy now. She broke the leader's leg with a strike, but no blood was shed. It was like smashing it with a hard stone. The leg swelled quickly with bruising, turning black and blue. Zhou Yanqiu didn't bother with him. These enemy agents in the mountains were definitely up to no good, so she didn't feel sorry for them. As long as no one died, it was fine. There were 4 others left, and Zhou Yanqiu became even more careful. She quietly moved to another side, staying out of sight from the enemy leader, even if he woke up. The space was mysterious and powerful, her biggest secret. She wouldn't leave any risks or clues behind. Zhou Yanqiu reached a tree a few meters away, using her hands and feet like a nimble monkey. In just a few moments, she climbed up. She checked the spot. It had a good view and was easy to attack from. She planned to wait here, hiding and waiting for the 4 enemy agents to be caught one by one. Then she slipped into her space again, feeling safe and comfortable inside. Entering the space from the tree, she still remained in the same place when she came out, still on the same tree. She was inside the space, resting and gathering her strength, waiting for the right moment to deliver a deadly to these enemy spies. The tiger felt very safe and smelled a pleasant scent inside this space. At this moment, it calmed down. The little yellow tiger cub was playfully rolling around beside it. The mother tiger looked at her cub with calm and gentle eyes. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment, took out a basin from Wang Zhenjiang's house, filled it with spiritual spring water, and held it in front of the mother tiger's mouth. The mother tiger's eyes lit up. She sniffed the spring water and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with gratitude. Then she eagerly stretched out her tongue and started drinking with a puff-puff sound. This spring water contains mysterious substances that are good for the body and can help the tiger's wounds heal faster. It can also strengthen her body, making her stronger. Zhou Yanqiu kept watching outside. After more than 10 minutes, he heard footsteps and talking. A buzzing sound came from outside. "Tiger, do you think you saw wrong? Maybe that tiger escaped from somewhere else?" The enemy spy called Huzi was shorter than Zhou Yanqiu, but looked confident. "No way, I didn't see wrong. Daniu, you definitely hit that tiger with your shot. I could smell the blood from here. Even if it ran, it wouldn't go far. And we didn't see any bloodstains around here. It's probably hiding somewhere we don't know. We need to be careful." Huzi's eyes darted around, looking at the trees and ground. If Zhou Yanqiu hadn't gone into the space, they might have found him. A strong man named Daniu also became alert, gripping his gun tightly, afraid the tiger might suddenly appear and bite them. But no matter how clever they were, they couldn't imagine that Zhou Yanqiu had taken the tiger into another space. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if Zhou Yanqiu told them the truth. Because it was too unbelievable, too fantastical. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked to the bottom of the tree where Zhou Yanqiu was hiding. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes brightened, a hint of fierce intent flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She quickly moved silently out of the space. Supporting herself with a tree trunk, she positioned her feet for stability. She then threw 2 stones downward with great force. Her main target was the strong man called Daniu because he posed the greatest threat. After hitting with the first 2 stones, Zhou Yanqiu quickly appeared with 2 more stones in her hands. She was worried the first attack might not be enough, so she struck again. Below, Daniu and Huzi were confused. They wondered where their leader had gone. Just as they were about to call out his name, Zhou Yanqiu's stones fell from the sky with great power. One stone hit Huzi's shoulder, and the other struck Dania's hand holding a gun. Huzi fell to the ground unconscious. This saved Zhou Yanqiu from having to do more. Dania's hand was hit hard, the force tearing open his skin and causing his fingers to bend in a strange way. It was obvious his hand bones were broken. "Ah!" Daniu cried out in pain, losing grip of his gun, which fell to the ground. He crouched down, unable to even make a sound from the pain. Sweat beads the size of beans dripped down his forehead, and his face turned pale blue. This completely ruined Dania's hand. Worried that the other 2 enemies might return soon, Zhou Yanqiu quickly jumped down from the tree. From a height of about 5 meters, she used her strength once in the middle of the fall, landing lightly on the ground. She moved as nimbly as a clever monkey, landing silently without making much noise. The 2 enemies on the ground, Huzi was unconscious, and Daniu was in severe pain and unaware of anyone jumping down from the tree. Zhou Yanqiu stepped forward and approached Daniu. He was in intense pain, his vision darkening, wishing he could faint right now. He couldn't sense anything around him anymore. Zhou Yanqiu struck him with a quick knife slash, and Daniu finally lost consciousness. Maybe fainting was better than dying from the pain. Then Zhou Yanqiu also moved forward and delivered a quick strike to Huzi. Then, she began to use the prepared rope to tie up the 2 people. Tying their hands, feet, and mouths tightly, she made sure they were secure. Then, she dragged them to the hiding place of the enemy leader, moved aside the dry branches, and casually threw the 2 people inside. She checked to make sure they weren't stacked on top of each other, turned them over so their faces were up, to prevent them from suffocating. Then, she covered them with the dry branches. Now, no one could see that 3 people were hiding under the branches. After finishing, Zhou Yanqiu quickly climbed back onto the original tree, slipped into her space again. Only 2 enemy agents remained. She sighed in relief. The previous fight was almost perfect. Thinking about her series of actions just now, Zhou Yanqiu's heart was pounding with excitement. Only 2 enemy agents were left. Zhou Yanqiu climbed the tree and slipped into her space. Now, outside, only 2 enemy agents were left to deal with. As long as she was careful, catching these 2 would be easy. After all, the enemy was in the open, and she was hidden in the dark. She had the advantage. Plus, with her strong fighting skills, these 2 remaining enemies posed little threat. Less than 2 minutes after she entered her space, she heard footsteps nearby. Zhou Yanqiu thought to herself, luckily she moved fast earlier. If she had been slower, she might have run into these 2 enemies. It also showed that these 2 enemies were lucky. Otherwise, she would have found a way to make them disappear completely. Soon, the 2 enemies arrived near the tree where she was hiding. They looked at each other in confusion. One asked, "Where did the boss go? Where did he disappear to?" The other looked around, trying to find the boss's trail. Strange, the boss should be nearby, he wouldn't have gone far. Neither Tiger nor Big Bull saw him. Maybe something happened? At this moment, the first speaker accidentally looked down, and his heart trembled. His pupils shrank suddenly. There were signs of struggle and bloodstains on the ground. This was exactly where the enemy called Big Bull was restrained. There were blood drops from his hands and marks where his gun had fallen to the ground. At this moment, the enemy agent's sharp eyes caught sight of this. The enemy spy shouted, "Be careful, the boss and the others might be in trouble." He immediately went into combat mode, holding his gun with one hand already on the safety. He was about to unlock the safety. Another person heard his warning and also reached for his pistol. But it was too late. They had already entered the perfect attack range of Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu had 2 stones ready. She quickly moved out of the space and threw both stones at the 2 enemy spies. Even though they were smart, they didn't expect stones to fall from above in a hurry. And the stones were very powerful. Zhou Yanqiu saw that the 2 enemy spies' heads were not far below the tree she was in. It was easier to aim and attack from this position. She deliberately avoided hitting their heads directly, or else a stone strike could have easily caused serious injury. There were 2 soft sounds as the stones hit the 2 enemy spies. One stone hit the right arm of the enemy, with the long spear. The other hit the back waist of the second enemy. Under Zhou Yanqiu's attack, both enemy spies lost their fighting ability. The enemy with the long spear had his right arm break with a loud twisting into a strange angle. He dropped his gun with a snap, crying out in pain. The other enemy was hit in a vital spot, and before he could draw his gun, Zhou Yanqiu struck his spine. He writhed on the ground in pain. Seeing that these 2 enemy spies had completely lost their ability to fight, Zhou Yanqiu jumped down from the tree. She looked very cool and confident. Then, with 2 quick hand strikes, she knocked out the remaining 2 enemy spies. She their hands and feet and also gagged their mouths. She noticed that the other enemy with the gun still had healthy legs. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and decided to go down the mountain to report. To prevent them from escaping by breaking free, she decided to break one of their legs. That way, no matter how skilled they were, they wouldn't be able to run away. Zhou Yanqiu silently apologized to them, thinking, "Why are you all enemy spies? Just bear this punishment." She then kicked one of the enemy spy's legs. The spy, in pain, woke up from fainting but quickly fainted again. Following the same method, she broke the legs of the 2 other spies, Dinyo and Huzi. The boss's legs were already broken, so there was no need to do more. The last remaining spy might have a broken spine, so there was no point in hurting him further. Zhou Yanqiu picked up her gun and hid it in a secret spot nearby. She then lined up the 5 unconscious spies and placed dry branches over them to prevent their escape and to keep wild animals from harming them. Now, these 5 spies were harmless, so she made sure they were well secured. After 10 minutes, Zhou Yanqiu looked at her work with pride. She felt she had made another contribution to the country. After finishing, she looked over everything again to make sure she hadn't missed anything. She summoned the sky canopy from her space and quickly headed down the mountain. She checked the time. It was almost noon. She wondered if her uncle and cousin had finished their work and returned. Finally, they arrived just in time. Her cousin could report this matter to the higher-ups, and her sister could naturally take credit for capturing the spy. This would help her sister get promoted later, as she had already made a big achievement right after starting her job, which would surely catch the attention of her superiors. The more Zhou Yanqiu thought about it, the more she believed this plan was feasible. Soon, she descended the mountain and reached the road leading to the village. Just as she was about to run home, she heard the bell of a bicycle behind her. Ding ding ding, she turned around and showed a happy expression. It was Zhou Jianjun and her sister, Zhou Lanfang, riding their bicycle back. She was just thinking about whether her uncle and sister had finished their work and returned from the town, and now she had run into them. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhou Yanqiu coming down the mountain from afar. Seeing her anxious look, he thought something had happened and called out to stop her. Yanqiu, you went up the mountain again? You look so hurried. Did something happen? Initially, it was just a casual question, but Zhou Yanqiu's response surprised him greatly. Uncle, let's go quickly to the team office. We need to call the police. I found enemy agents on the mountain. Zhou Jianjun almost fell off his bike in shock, looking incredulous. Enemy agents? Are you sure? Could you have seen wrong? It's understandable that Zhou Jianjun was so suspicious. Anyone who manages to enter the country as an enemy agent is usually very dangerous and ruthless. Although his niece was quite capable, those enemy agents are usually specially trained, and many carry powerful weapons. When facing such people, she, as a young girl, wouldn't stand a chance to fight them alone. Seeing Zhou Jianjun's doubt, Zhou Yanqiu didn't have time to explain. Uncle, hurry and call the team office.
I'll tell you on the way.
Sister, you come too. By the way, have you finished your paperwork? Zhou Lanfang also heard about the enemy agents from Zhou Yanqiu earlier. Although she was a bit confused, it didn't stop her from feeling proud to have just become a proud member of the police. When she heard about the enemy agents, she was even more eager than Zhou Jianjun. She excitedly said, "My paperwork is all done. Today I'm preparing, and I can officially start work tomorrow. Come on, Yanqiu, let's call Deputy Director Zhang." Wow. Once Zhou Lanfang got serious, she didn't even call Uncle Zhang anymore, just addressed him by his position. It seems she adapted quickly to her new role. Even though Zhou Lanfang was a fresh, young police officer, she understood how serious the threat of enemy agents was. This could turn into a big case. Having gone through high school, she had received a lot of patriotic education. When facing enemy agents, every honorable citizen should take responsibility. Now that she had completed her police registration, she was officially a proud police officer. She felt she must do her duty to fight such enemies. Zhou Lanfang almost got carried away with enthusiasm, but she still remembered what to do first. Zhou Jianjun rode ahead on his bike. Zhou Yanqiu was riding Zhou Lanfang's bike, with her following behind. Because they were in a hurry, both bikes were going very fast. Later, Zhou Lanfang needed to make a phone call, so Zhou Yanqiu used the ride to tell her about the enemy agents. Those enemies are 5 people, all armed, 2 rifles and 3 pistols. They sound like they have a local accent and seem to be searching for something in the mountains. I overheard they might be looking for some documents. All 5 enemies have been captured and are being held in a safe spot on the mountain. You can have Uncle Zhang bring people over, or report to the higher-ups first, and then come. Drive carefully and bring more people. Zhou Yanqiu focused on explaining the main points to Zhou Lanfang. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun was listening to Zhou Yanqiu describe the enemy agents. He initially thought his niece had just spotted the enemies from afar and hurried down the mountain to report. He didn't expect that she had already subdued these well-trained, armed enemies before coming down to report. His mind went blank for a moment, feeling stunned. He was worried she might be hurt, so he looked at Zhou Yanqiu while riding, checking for any bloodstains. Seeing she was fine, he felt a little relieved. But he couldn't help asking, "Yanqiu, you're so brave. Are you hurt?" Zhou Yanqiu chuckled and confidently looked at Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, don't worry.
I'm fine."
Those enemies didn't see me. I just used stones to knock them down one by one. Zhou Jianjun was secretly amazed. Although Zhou Yanqiu spoke casually, actually handling the situation was not so easy. Just thinking about it, even as a retired soldier, he doubted he could easily capture 5 armed enemies in the mountains with just a pistol. He didn't doubt her words. In his heart, he believed everything Zhou Yanqiu had done these days showed she was not to be underestimated. She looked like a delicate young girl, but inside, she was incredibly strong. She was reliable, had her own opinions, and never spoke without thinking. In Zhou Jianjun's view, if Zhou Yanqiu weren't a woman, she would definitely be a good soldier. Becoming a soldier king is not difficult. A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the battalion headquarters. After stopping the vehicle, Zhou Jianjun quickly walked inside with the 2 women. At this time, Zhou Xingbang was on duty at the headquarters. Wow, Jianjun is here. How did it go? Is Lanfang's paperwork all done? Zhou Xingbang asked with concern. All done. She'll start work tomorrow, Zhou Jianjun replied, then got straight to the point. Second uncle, I need to make a phone call. Seeing that they seemed to have urgent matters, Zhou Xingbang didn't ask more. The phone is over there. Go ahead and use it. Lanfang stepped forward, picked up the phone, and dialed the number she had just remembered today. Once she started, she looked calm and serious, very different from her usual cheerful self, like a different person. Zhou Yanqiu watched curiously, having never seen his cousin look so serious before. Hello, police station? I am Zhou Lanfang, who came to handle her registration today. Please transfer me to Deputy Director Zhang Ligua. Hello, Uncle Zhang, this is Lanfang. Yes, I've arrived home. I have something important to report. We found 5 enemy agents in the mountains, all armed. Yes, I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's right. It's definitely not a mistake. My cousin found them. The enemy agents have already been subdued. Please come quickly with your team. I'll wait here for you. After hanging up, Lanfang took a deep breath. It was her first time reporting work, and although she was talking to Uncle Zhang, whom she knew well, she felt very nervous. Her role had changed, and she was now reporting to her superior. She still hesitated to call him Deputy Director Zhang, and just called him Uncle Zhang, as before. But she reported her work clearly, covering all the key points. On the other side, after receiving Lanfang's call, Zhang Ligua was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. His new niece, who just started working at his unit, wouldn't lie about such a case. And with Zhou Jianjun nearby, she wouldn't make false reports. It was almost certain that they had found enemy agents. Zhang Ligua gasped in shock. What luck! They had discovered major cases, one after another. Sighing, Zhang Ligua quickly dialed his superior's phone and reported the situation of enemy agents found here. Yes, this was reported by a new police officer who just joined us today. Yes, we are leaving immediately. Zhang Ligua hung up, fastened his belt, grabbed his gun, and checked the bullets in his magazine. He hurried out the door. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of an emergency alarm signaled everyone to gather. The entire police station immediately sprang into action. Inside the police station, Zhang Ligua blew the emergency alarm. Now, everyone knew something serious had happened. Usually, this alarm only sounds a few times a year for big events. When it sounds, it's not a small matter. Minor issues like villagers losing things or neighbors fighting wouldn't trigger this alarm. Only major emergencies, like serious crimes, would. Another deputy director at the station heard the alarm and quickly came out, looking at Zhang Ligua with a strange expression. He was a deputy director who had worked at Qingyang Town Police Station for over 10 years. His name was Li. The old director was about to retire and was gradually handing over responsibilities to the 2 deputy directors, including Li. Zhang Guoli was competing with Deputy Director Li for the position of station chief. At first, Zhang Ligua was at a disadvantage because he had only been transferred from the military to this station as deputy chief for about a year. The other deputy director had worked here for over 10 years and was deeply rooted. But then Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Ligua solved a long-standing missing persons case in the town. Suddenly, Zhang Weigua became famous in the Qing'an County police system, and city leaders praised him. This shifted the balance of power. Initially, Zhang Ligua was at a disadvantage, but now he had the upper hand. The county police leadership was already preparing a list of candidates for station chief. Zhang Ligua was the top choice. It was a done deal, known to everyone. As long as Zhang Ligua didn't make any mistakes, the chance of changing the appointment was almost zero. Fortunately, Deputy Director Li was a reasonable person. Seeing that he had little chance, he understood that he might still work under Zhang Ligua in the future. Just go straight to the city, so my work at the station won't be affected in the future. It's true that those who know how to adapt are wise. Zhang Ligua naturally welcomes this idea. After all, he doesn't want to fight or form factions in such a small police station. That doesn't match his beliefs. It's better for the two of them to work together and do their jobs well. When the emergency alarm sounded, all the police officers remaining at the station quickly gathered. Zhang Ligua stood straight and looked at the officers with a serious expression. We received a report that several enemy agents armed with guns were spotted on Changbai Mountain near Zhejiang. Higher authorities have asked us to catch them. The station will keep some staff on duty, and the rest should gear up and prepare to leave. Hearing about enemy agents, the police officers felt both excited and nervous. On one hand, there might be a chance to make a big contribution. On the other, they could face danger from the enemy agents. The enemy has guns, and one mistake could be deadly. Zhang Ligua didn't mention the phone call from Zhou Lanfang, saying the enemy agents had already been captured. He was worried that if the young officers knew they were already caught, they might relax their guard. If something went wrong, they needed to be ready to respond quickly. He glanced at Deputy Director Li, who was watching him intently, and smiled. "Old Li, have you packed your gear? Are you not going?" Both men were about the same age, so calling him Old Li was appropriate. Deputy Director Li immediately smiled. "Yes, I am going. I'll go prepare right now." He was eager. Opportunities to make a difference like this didn't come often. Of course, he wanted to go. He was also worried that Zhang Ligua might find an excuse to keep him from going. Soon, 2 police cars from the station were filled with people. The cars honked and drove one after the other towards Zhejiang. Meanwhile, Zhou Lanfang hung up the phone, excited as she looked at Zhou Yanqiu. She couldn't believe that just after starting her new job, she encountered such a major case, and she was one of the people handling it. This was another chance for her to make a contribution. At the same time, Zhou Xingbang heard about the call from Zhou Lanfang. She was reporting that armed enemy agents had appeared on the nearby mountain. He was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. "Enemy agents? On our mountain?" Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu. She nodded confidently and said, "Second uncle, he is definitely an enemy agent. I saw it with my own eyes." She didn't say much more because some things aren't suitable to talk about outside. She wasn't sure if these enemy agents might be involved in secret information, so she stopped there. Zhou Yanqiu turned to Zhou Jianjun and said, "Uncle, we should go over there now." Zhou Jianjun nodded and turned to Zhou Xingbang, saying, "Second uncle, let's go up the mountain first and take a look." Zhou Xingbang didn't know the full situation and was a bit worried. He said, "Be very careful on the mountain. Those troublemakers might have guns. You should take Manhwa with you." Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment, looked at Zhou Yanqiu, because she knew the situation at the scene best. Zhou Yanqiu nodded, showing she was okay with it. "Then bring Uncle Manhwa along." The group called Zhou Jianhua. When they heard there might be enemy agents on the mountain, Zhou Jianhua, who had just finished his military service, didn't hesitate. He took his hunting rifle and joined Zhou Jianjun and the others. Zhou Yanqiu led the way. When passing by her home, she also took the family's hunting rifle. Although Zhou Yanqiu said she had already taken down the enemy agents, they still didn't dare to be careless. In Zhou Jianjun's eyes, Zhou Yanqiu was just a young girl. No matter how capable, steady, or thoughtful she was still just a teenager. Thinking about what she said earlier about defeating the enemy agents, the danger was obvious. Zhou Jianjun felt a bit scared when he thought about it. His niece was too brave, but she was also quite capable. Zhou Jianjun even felt a bit envious. At the foot of the mountain, Zhou Yanqiu pointed in a direction. Sister, do you see that spot? That's where the enemy agents are hiding. Once Uncle Zhang and the others arrive, just bring them over. Zhou Yanqiu left Zhou Lanfang there, partly to guide the others and partly to let her show herself in front of her future leaders and colleagues. Zhou Jianjun listened and nodded. He thought Yanqiu had arranged everything well. Okay, Lanfang, wait here. Uncle Zhang and the others will arrive in about half an hour. When they do, bring them over so they won't get lost. Zhou Lanfang understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly nodded in agreement.
Dad, you all go quickly.
Be very careful. I'll come as soon as I find the person. Zhou Yanqiu was only about half an hour's walk along the mountain path, but he and his two uncles took almost an hour to arrive. They were about to reach the hiding place of the enemy spies. Suddenly, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes narrowed sharply, and he listened carefully. Something was wrong. There were wild wolves ahead. Uncle, they're just ahead. I'll go first and you come from behind. While Zhou Yanqiu covered the enemy spies with dry branches, he thought about the possibility of wild animals coming from the mountains, attracted by the blood. The 5 of them were hidden in a shallow hollow, like a half-meter deep pit. They covered it tightly with layers of dry branches and even placed several heavy stones, each weighing over 100 pounds on top. This made it hard for wild animals to tear through the branches. Sure enough, the blood on the enemy spies attracted the mountain's wild animals. Although Zhou Yanqiu couldn't see with his eyes, he could hear clearly. There were at least several wolves circling around the hiding place, howling now and then. It was probably a small wolf pack from Changbai Mountain. Rumor has it there are larger packs with dozens of wolves. If they all came together, even tigers would have to retreat. Zhou Yanqiu and his 2 uncles finished greeting each other and started running forward. Zhou Jianjun called out from behind, Yanqiu, be careful. Got it. Zhou Yanqiu promised and ran ahead, quickly disappearing from sight. This area was deep inside Changbai Mountain, a place even Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua rarely hunted. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu run into the distance and knowing there were enemy spies ahead, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua didn't hesitate. They started running after her. Zhou Yanqiu soon reached the hiding spot of the enemy spies. Although these enemies were not good people, they couldn't be left to the wild animals in the mountain. They needed the authorities to confirm their identities and motives to extract their value. Until then, they couldn't be allowed to die. Sure enough, beside the withered branches hiding the enemy spies, 7 gray wild wolves were biting the branches fiercely. They wanted to move the branches away so that the 5 enemy spies hidden underneath would become their meal. The dry branches, torn by the wolves' bites, had already been moved about a third aside. If Zhou Yanqiu didn't arrive soon, in no more than half an hour, those 5 enemy spies would be caught by the wolves. Zhou Yanqiu quietly appeared with 2 stones in her right hand and threw them at the wolves. The wolves, busy tearing the branches, were about to enjoy a good meal when suddenly disaster struck. 2 of the wolves let out pained yelps and fell to the ground. The remaining 5 wolves panicked, their tails bristling as they looked around for the enemy. They soon spotted Zhou Yanqiu nearby. Seeing she was alone, the 5 wolves grew bolder and prepared to attack her together. Behind them, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua ran over. Seeing the 5 wolves in front of her, their faces changed. They quickly grabbed their rifles and rushed forward. The wolves, realizing the 3 people were no easy opponents, felt threatened. They abandoned their 2 fallen companions, howled loudly, and ran away. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Yanqiu led Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua to the dry branches, pointing at them and saying, Uncle, after I injured those 5 enemy spies, they hid underneath here. Zhou Jianjun looked at the branches in surprise. He hadn't expected the enemies to be hidden so well. It seemed those spies had been hurt quite badly. The dry branches and stones Zhou Yanqiu placed could only temporarily block some wild animals. They wouldn't be effective against humans. The branches hadn't been moved, indicating the enemy spies inside hadn't escaped yet. Yanqiu, wait here. We'll move the branches first. Zhou Yanqiu obediently stayed aside. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua quickly moved the branches away. Wow, there are quite a few branches. If we take them back, we could burn them all winter, Zhou Jianhua joked. Zhou Yanqiu also smiled and said, "It took me a lot of effort to find these branches." The branches moved aside, and both saw the 5 enemy agents below. Seeing their clothing, it was clear they were not from the local area. At this moment, the leader of the enemy agents woke up. He realized his hands and feet were tied, and he couldn't even speak. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his legs, twisting his face in agony. When he saw the 3 people, a look of despair appeared on his face. It was over. He hadn't expected that, despite completing his task smoothly, he would end up here because he wanted to catch a tiger to impress his superiors, only for all 5 of them to be caught. His eyes filled with regret. If only he hadn't chased that tiger. But now it was too late to say anything. Seeing that the 5 enemy agents were tightly bound and couldn't escape, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua relaxed their tense minds. Zhou Jianjun asked her with a smile, "Yanxiu, where did they hide their guns?" Zhou Yanxiu led them toward another spot, saying, "Not far nearby. I didn't dare leave the guns with them. Good decision. Keeping them apart is safer." The guns didn't take up much space, so Zhou Yanxiu threw them into a corner with some tall grass. Here, several guns, including 2 long rifles. Both Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, being former soldiers, loved guns. They each picked up a long rifle, looking excited. Is this the famous American M16 rifle? Wow, it's really cool. They couldn't put the guns down, playing with them happily. They took the guns and headed toward the enemy agents. Waiting here for the police to arrive was enough. Once the police took these 5 enemies and the guns, their job was done. The enemy agents were securely tied and posed no threat. The 3 of them found a good spot to sit and rest for a while. After more than half an hour, Zhou Yanxiu stood up and looked back. "Uncle, my sister is bringing the police. I'll go meet her." Zhou Jianjun listened, but didn't hear anything. He didn't object, thinking it was about time. Yanxiu walked back a few dozen meters and saw Zhou Lanfang leading the police up the mountain. The police officers, holding guns, were carefully watching as they followed Zhou Lanfang up the mountain. Big sister, it's here, right here." Zhou Lanfang was leading these police officers up the mountain. The climb was very tiring for her. It should be nearby. Just as she looked up again, Zhou Yanqiu's voice came from ahead. Zhou Lanfang was happy inside. She had finally found them. She turned to Zhang Ligua and said, "Director Zhang, my sister is here to meet us. The enemies are probably over there. Let's go." Since there were so many police around, she didn't call him Uncle Zhang but used his official title instead. The young girl was quite perceptive. When Zhou Yanqiu called out, everyone heard her. She was standing far away, tall, and waving at them. The afternoon sun shone on her, making her fair skin glow brightly. Many young police officers were momentarily stunned by her. "Let's go, stay alert, and hurry up," Zhang Ligua ordered and strode toward Zhou Yanqiu. A few police officers quickly tightened their grip on their guns and followed behind. Zhang Ligua looked relaxed. Zhou Lanfang had told him about the situation over the phone, so he was mentally prepared. But if what Lanfang told him was true, that the stunningly beautiful girl had single-handedly taken down 5 well-equipped enemies in the mountains, he still found it hard to believe. 5 fierce enemies, defeated by just one girl? Whether true or not, he would find out soon. When Zhang Ligua was about to catch up with Zhou Yanqiu, she smiled and waved at him. "Uncle Zhang, those people are just ahead." "Okay, let's go," Zhang Ligua said without hesitation. He just wanted to see those enemies himself, so he could feel at ease. "Yes, I'll lead the way. It's not far, just 2 more minutes." After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu took the lead and headed back. Zhang Ligua waved his hand behind him. "Hurry up and follow." Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua were holding hunting rifles, watching the few enemy agents who were and unable to move. When Zhang Ligua arrived, he saw exactly this scene. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhang Ligua coming and smiled. "Ligua, you're about to make a big contribution again." Zhang Ligua's spirits lifted. Was this confirmed? Zhou Jianjun pointed to the 5 enemy agents. Yes, they are right there. Hearing this, Zhang Ligua quickly stepped forward and saw the 5 enemy agents placed in a pit by Zhou Yanqiu. His eyes lit up. Junzi, are they really enemy agents? Zhou Jianjun chuckled and showed him the hidden guns. Look at this. Seeing 2 M16 rifles, Zhang Ligua's eyes shone brightly. He laughed loudly, picked up one, and examined it briefly. Is this an M16? It must have come from the island. Looks like these enemies are quite big fish. Junzi, this is thanks to you. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Zhou Jianjun curled his lips. A meal? Forget it. There's no good food at home outside. Zhang Ligua was unfazed. Perfect, I'll invite you to my place for dinner. Ha, you're just making excuses to mooch food, Zhou Jianjun said with a smile. Looks like you've caught me. Haha. Nearby, the police officers looked at the impressive M16, curious and eager to touch it. Zhang Ligua handed them the guns, then walked over to the enemy agents. Seeing how badly injured they were and how tightly they were tied, he raised an eyebrow and smiled at Zhou Yanqiu. Did you use small stones again? Zhou Yanqiu nodded with a smile. Lucky us. They didn't see me. Zhang Ligua gave Zhou Yanqiu a thumbs up. Amazing. It's a pity you're not in the police. Maybe you should consider it. Zhou Yanqiu shook his head and said with a smile, Uncle Zhang, I still want to study medicine. Zhang Ligua sighed regretfully. If Zhou Yanqiu had injured Zhang Yuanbiao earlier, he might have thought it was just carelessness on Zhang Yuanbiao's part. But now, seeing these strong, fierce enemy agents fall so badly under her hands, he no longer thought that way. She was definitely an extraordinary martial artist, though calling a young girl that might seem a bit inappropriate. However, Zhang Ligua couldn't think of any other words. He couldn't see Zhou Yanqiu with normal eyes. Zhang Ligua had served in the army for many years and had seen many brave soldiers, but he had never met someone as mysterious as Zhou Yanqiu. Zhang Ligua looked at the legs of a few enemy spies, and his eyelids twitched. Can't these people run away? Only then did Zhou Yanqiu feel a bit embarrassed and say, I was alone at the time. I had to go down the mountain to deliver a message, but I was worried they might have other skills. If they managed to break free and run away, what would I do? So I broke their legs. Zhang Ligua was speechless for a moment. He nodded and said, You did the right thing. That's the only way to be sure. To be honest, as an ordinary person, she had done very well. He looked at the 2 wild wolves lying on the ground nearby. Zhang Ligua frowned. Why are there wolves here? Zhou Jianjun explained, they were attracted by the bloodstains on these enemy spies. If we had arrived a little later, these enemies might have already become corpses. That made sense. Zhang Ligua saw that the 2 wolves had just died not long ago, and there were no other wounds on them. It seemed Zhou Yanqiu was responsible again. They were just wolves, so Zhang Ligua didn't pay much attention. Since these enemy spies had broken legs, they had to find a way to get them down the mountain. Cut some branches and make simple stretchers to carry these enemy spies down. After Zhang Ligua gave the order, several police officers went to gather branches to make stretchers. Fortunately, there were plenty of pine branches in the mountains, suitable for making stretchers. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the 2 wolves. Uncle, what should we do with these 2 wolves? Should we take them down the mountain? Zhou Jianjun frowned. Skin them.
Take off their pelts.
We don't need the meat. It's not tasty, full of bones, and has a strong fishy smell. No one eats it. But wolf pelts are valuable. Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Make a cushion for Grandma. Zhou Jianjun smiled. All right, Grandma will be very happy. Zhou Yanqiu also smiled happily. She was a bright, beautiful girl full of sunshine. Several young police officers nearby were working and secretly stealing glances at her. They had never seen such a beautiful girl before. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua each took a knife and started skinning the wolves. 20 minutes later, 2 well-preserved wolf pelts were taken off, blood-stained, rolled up, and tied with a rope. After returning home, they would need to be soaked and prepared carefully. Over there, the police had already prepared 5 stretchers and 5 enemy agents were tied onto them. A few young police officers carried these 5 enemy agents down the mountain. The descent was slow because they had to carry the enemy agents, taking at least 1 or 2 hours. They had to rest occasionally and switch people to carry. Most of these enemy agents, except for one called Huzi, were quite strong, making the young police officers pant and gasp. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Yanxiu helped carry the enemy's guns. When they reached the bottom of the mountain, the county police and armed forces sent by the authorities arrived just in time. 2 more jeeps and a military truck came down the mountain, with over 10 police officers and nearly 20 soldiers, all fully armed. It was clear they took this enemy agent case very seriously. The villagers thought something had happened in their village. They gathered nearby, talking quietly, but didn't dare to approach. When Zhang Ligua and his team reached the bottom, they saw the county police. The leader was Director Shui from the county bureau. He immediately ran forward to salute and reported, "Director Shui, we've confirmed there are 5 enemy agents. They have been captured and are injured. They're being brought down now." Director Shui thought it would take more effort to catch these enemy agents. But when he arrived, he saw Zhang Ligua and his team carrying several people down the mountain. He was a bit surprised and smiled, saying, "Good job. It seems our local police station is quite capable, able to take down these enemy agents alone." Zhang Ligua's face turned red. Reporting to Director Shui, "We don't deserve credit. When we arrived, these enemy agents had already been subdued." Director Shui suddenly turned to look at him, surprised, and asked, "Wasn't it you guys? Who else could have the skill to capture these enemy agents alone?" Before heading down, Zhang Ligua had reported to his superiors that the enemy agents had already been subdued, to avoid surprises. Because of this, Director Shui took the case very seriously, bringing the main forces from the bureau and even temporarily calling in a small military team for support. But when they arrived, they hadn't been needed at all. The enemy agents have been captured. Of course, that's a good thing. If a gunfight had occurred, there could have been injuries or casualties, which he definitely wanted to avoid. Director Shui initially thought these enemy agents were caught by Zhang Ligua and his team, but he was told otherwise. So, someone else must have done it? Curious, Director Shui looked at the people coming down from a mountain. Besides the police officers in uniform, there were only 2 young women and 2 men in their 30s, all villagers from the area. They didn't seem like the kind of people who could have captured the enemy agents. Because the enemy agent was armed with a gun, Director Shui immediately noticed the weapons on Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang, guns slung over their shoulders. His eyes widened as he recognized the famous model of the firearm, an M16 with a silencer. Dealing with this weapon isn't easy, especially in the mountains, where its threat is even greater. Zhang Ligua signaled to Zhou Yanxiu to come over. She pulled her cousin Zhou Lanfang along, thinking that showing off in front of the leaders was fine for her cousin. Director Shui was puzzled about why Zhang Ligua called these 2 young women over. But the next moment, after hearing Zhang Ligua's introduction, he almost dropped his jaw. "Director Shui, this is Zhou Yanxiu, and this other person is her cousin, Zhou Lanfang. By the way, Zhou Lanfang just joined our town police station today and will start her official duties tomorrow." The emergency call came from her. Zhang Ligua understood why Zhou Yanxiu brought her cousin over and decided to help out by introducing Zhou Lanfang to Director Shui as well. Comrade Zhou Yanxiu is the one who discovered and captured the enemy agents. Hearing Zhang Ligua's words, Director Shui looked incredulous and pointed at Zhou Yanxiu. "Are you saying this young girl was the one who subdued the enemy agents?" He could see clearly now there were 5 enemy agents, not just 1 or 2. Seeing Director Shui's expression, Zhang Ligua remembered how he looked when he first heard about Zhou Yanxiu's skills. He looked just the same, unbelieving that a delicate-looking, harmless young girl could do something most men couldn't manage. Zhang Ligua looked at Director Shui's surprised expression and nodded to confirm, "Yes, Director Shui, these enemy spies are the ones that this student, Zhou Yanxiu, accidentally discovered and captured in the mountains." He paused briefly and lowered his voice. "We just carried the person down from the mountain." Director Shui looked deeply at Zhou Yanxiu, nodded repeatedly, but his eyes showed some doubt. "Wow, I didn't expect that the enemy spies were actually found and caught by this young comrade. That's quite surprising." But later, We will need this comrade to come back with us. Since it involves enemy spies, there might be some secret information that needs to be explained. Zhang Ligua immediately understood and said to Zhou Yanqiu, "Your two uncles will go with you. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. As long as it involves enemy spies, it's a big matter. We will tell you what to pay attention to, so don't be nervous." Zhou Yanqiu nodded. "Uncle Zhang, I understand. It's my duty and it's okay." Zhang Ligua chuckled. "Good." Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua, who had both served in the military, knew about these things. When they met these enemy spies, they had to ask questions and be told what needed to be kept secret. They couldn't just say anything casually. The weapons of the enemy spies were handed over to the proper personnel. These items are important evidence of their crimes and proof of their identities. Special staff would carefully keep them safe. Now, all 5 enemy spies had woken up. Seeing the soldiers and police around them, they realized they were in deep trouble. They couldn't help but show despair. But they didn't know how they had fallen. From start to finish, they never saw who hurt them or what that person looked like. Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Lanfang, and the 2 uncles followed the vehicles back. The 2 rolls of wolf pelts were also loaded into the cars. They didn't stop in town. 5 vehicles, full of people, headed straight to the county police station. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang were specifically asked by Director Xue to sit in his car. Director Xue was very curious about how this young woman faced the 5 enemy spies and fearlessly defeated them all. In response to Director Xue's questions, Zhou Yanqiu explained, "At that time, I was on the mountain collecting mushrooms when I heard gunfire. I was startled and quickly climbed a tree. Later, they came under the tree. I heard they were looking for some information, and it seemed they had already found it. They also wanted to hunt a tiger on the mountain to get a tiger whip as a gift for their superior. When I heard this, I realized they were enemy agents. I thought, I can't let them escape. Later, they split up to look for something. I stayed in the tree and used stones to knock each of them out one by one." Yingqing finished speaking with a smile, showing her white teeth, looking very cute. Director Xue was a bit stunned. "You hid in the tree and knocked them out with stones?" Yingqing nodded. "Yes, with stones." Director Xue was amazed when he heard Yingqing casually describe what happened. It sounded like a story from a fairy tale. A teenage girl in the mountains, unarmed, managed to subdue 5 armed enemy agents? That was very dangerous. Now, Director Xue was worried about how to write this report. If he told the truth, few people would believe it. Forget it, he thought. Whatever happens, happens. If they don't believe her, there's nothing he can do. But thanks to this capture, the Public Security Bureau of Qingyang County could show off again in the city police department. Recently, the Qingyang Town Police Station has been doing a good job, especially Deputy Director Zhang Ligua. This time, it was Zhang Ligua from Qingyang Town Police Station who called the county bureau to report. When they arrived at the county police station, someone quickly took the 5 enemy agents away, along with their weapons. There will be strict interrogations about their background and purpose. No matter what, they probably won't see the outside world again in their lives. Director Xue took Yingqing and the others to a meeting room at the police station. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Later, I'll have someone come and record what happened. Just tell the truth about what you know. This is a necessary procedure, so please understand." Soon a female officer and a male officer came in. Coincidentally, they were Zhang Yulin and Li Jun, who had visited Zhou Jianjun's home last time. Both sides met again, and they were all surprised. Zhou Jianjun stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Comrade Zhang, Comrade Li, we meet again." Zhang Yulin looked surprised and asked, "Could it be that the enemy agents you caught this time are related to you?" Zhou Jianjun smiled wryly. "It's still my niece who did it." Zhang Yulin's eyes lit up with interest, and Li Jun, standing nearby, also looked amazed when he heard this. Director Xue, curious, asked, "Comrade Yulin, from what you said, do you know each other?" Zhang Yulin pointed at Zhou Yanqiu, smiling. "Director Xue, you might not know, but a few days ago, the case of missing people in Qingyang Town was discovered by this comrade and reported. Li Jun and I went to their home to learn more, so we do know each other." Director Xue understood and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with surprise. Alright, then just record what happened, explain the confidentiality matters, and make sure our guests are well taken care of. Now, Director Shui was more polite to Zhou Yanxiu and the others. Since they had helped the police solve major cases twice and made great contributions, he valued them and treated them with respect. Zhang Yulin and Li Jun asked Zhou Yanxiu about what happened in the meeting room. Zhou Yanxiu answered honestly, only avoiding mentioning the location, but he reported everything else in detail. Hearing this, Zhang Yulin and Li Jun both admired him. Even Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua didn't expect the situation to be like this. Zhou Lanfang clasped her hands and stared intently at Zhou Yanxiu. If Zhou Yanxiu weren't her cousin, she might have become his biggest fan by now. It took half an hour to finish the record. The reward for Zhang Yuanbiao's previous case was still being processed and hadn't been issued yet, but now they had made an even bigger contribution. Zhang Yulin let out a sigh, looked at the record, and shook her head with a smile. Submitting such a report might raise doubts among many people. She also explained some confidentiality matters, mainly that this incident must not be mentioned to others. After finishing, she stood up and smiled at Zhou Yanxiu and the others, saying, "You haven't eaten yet, right? You've been busy all this time. Let's go to the cafeteria and have a meal." When it was time to eat, a few people finally realized they were really hungry. It was already 2 p.m., well past mealtime. Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit shy and said, "Would it be okay, Sister Yulin? Maybe we can just eat something outside." Zhang Yulin quickly grabbed her hand and headed toward the cafeteria. "There's nothing wrong with that. Director Shui told us to treat our great hero well. Besides, since we're here, let's try the food at our cafeteria." After saying this, Zhang Yulin smiled and added, "I almost forgot. Although the cafeteria's food is okay, it's not as good as what we had at your place last time." "I still can't forget it." Zhou Yanxiu pulled Zhou Lanfang over and said happily, "Sister Yulin, if you want to eat, just tell my sister. She just started working at our town police station today. By the way, you two will be colleagues in the future." Zhang Yulin's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Lanfang with surprise. It seemed she didn't know. Zhou Lanfang shyly nodded and said, "Yes, I just finished the paperwork today." Zhang Yulin happily said, "That's great. If you need anything at the county office, just come to me." Zhou Lanfang happily replied, "Okay, Sister Yulin." Knowing they had helped catch the enemy agents, the cafeteria chef specially prepared a few signature dishes. Everyone enjoyed the meal quite a bit. It wasn't as good as home-cooked food, but it was still quite nice. After eating, everything was settled on Zhang Ligua's side. On the way back, 2 cars squeezed together, and they returned to Qingyang town. Later, Zhang Ligua arranged for a car to take them to Zhou Jiatsuan's home. They also brought back 2 intact wolf pelts. Back home, Grandma and Li Guiyun were anxiously waiting. Seeing they returned safe and sound, they finally relaxed. Although they knew their family members wouldn't do anything bad, having so many police and officers with them made the villagers talk. Before long, someone in the village said that their family soldier had killed someone in the mountains. They saw several people being carried down from the mountain. Rumors spread quickly, and gossip was common. In the village, women loved to twist stories. Anything that reached their ears could be changed into 18 different versions. Not long after, someone in the village asked her if Jianjun would not come back. She was so angry she almost argued outside. Fortunately, not long after, they all returned, and the police drove them back. Now, those gossiping women in the village should be quiet. Grandma and Li Gui watched over them and asked worriedly, "Is everything okay now?" "Why did they leave together with the police car?" Zhou Jianjun chuckled. "Mom, Guiyun, everything's fine. Nothing serious. If anything happens, it's a good thing. Don't worry. I just want to tell you, Yanxiu is once again a hero." Li Guiyun looked at Zhou Yanxiu with surprise, not understanding how Yanxiu managed to make another contribution after just one trip up the mountain. Seeing Li Guiyun wanting to ask more, Zhou Lanfang stepped forward and held her, saying, "Oh, Mom, don't ask. This needs to be kept secret. No one is allowed to say anything above. If they do, it's wrong. But overall, it's a good thing." Zhou Jianjun also smiled and agreed, "It's good for your daughter. Yanxiu made a big contribution, and your daughter benefits too. Just don't ask anymore." Li Guiyan looked at them and thought it didn't seem like anything bad was happening. If it's nothing serious, then it's fine. All right, I won't ask. You're right. If something really happened, would they even send a special car to bring you back? Li Guiyan thought for a moment. She hadn't yet asked Zhou Lanfang about her work today. Lanfang, did you and your dad go to the town today? Are all the procedures done? Zhou Lanfang smiled. Mom, everything's done. I'm now a proud member of the police. If the town police hadn't run out of suitable uniforms today, I could have worn my police uniform to show you. Uncle Zhang told me that soon I might need to go to the city for training. Li Guiyan clapped excitedly and looked at Zhou Jianjun. That's great. Our Lanfang has a job now. That's wonderful. That evening, Li Guiyan specially cooked the wild chicken from a few days ago again. She even added more food to the meal. At night, everyone enjoyed a delicious meal again. Zhou Lanfang sighed. I feel like every day is like New Year's. Today at the county police station, the chef's dishes weren't as good as my mom's cooking. Everyone laughed happily. Yes, that's true. Recently, I have been eating a lot of chicken and meat every day, without any break. I eat better than any family in the village. Zhou Yanqiu's face and body have clearly gained a few pounds, and she is almost close to 100 Gene now. Although she is still a bit slim, her natural beauty is fully shining through. Tonight, Zhou Yanqiu unusually did not read any books. The recent enemy spy cases took up a lot of her mental energy. Before going to bed, she squeezed some goat milk and mixed it with spring water to feed Little White. Thanks to her care, Little White has grown well and is no longer behind the tiger cub in the mother's care. In the evening, Little White saw her and happily ran over, now more steady than the little tiger still in the space. The next morning, Zhou Lanfang happily rode her bicycle to work at the town police station. Today was her first day on the job, and she couldn't be late. It's clear that Zhou Lanfang has already caught the attention of the county police leaders. She made a good impression right from the start, bringing 2 achievements into the police system. Especially for those enemy spies from yesterday, she was the one who called the police. The entire Qingyang Town Police Station can't ignore a third-class merit. Maybe Zhou Lanfang will even earn a special award herself. After dinner, Zhou Yanqiu greeted her grandmother and carried her basket. Grandma, I'm going to the mountain for a bit. I found a place yesterday with lots of pine nuts and other things. I'll pick some and roast them to satisfy her craving. Actually, she saw that the day was passing and the injuries on the tiger's front and back legs in the space had healed almost completely. It was time to return it to the mountain. Staying in the space all the time isn't good. Grandma couldn't stop her, but she just warned, be careful on the mountain. If you encounter danger, just hide. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and hugged her adorable little grandma. I understand, Grandma. I'll listen to you. I'm leaving now. I'll also bring Little White along to let it get some fresh air. After saying that, she hurriedly took Little White and ran outside. Running up the mountain, it felt so refreshing without any people around. Although Zhou Jianjun and the others often go up the mountain and are quite agile, in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes, they are still too slow. If she sped up, she could be out of their sight in just a few minutes. Before long, she arrived at the place where she fought with the enemy agents yesterday. Usually, there are no people around here, but Zhou Yanqiu still looked carefully in all directions to make sure no one was nearby. Only then did she release the tiger from the space. The 2 tigers, one big and one small, were happily playing inside the space. The big tiger's leg wound had healed enough for it to walk, thanks to the magical spring water. The space isn't very big, but the air inside is much better than outside. The only downside is that there isn't enough food. While the tigers played happily inside, they were suddenly released from the space. They were startled at first, but when they saw Zhou Yanqiu, they became happy again. The small tiger wobbled over to her, purring and rolling around at her feet. The big tiger slowly walked over and lay down beside her. She put down her basket on her back. The big tiger seemed to sense something and suddenly got excited, walking toward the basket and making loud howling sounds. The little white tiger inside the basket also seemed to sense something and made a soft howling sound. Zhou Yanqiu opened the basket and gently took the little white tiger out. She saw that the big tiger's eyes were a little moist, and its big head kept nudging the little white tiger's head. The two tigers kept interacting, and it was very heartwarming to see. The other small tiger looked at the little white tiger for a while, sensing a familiar smell, and soon joined in. Now all three tigers were playing together. The big tiger lay on the ground, while the two small tigers rolled around on its belly. Zhou Yanqiu felt very happy watching them, such a loving tiger family. After a while, the two small tigers got tired and lay on the big tiger's belly, drinking milk. The little white tiger had been away for several days. Now that it was back, it seemed no different at all. In a short time, the two small tigers finished drinking and fell asleep in the big tiger's arms. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and took out the basin she used yesterday to give the tigers water, filling it with spring water. The big tiger's eyes lit up. But when it saw the two sleeping cubs under its belly, it didn't get up. It just looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a pleading expression. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the big tiger with a smile and stopped teasing it. She carefully brought the bowl of spiritual spring water to it. The tiger eagerly drank the water. The animal instinctively knew that this spring water was good for its body. Since it had drunk a bowl of the same water yesterday, it understood that this was a precious thing. It drank very carefully, making sure not to spill a drop. After finishing, it looked at Zhou Yanqiu with gratitude. She put the bowl into her space and suddenly paused, as if she remembered something she had forgotten yesterday. Her scalp tingled suddenly. Zhou Yanqiu slapped her forehead and said, "Of course. There's something I haven't seen for a day." Now she finally remembered. It was Tianpeng. Yesterday, she put Tianpeng into her space, but didn't have time to take care of it. Later, she also put two tigers inside. She wondered if the timid Tianpeng would be scared. A black line appeared on her forehead, and she seemed to hear crows cawing in her ears. Without delay, she quickly entered her space. Now she remembered Tianpeng, and she was really worried that Tianpeng would scratch her hair when it saw her. "Tianpeng, Tianpeng." Zhou Yanqiu called out Tianpeng's name as soon as she entered the space. There was a moment of silence inside. Then Tianpeng's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. You finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Did you put those two tigers in yesterday?" Tianpeng was so scared, boo-hoo. She turned her head and saw Tianpeng emerging from a pile of dry wood on one side. Its eyes were a bit red, and it looked at her with a grievance. It jumped to her feet, its little paws scratching at her pants, expressing its displeasure. Its speed was so fast it looked like two little windmills. Pop, 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 pop. The paws scratched against her pants, making a soft sound. To her, it wasn't even scratching out of annoyance. There was no strength at all. It looked just like a child throwing a tantrum. Zhou Yanqiu initially thought she should comfort Tianpeng if it was upset. But seeing its adorable expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She lowered her head, lifted the sky canopy from the ground, and placed it on her shoulder. She then walked into the yard, found a bowl from Wang Junjiang's house, filled it with spiritual spring water, and set it on the ground. Softly, she said, "Come, Tianpeng, drink water. Once you finish, you can't be angry anymore." Tianpeng, who had been a little angry earlier, felt much calmer now. Seeing the full bowl of spiritual spring water, it didn't hesitate and quickly ran over. It held the bowl with its two small paws and started drinking slowly. Zhou Yanqiu gently rubbed its little head. Yesterday, Tianpeng was so scared inside this space because of two tigers. When it saw the tigers, it ran quickly into a pile of dry firewood, trembling with fear, and didn't come out all day. It was really both thirsty and hungry. Only when Zhou Yanqiu came in earlier did it dare to come out again. It looked so pitiful. Soon, Tianpeng finished the entire bowl of spiritual spring water, gulping it down. Zhou Yanqiu put the bowl away, carried Tianpeng on her shoulder, and went for a walk in the spiritual field. The ginseng and lingzhi herbs were growing very well. They still grew as much in one day here as a year outside in the real world. These ginseng plants were thriving and would gradually become part of Zhou Yanqiu's strength. Thinking about the big tiger and little white still outside, she didn't stay long in the space. She glanced around casually and then disappeared, reappearing in the Changbai Mountains. The big tiger looked at her curiously. Although this tiger was quite clever, it couldn't understand what kind of place that small space was. After Tianpeng and Zhou Yanqiu left the space, they saw the two tigers outside. Tianpeng immediately got very agitated. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why is this tiger here? Zhou Yanqiu held Tianpeng in her arms and gently comforted it. Tianpeng, don't be afraid. It's Little White's mother. It won't hurt you. She approached the tiger, and Tianpeng saw Little White, who had been playing with it these days, standing beside the huge tiger. Its fear eased a little. Zhou Yanqiu sat on the big tiger's head and patted its head. Tianpeng quietly watched for a while and then tried to reach out its small paw to touch it. How brave is a daring squirrel? Just look at Tianpeng to know. A few minutes later, Tianpeng looked at the big tiger and saw it had no hostility. With Zhou Yanqiu here, it quickly played happily with Xiaobai and the little tiger in the big tiger's arms. It kept jumping on the big tiger's belly. After playing for 2 hours, Zhou Yanqiu decided to part ways with the big tiger. She couldn't take the tiger to the village to raise it, nor could she keep it in the space forever. When they parted, the big tiger looked at Zhou Yanqiu with reluctance, unwilling to see her leave. She gently patted the big tiger's head and said, "It's okay. I will come to see you often with Xiaobai." Growl. The tiger's leg injury had almost healed. Zhou Yanqiu saw it walking normally, so she, Tianpeng, and Xiaobai headed down the mountain. Inside the space, pine cones and hazelnuts were gathered. Zhou Yanqiu took some out and filled the basket completely. These were her harvest from today on the mountain. "Auntie, I'm back." Li Guiyun came out of the room. "I heard from Grandma that you went to the mountain again today." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "Just for a little while, to pick some pine cones and hazelnuts. We can make snacks at home." Li Guiyun smiled and said, "Okay, I'll find time to prepare some. They'll be much tastier than sunflower seeds. Then I'll trouble you, Auntie. I'll pick a few more next time." Li Guiyun sighed happily. "No trouble at all. We're all family. You haven't helped the family a little lately. Your uncle isn't as capable as you, and even your sister's job was because of you. Sigh. Our family will be blessed in the future." Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit shy and said, "Annie, you're too kind. My uncle is very capable, and you are too. Our whole family is good. We are truly blessed when we are together." Li Guiyun laughed happily. "Yanqiu, you're good at talking." After putting down her things, Zhou Yanqiu went to her grandma's place. She picked up the book Compendium of Materia Medica to read it a few more times, making sure she was well prepared for old Chui's exam. In the evening, Zhou Lanfang happily rode her bike back from the town, carrying 2 brand new police uniforms. "As soon as I got home, I changed into my uniform without stopping to speak. Yanqiu, do I look good in this outfit? Do I look like a police officer? Salute." Zhou Lanfang made a funny gesture, saluting Yanqiu, then her grandmother, and even Uncle Zhou Jianjun and Aunt Li Guiyun received salutes too. Grandma and Aunt Li Guiyun carefully touched the brand new police uniform, smiling with squinted eyes, and said, very nice, really good looking." During dinner, Zhou Lanfang took off her uniform, folded it carefully, and placed it on the bed, looking very precious. At night, the Kong bed at Grandma's house was warm and cozy. Although outside it was below freezing and some water surfaces had started to freeze, the house was unaffected. Grandma was already asleep in her warm quilt. Suddenly, Yanqiu wanted to write a letter to someone far away. She quietly got up, put on her clothes, and went to the main room. Then she slipped into her space. This space was very strange. Whether it was day or night, it was always bright and comfortable. She went to the study, sat at the large purple sandalwood desk, took out a piece of paper and a pen, thought about Gu Qinghe's shy look when they parted, and how Gu Qinghe kept coming back to find her, even when she was imprisoned by Zhang Yuanbiao. Gu Qinghe was still alone at 40. Yanqiu's eyes welled up with tears. She gently rubbed her eyes to calm herself. Fortunately, everything was now back on track. Zhang Yuanbiao could no longer do harm, and Wang Junjiang had been punished. Grandma's health was gradually improving, her uncle and aunt were doing well, and her cousin had found a job she liked. Since her rebirth, everything was moving in a good direction. Her joy was so great, she couldn't wait to share it. She picked up the pen, then put it down again, struggling to write. Finally, Yanqiu's eyes became firm, overcoming her inexplicable fear. Dear Brother Qinghe, I hope this letter finds you well. As I write, the wind outside the window makes a rustling sound. For a moment, I seem to see again the scene of our parting over a year ago. I wonder how you are doing in the army lately. I have many heartfelt words I want to tell you face to face. Unfortunately, the distance is too far, so I can only express my feelings on paper. Brother Qinghe, in the past month and a half, my life has changed greatly. I have left my unhappy original family and now live with my grandmother. Even my old surname, I have abandoned it. Now I go by Zhou Yanxiu. Zhou Yanxiu. I believe you will be happy for me. I am doing very well here. My grandmother loves and cares for me, and my uncle and aunt also treat me kindly. That feeling of happiness makes me feel like my mother is still alive. Recently, I have achieved some small successes. Especially a few days ago, when I was picking mushrooms in the mountains, guess what? I actually found some suspicious individuals on the mountain. Brave me, I quickly took care of them. Long ago, the leaders at our county police station asked me to work there, but I didn't agree. Because my dream is to become a great doctor and help those in need. I believe you support me, right? I look forward to seeing you again. By then, I bet you will be a brave and admired officer. I hope you can recognize me when we meet. Here in the mountains, I have a big tiger as a friend. It even gave me one of its cubs to raise, a cute little white tiger. I also have a chubby squirrel friend. I gave it a grand name, Tianpeng. What do you think? If there's a chance, I'll bring it to show you. You will definitely like it. By the way, in the package, I sent you some mountain treasures I picked. Monkey head mushrooms, matsutake, pine nuts, and other wild foods. My aunt dried and roasted them for you. Try some. I think they taste very good. Finally, when you send me letters in the future, remember I have a new address. My current name is Zhou Yanxiu, and my address is Brother Qinghe. Don't forget. I hope that when I think of you, you will also think of me. December 11th, 1976. Evening. Zhou Yanxiu's letter flows smoothly, like a winding spring stream, with turns as delicate as orchids blooming. Though she is from the north, her handwriting seems to carry the gentle spirit of the south. The letter is over 2,000 words long, written on 4 or 5 sheets of paper, taking more than an hour to complete. Between the lines, there is deep friendship from a young girl. After finishing, Zhou Yanqiu felt completely refreshed, as if she had been waiting to do this for a long time. Carefully folding the few sheets of paper, she planned to send them when she went to the county in a few days. Last time, she picked monkey head mushrooms from the mountain. Besides eating some, her aunt dried the rest, leaving over 40 pounds of dried goods. Although she didn't have many matsutake mushrooms, she could go back to the mountain tomorrow to gather more. Even a little would help. As for pine nuts, she already had over 100 pounds in her space. She could send some to Brother Qinghe later. Looking at the time, Zhou Yanqiu saw it was almost 2 a.m. It was late, so she quickly went to bed. Quietly walking into the room, she took off her clothes and lay down, falling into a sweet dream soon after. In her dream, she didn't know what she saw, but a charming smile appeared on her lips. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly packed her bag, took Little White and Tianpeng, and headed to the mountain. Her grandmother didn't want her to work so hard. Although Yanqiu always came down from the mountain with something, her grandmother felt sorry for her granddaughter. Yanqiu, we don't lack anything at home. You don't need to go up the mountain every day. It's so tiring, Yanqiu smiled back. Grandma, today I will pick some more mushrooms on the mountain and let my aunt dry them. When I give them to others, I won't be tired. I'm leaving now, Grandma. She turned back, hugged her grandmother, and kissed her face affectionately. Her grandmother felt a little uncomfortable and gently scolded her. "You little girl." After greeting her grandmother, Yanxiu ran up the mountain happily. Hada hada. Adidada, she hummed a song, feeling relaxed and happy. Although she had a space, she still carried a basket on her back. For her, the basket was a cover. Important things could be stored in her space. But some trivial items she preferred to carry on her body and hold in her hands. She didn't want to rely too much on her space to avoid exposing herself. Now Tianpeng was used to sitting on her shoulder when she went out. Yanxiu took Little White out of the basket and held him in her arms. "Little White, how about we go find your mom to play today?" Today, Zhou Yanxiu went up the mountain with a purpose, not just to gather matsutake mushrooms. She also wanted to check on Mama White's recovery. She wondered how well her leg injury was healing and if it might affect her hunting. Being able to walk and hunt normally are two different things. If the big tiger didn't catch any prey today and was hungry, she planned to let it rest in her space for a couple of days. If needed, she could also go hunt a couple of wild boars to feed it. After all, this big tiger and she get along well. Zhou Yanxiu took Xiaobai and Tianpeng and headed back up the mountain to find the big tiger again. Soon, they arrived at the place where she parted with the tiger yesterday. She looked around but saw no sign of the tiger. However, this tiger often appears here, so its den must be nearby. Also, it might be busy hunting right now, so she wasn't in a rush. She decided to look for the tiger, matsutake mushrooms, and hazelnuts at the same time. The mountain produce here is very high quality, often hard to find elsewhere. She planned to send some to Brother Qinghe later. It's a pity that these matsutake mushrooms don't show up on the resource radar. If they did, finding them would be much easier. But Zhou Yanxiu wasn't greedy. In these deep mountains, her chances of finding matsutake are much higher than outside. Even Zhou Jianjun and others don't dare go too deep here. There's so much good stuff. She held a shovel and looked down, searching for rare products like matsutake. Suddenly, she spotted some yuan mushrooms. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly used her shovel to dig them up in a few scoops. These are similar to lion's mane mushrooms, valuable but rare. It would be great if she could find more. Her resource radar flashed, showing 2 red dots, probably ginseng again. Zhou Yanxiu remained calm. She was used to this. If she didn't find ginseng in these mountains for a long time, that would be strange. Often, people walking nearby might be just 2 or 3 meters from precious, decades-old ginseng but not see it because they can't spot these hidden, valuable herbs. Her resource radar is like a bug. It can detect the exact location of ginseng and other rare herbs within about 20 or 30 meters around her. However, she seems to have never found ginseng under 5 years old. It is likely that this material radar also has restrictions on the age of the ginseng. In fact, given enough time, she could dig out all the slightly aged ginseng from the Changbai mountain. Wild ginseng, 25 years old, with high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 28 years old, with high medicinal value. Sure enough, there are 2 ginseng plants. Zhou Yanxiu happily transplanted them into her space farm. These are all money. Lots of money. But finding ginseng was just a side task today. Her main goal was to find matsutake mushrooms and a big tiger. She lowered her head, searching for matsutake and other things. In a few days, these matsutake will be gone. If she wants to find them again, she'll have to wait until next year. Later, Zhou Yanxiu even asked Tianpeng to help find things. Although Tianpeng isn't good at finding mushrooms, it can help look for pine cones and hazelnuts. She fed Tianpeng a few sips of spiritual spring water, and it eagerly went to search for things. Not bad, not bad. Looks like it will be a useful helper in the future. Specialization is key. Zhou Yanxiu hadn't collected many matsutake, yet when Tianpeng came over and made a squeak sound, she followed Tianpeng to see what it found. Wow, it found a large pile of pine cones and hazelnuts. She collected the good pine cones into her space, about 1,000 to 2,000 jin, and picked up 5 or 600 jin of hazelnuts. It took her over an hour just to gather these items into her space. Zhou Yanqiu patted Tianping's little head and praised it. Good job, Tianping. Tianping stood proudly on her shoulder, seeming to understand her praise, puffing out its little chest. Squeak, 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 squeak. Of course. I'm the bravest squirrel. These many pine cones and hazelnuts are enough. Zhou Yanqiu plans to dig for matsutake now. She has only dug about 10 pounds so far, which is still too little. After drying, it's only about 3 or 4 pounds, really too little. She needs to leave some for her family. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if her uncle and aunt asked about these things. How should she answer if they ask who she's sending them to? Thinking about it makes her blush.
Die.
Zhou Yanqiu searched around within a radius of 1 or 2 miles and found over 100 jin of matsutake mushrooms. Since the weather has turned colder now, the mushrooms are much fewer than before. Otherwise, the amount she found could have been several times more. Still, Zhou Yanqiu is content with what she has gathered. However, after half a day, she hasn't seen the big tiger anywhere, and she begins to feel worried. She thinks it shouldn't have been released back into the mountains yesterday. At least, it should have stayed in the space for a couple more days to recover. Just then, Zhou Yanqiu hears distant wild boar squeals and tiger roars. She feels happy, thinking maybe the tiger is hunting there. Without wasting time looking for more mushrooms, she heads toward the sound of the wild boars. That place is at least a kilometer away from her, and the mountain path makes it harder to travel. It takes her about 3 minutes to reach there. Just as she is about to arrive, she sees a medium-sized wild boar running toward her. Without thinking, she instinctively takes 2 stones from her space and throws them at the boar. The first stone hits the boar, causing it to scream loudly. The force of the stone hits it hard, breaking into several pieces. The boar falls to the ground with broken legs. The second stone, by chance, hits the boar in the eye, causing it to cry out and go silent. The boar struggles a few more times with its 4 legs but then stops moving. Zhou Yanqiu quickly throws the carcass into her space and then looks for the tiger. She walks a few dozen steps forward and sees the tiger sitting there, looking disappointed and in a bad mood. It is indeed the big tiger, White's mother. She looks around but doesn't see any sign of the tiger hunting the boar. It seems its leg injury is still affecting it. Zhou Yanqiu calls out loudly, "Fat tiger." She named White's mother yesterday because of her chubby appearance, calling her Fat Tiger. The small yellow tiger was called Little Yellow. She named them without asking for permission. Tingpun was surprised when he heard this, but luckily his own name was quite good. Fat Tiger hears the familiar voice, looks at Zhou Yanqiu. When she saw it was him, she immediately covered his head with her 2 paws. Oh no, she was too embarrassed to face anyone. She hadn't caught any prey, which made her feel ashamed, and now she had been discovered. Zhou Yanqiu saw the funny actions of the chubby tiger and probably understood how it felt. She couldn't help but laugh. Giggle, giggle, her clear laughter echoed through the forest, carrying far away. She took a few steps forward and reached out to pat the chubby tiger's head. The tiger shook its adorable head and rubbed against her. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to say something again, she heard a rumbling sound from the tiger's stomach. It turned out the chubby tiger was hungry. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the chubby tiger with a smile. If it hadn't injured its leg, it wouldn't have been empty-handed just now. It seemed that the leg injury still hadn't healed properly, which greatly affected its hunting ability. Being able to walk didn't mean it could hunt well. Using its legs effectively required much more strength. Fortunately, she came here, or the chubby tiger might have gone hungry for a long time. She patted its big head and asked, "Where's Little Yellow?" The chubby tiger stood up, looked at her, then turned and started walking back. She hurried to follow. After 10 minutes, she arrived at a cave with the chubby tiger. The cave wasn't very deep, only about 5 or 6 meters, with a high outside and a lower inside. But it was enough to block the wind and rain. Outside the cave entrance, there were many animal bones, boar bones, and deer bones. There was a strong, foul smell in the air. Zhou Yanqiu sniffed the smell without even frowning. It was too childish. She looked curiously at the cave, which was probably the chubby tiger's nest. Inside, there was a thick layer of dry grass. Little Yellow was sleeping soundly in the warm grass. Considering that the chubby tiger was already quite hungry, it probably hadn't eaten anything since they parted yesterday. Zhou Yanqiu took out the wild boar she had just caught from her space and placed it in front of the tiger. Then she thought for a moment and took out a bowl, filling it with spiritual spring water for the tiger. She hoped this spring water could help it heal quickly. The chubby tiger's leg injury was a gunshot wound and quite serious. So even with the spiritual spring water, it wouldn't heal completely in just one day. Then she took Little White out of the basket. The just-woken Little Yellow saw Little White and Zhou Yanqiu and immediately became excited. Its short legs waddled over, wanting to play with Little White, but it accidentally tripped and rolled on the ground. Then Tianpeng also joined in. The three little ones played happily together. Penghu looked gratefully at Zhou Yanqiu, first drinking all the spiritual spring water from a basin, then tearing apart a wild boar that weighed about 100 jin. It seemed very hungry, and soon it started eating eagerly. Zhou Yanqiu watched from the side, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Penghu was tearing into the wild boar, blood all over its body. There was also a strong smell of blood, but there was nothing she could do. Penghu was a beast, and such eating behavior was normal for it. It looked like she needed to go out and hide for a while. She stood up, patted Penghu's head, and said, "Penghu, I'll go for a walk nearby. You eat first, and I'll come back to see you later." Then she called out to Tianpeng, "Tianpeng, let's go check the area nearby." Tianpeng looked at her, then quickly jumped over and onto her shoulder. As for Little White, she decided to let it play here for a while. After all, this was its original home, and Penghu definitely wouldn't hurt it. If she left without calling Tianpeng, Tianpeng would probably get upset with her. Penghu understood her meaning, looked up at her, barked once, then continued eating. That wild boar, weighing about 100 jin, was enough for it to eat for a day. Zhou Yanqiu climbed onto a large rock with Tianpeng and looked around. The area was quiet, with only the occasional bird calls in the distance. That made sense since Penghu was here, probably no large animals would be nearby within 300 or 500 meters. Any bigger animals would have already been eaten by Penghu. Watching the sparrows fluttering on the branches, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly got an idea. She took out a stone, aimed at a sparrow on a branch, and swung her wrist forcefully, sending the stone flying toward the bird. She wanted to see how accurate she was at hitting such a quick little bird, but it seemed she overestimated herself a bit. The sparrows seemed to sense danger and flapped their wings, flying away instantly before the stone could reach them. She was a little off target, Zhou Yanqiu thought as she watched the sparrows fly away. It looks like she still needs more practice. She clapped her hands and said, "Let's go, Tianpeng. Let's look somewhere else." One person and one squirrel walk through the primitive forest of Changbai Mountain. Zhou Yanqiu's resource radar flashes from time to time. In just half an hour, she transplanted about 10 old ginseng plants from the mountain. One of the oldest ginseng plants is 150 years old. A 150-year-old ginseng. If people knew, it would cause a big fuss. Many would try to take it by any means. Even though Zhou Yanqiu has a space spiritual field, these 100-year-old ginsengs are no longer rare for her. But she still marvels at how rich the resources in the mountain are. If an ordinary person found this ginseng, they might not need to worry for the rest of their life. Zhou Yanqiu continues to walk deeper into the mountain. By now, Tianpeng has climbed from her shoulder onto a tree. In the tree, Tianpeng can still act as her eyes, warning her of any danger. Along the way, Zhou Yanqiu also saw a golden leopard. Its sleek body, beautiful spots, and long, lovely tail caught her eye. It has a cat-like head, just much larger. Zhou Yanqiu almost couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. Although fierce, this golden leopard is no match for her. As long as she doesn't want to, this seemingly fierce leopard can't even get close to her. Finally, perhaps because Zhou Yanqiu's gaze was too sharp, the leopard sensed she was no ordinary prey and quickly ran away with its tail between its legs. Zhou Yanqiu explored further into the mountain and encountered a large wild boar weighing about 300 jin. Without hesitation, She took out stones and started hitting the boar wildly. The force was so strong that the stones shattered into powder upon hitting the boar. The boar fell to the ground before it could run to her. She went over and saw that the big boar was no longer breathing. Casually, she threw the boar into her space. It was just a wild pig. She wasn't very interested anymore. Soon after, she hunted a foolish roe deer, 2 wild chickens, and 2 rabbits, all quite fat. Strangely, it seemed warmer here than at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu even felt a faint warmth. Matsutake mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms on the ground also started to grow more abundantly. Zhou Yanqiu happily looked around. This is a really good place. Next time she wants to pick matsutake mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms, she will come here. Zhou Yanqiu worked here for over half an hour and collected quite a few lion's mane mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. Until she had over 200 jin of each, she stopped. Let's call it a day. There will be more chances in the future. Zhou Yanqiu looked back toward the deeper area. In the distance, it seemed like steam was rising, and there was a misty fog. It gave her a feeling of a fairyland. She thought curiously, could that be a volcano crater? But she had never heard anyone mention a volcano here. Her interest was piqued, but it was too late to explore today. Next time, she would go take a look. Tiangong, let's go home and pick up Xiaobai. Zhou Yanqiu took Tiangong and headed toward Penghu's den. It was time to go down the mountain today. She had already achieved her goals on the way up. She also found many good things, like the old ginseng that was over 150 years old, such a treasure. But that thing was too eye-catching, so she couldn't take it out for now. The pine nuts and lion's mane mushrooms in the mountain were also good, and taking them out would be impressive. She had never sent anything to Qinghe before, but this time she wanted to send more. Yes, she decided to send a big package. Half an hour later, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at Penghu's den. Penghu saw her and let out a soft growl, then came over and rubbed against her legs affectionately. Zhou Yanqiu reached out and patted its big head. She looked at the wild boar they had left behind. Only about 2/3 remained. This tiger had a big appetite. That wild boar was enough for it to eat for a day or two. Thinking about it, she might not go up the mountain tomorrow or the day after. If Penghu's leg still wasn't healed, it might go hungry again. So she decided to leave the 300 jin wild boar she just caught for Penghu. Anyway, she wasn't lacking these things now. Zhou Yanqiu poured a bowl of spiritual spring water for Penghu from her space. Having this spring water would greatly speed up the healing of Penghu's leg. Without it, Penghu would have trouble even walking now. Then she took the big wild boar out of the space and placed it next to the fat tiger's nest. Finally, she brought Little White over, gently stroking Fat Tiger's head. Fat Tiger, I'm taking Little White back with me. You can keep this wild boar to eat. I'll come to see you again in a few days. Zhou Yanqiu left the mountain with Little White and Tianfeng. Inside the space, songta and hazelnuts were packed together in one bag. The shiitake mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms were also packed into a large bag. 2 wild chickens and 2 rabbits were placed in a basket. When they were near the bottom of the mountain, she took out the 2 bags from the space. She prepared a sturdy stick to use as a shoulder pole and carried the bags. Each bag weighed about 100 pounds, so together they were over 200 pounds. Zhou Yanqiu carried them on her slim shoulders and didn't feel it was too heavy. It was about the same as carrying 30 or 50 pounds for an ordinary person. She walked lightly toward Zhou Jianjun's house. Later, her aunt would dry and roast the pine nuts and hazelnuts, and the lion's mane mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms would also be dried. 3 days had passed, and she was ready to go to the county town to send the goods. Thinking about it, she felt very excited. Hee. She was looking forward to seeing Clear River Brothers' expression when he received her package. Auntie Annie, Zhou Yanqiu pushed open the courtyard door and called out to Li Guiyun. Li Guiyun came out and saw her carrying a backpack and 2 big bags. She felt worried. Yanqiu, why are you bringing so many things down again? It must be heavy. You must be exhausted. Next time, bring fewer things from the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu shook her head and smiled, setting down the 2 bags and the backpack. Auntie, it's not heavy. You know I have a lot of strength. Li Guiyun patted her thigh and suddenly realized. I see you're a girl, so you forget sometimes. But no matter how strong you are, you shouldn't tire yourself out, understand? Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Although several days had passed, she still felt very touched and warm inside from her family's sincere care. With these relatives around, she felt like she had endless strength. Zhou Lanfang hasn't returned to work yet. Zhou Yanqiu playfully pouted at Li Guiyun and said, Auntie, could you help me with these things in the next couple of days? Please dry some of the matsutake mushrooms and monkey head mushrooms. I also picked a lot of pine nuts and hazelnuts. Ask Uncle to handle those. I'll go to the county town in a few days and bring some to give as gifts. Li Guiyun had no reason to refuse and smiled. All right, just these. Tomorrow, I'll go to the drying shed in the village and do it all in one day. Let Uncle handle the pine nuts and hazelnuts. He knows how to roast them. Zhou Yanqiu smiled happily and took Li Guiyun's arm, saying, I'll go back to the mountain tomorrow morning to pick some more. I found a place with lots of matsutake and monkey head mushrooms. I might only bring half of what I find. Actually, all the mushrooms are stored in her space. She just needed to take a quick walk in the mountains tomorrow morning. Then she took out the rabbits and wild chickens from her basket, saying, Annie, I saw some small animals on the mountain. You can handle them. Hee hee. Li Guiyun was surprised as she took the rabbits and chickens, saying, Yanqiu, you always catch these when you go to the mountain. You're really talented. I tell you, your uncle usually comes back empty-handed at least half the time. Unlike you, who never leaves empty-handed. Zhou Yanqiu chuckled. I was just lucky these times, that's all. Li Guiyun pouted. Luck is also a skill. Our Yanqiu is truly capable. Li Guiyun looked at the rabbits thoughtfully and said, Once I process these rabbit skins, I'll make you a pair of rabbit fur gloves in a few days. Maybe I can make a hat too, to keep warm in the winter. Zhou Yanqiu nodded, then couldn't help but hug Li Guiyun, her eyes slightly red but smiling sweetly. Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind. Li Guiyun pretended to be angry. You little girl, why are you being so polite to your aunt? Who else do I treat well if not you? Zhou Yanqiu giggled and originally planned to read a book, but now she wanted to go back to the mountain for more fun. Auntie, I'll go back to the mountain and pick the remaining monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. I'll dry them all tomorrow. Li Guiyun hurriedly stopped her. Yanqiu, listen to me. It's too late today. Let's go tomorrow instead. Zhou Yanqiu explained, Not far up the mountain. I hid everything there. I just want to move some things. It didn't take long, about an hour, and I'll be back. Li Guiyun couldn't stop her, only reminding her, Be careful, come back early, and don't stay out too late. Zhou Yanqiu took 2 more bags from her house, ran outside, holding little White in her arms, with Tianpeng on her shoulder. The girl's clear voice rang out. Li Guiyun stepped a few paces to the door and looked outside, but Zhou Yanqiu had already run out of sight. She hurried up the mountain. Halfway up, she could see the faint smoke rising from Zhoujia village, full of the smell of home-cooked meals. Some families had already started preparing dinner, even though the sun was still high in the sky. Zhou Yanqiu stood there, staring blankly at the mountain below, feeling a bit distracted. After resting a while, she packed the remaining monkey head mushrooms and matsutake into the bags, then, just like before, carried them down the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu quickly carried these 2 bags to Zhou Jianjun's house. She pushed open the yard gate and set the bags down. She proudly called her Aunt Li Guiyun to show her what she had brought down from the mountain. At this moment, Zhou Yanqiu might not even realize it herself, but she was becoming more like a lively young girl. Under the care of her family, her hardships were slowly fading away. She was gradually returning to her true self. She was originally a lively and adorable girl. Li Guiyun came out to look at the matsutake, monkey head mushrooms, pine cones, and hazelnuts she had brought. All of them were top quality. If you had to rank them, these definitely belonged to the highest grade. Li Guiyun joked, Yanqiu, I guess you're fairy reborn from heaven. Otherwise, how could the mountain god of Changbai Mountain be so generous to you, sending you so many good things? Zhou Yanqiu smiled, about to reply, when a clear voice sounded outside the door. What's so good about those things? Hearing this, Zhou Yanxiu's eyes lit up. She happily ran to open the door. It was Zhou Lanfang, dressed in a dark blue police uniform, with short hair and a liberation cap. She looked brave and sharp, full of the smart and capable spirit of a modern woman. Li Guoyun also looked over and saw Zhou Lanfang, who looked different from usual. She smiled and said, "Oh, so our police comrade has come back. This uniform really makes you look spirited and nice." Zhou Lanfang put her bicycle aside, stood in the yard with her hands on her hips, and let the two see how she looked in her police uniform. She was very proud and happy. Today was her first day wearing the police uniform to work. She was so proud that her smile never left her face. Since she worked at the town police station and Zhang Liguo was watching over her, her colleagues in town also respected her. She was also quite pretty, and in a place like the police station, which had more men than women, she was even more popular. Her workday went smoothly, even though she knew she still had a lot to learn. The day was busy, but she didn't feel tired at all. Back in her room, Zhou Lanfang happily changed out of her new uniform and put on her usual home clothes. She chattered excitedly about funny stories from her first day at work. It was clear that Zhou Lanfang was very happy with her new job. The next day, Zhou Yanxiu was not going to the mountain. She stayed home and carefully read the Compendium of Materia Medica, again, from start to finish. This was her third time reading it. The thick book was so detailed that many people couldn't memorize it all in a lifetime, but she was already remembering most of it. After reading it a couple more times, she would be confident enough to face old Chui's test. She focused on her reading, and time flew by quickly. Sometimes, Zhou Yanxiu got up to squeeze some sheep's milk and mix it with spiritual spring water to feed Little White. She also made sure to give Tianping's spiritual spring water and food. It had only been 2 or 3 days, but Little White, who couldn't walk steadily before, was now running around the yard freely. This little white tiger was much smarter than ordinary tigers, with a high IQ. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, it became even more intelligent and understanding. It was as adorable as a cat. Even Grandma liked to come and pet it from time to time. It seemed to know that Grandma was Zhou Yanxiu's closest person, and Little White was very good at winning her affection. It often rolled around and acted cute in front of Grandma. Tingpeng and Little White also played together, and they no longer felt shy around each other. The two little friends seemed to become good friends, even cuddling together at night to sleep. While Zhou Yanxiu was focused on reading her book, the two little ones quietly played outside instead of bothering her. In the afternoon, Zhou Jianjun was in the yard roasting pine nuts and hazelnuts. Zhou Yanxiu went to help. Yesterday, Aunt Li Guoyun had already peeled about 20 jin of pine nuts. Roasting pine nuts is simple. They used a large iron pan filled with fine sand, which Zhou Jianjun had dug from outside in 2 baskets. He heated the pan over a small fire, constantly stirring the sand until it started to bubble. Then he added the peeled pine nuts and kept stirring. The pine nuts kept moving in the sand, releasing a strong, pleasant smell. At this point, they made a cracking sound as they opened up. After about 20 minutes, the pine nuts were ready. They used a prepared sieve to scoop them out and let them cool before eating. Then they started roasting the next batch. Aunt Li had peeled about 20 jin of pine nuts, but she hadn't finished peeling them all yet. There weren't many left. Inside the pine cone, the pine nuts only made up a small part. The pine cones without nuts could be used for firewood. It took about 3 batches to roast 20 jin of pine nuts. After finishing the pine nuts, they moved on to hazelnuts. Hazelnuts were roasted with coarse salt. They poured a few jin of coarse salt into the pan, added a handful of star anise, and Zhou Jianjun even brought some bay leaves to add flavor. Once heated, he added the hazelnuts and kept stirring with a spatula. It took about 20 minutes. Afterward, they scooped out the hazelnuts and let them cool before eating. Zhou Yanxiu watched from the side. When Zhou Jianjun got tired, she took the spatula and kept stirring. It took about 2 or 3 hours to roast all the pine nuts and hazelnuts. Zhou Yanxiu picked up some pine nuts and hazelnuts to taste. They They were really delicious. All the fragrant flavors of the nuts had been brought out. Once roasted, the nuts could be stored for a long time, at least until the new year. From now on, there would be no shortage of snacks at home. Zhou Yanqiu gave Zhou Jianjun a thumbs up. Uncle, your roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts are really delicious. Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, You like to eat, so I will cook more for you in the future. Zhou Yanqiu nodded eagerly and said, Yes, yes. When the time comes, I will carry more from the mountain. This time, Zhou Jianjun didn't object because even if he did, Zhou Yanqiu would secretly go to the mountain herself. However, he still warned her, Be careful on the mountain. Although you're very capable, there are fierce animals there that are not vegetarian. Don't go too deep, okay? Okay. Zhou Yanqiu nodded randomly, but in her mind, she was thinking about taking Fat Tiger to meet next time. Your aunt went to the drying shed in the village to dry those mushrooms. It should be done by tomorrow night. You want to send some to your friends, right? Will it be enough for the day after tomorrow? Zhou Jianjun asked her with a smile, not asking what kind of friends she was sending to, whether male or female. She grinned at Zhou Jianjun and said, Yes, it will be enough. I will go to the county town the day after tomorrow. Zhou Jianjun clapped his hands and said, All right, then go the day after tomorrow. Red Soldier will finish school that day. After you finish your work, if you have time, come back with Red Soldier. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Uncle, is Red Soldier going to have a winter vacation? Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun with a happy face. It's been about half a month since she last saw him, only during the trip to the county town with her uncle, when she briefly saw Red Soldier at the high school. Since then, they haven't met again. When he comes home for vacation, the house will definitely be more lively. She really started to like her cousin, who had been following her since childhood. Red Soldier, who is in high school now, is only 15 years old this year, turning 16 after the new year. Nowadays, kids start school quite early. So, it's not unusual for Red Soldier to be in high school at 15. Some of his classmates are even younger than him. Zhou Jianjun smiled and said, It's not winter vacation yet. It will be next month. He goes home once a month and the day after tomorrow is just right. Zhou Yanqiu suddenly understood. I see. Once I finish my work, I will go to the school to pick up Red Soldier. Yes, the morning after tomorrow, you and Lanfang each ride a bicycle. When you come back, you can come together. I understand, Uncle. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. She saluted Uncle Zhou properly and then quickly ran off. Uncle, I'm going to read now. Uncle Zhou watched the figure of Zhou Yanqiu to disappear, smiled, and shook his head. That girl. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu's lively behavior just now, Uncle Zhou seemed to remember when his sister was still alive. Back then, young Yanqiu was just as lively, playful, and loved to laugh. Now, Yanqiu has mostly returned to her old self, but she has become more mature and steady. It's a bit unusual to describe a young girl as mature and steady, but when it comes to Yanqiu, it doesn't seem out of place. In the blink of an eye, the day Yanqiu planned to go to the county town arrived. She got up early, and everything she needed was already packed. Last night, she dried some matsutake mushrooms and lion's mane mushrooms, along with pine nuts and hazelnuts. She packed everything into a big bag, which weighed nearly 20 pounds. Her aunt, Li Guiyun, even specially brought a wild chicken she caught in the mountains a few days ago. She salted it and marinated it. In this cold weather, it wouldn't spoil for 2 or 3 months. Yanqiu remembered her aunt asking yesterday if it was for someone important. She blushed and nodded. Her aunt smiled without asking more, added the wild chicken, and also wanted her to send more pine nuts and hazelnuts, but she refused. There was already quite a lot, a big full bag. The dried lion's mane mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms didn't weigh much, about 5 or 6 pounds in total, but they took up a lot of space. Just these 5 or 6 pounds filled more than half of the bag. Yanqiu and Lanfang each rode a bicycle toward Qingyang town. Yanqiu was heading to the county seat, while Lanfang was going to work at the local police station. It was just after dawn, only a little past 6. Usually, Lanfang wouldn't get up at this time. She'd sleep until 9, or even later. But now that she was working, she got up so early, without any complaints. As soon as she was called, she was ready to go. Before the sun rose, two people wore cotton hats and gloves, braving the cold wind as they rode toward Qingyang town. Although it was cold, both of them felt warm inside. They soon arrived at Qingyang town and followed Zhou Lanfang to the police station. In the past few days, Zhou Lanfang had become familiar with the police station. She greeted the gatekeeper with a smile. "Grandpa Wang, have you had breakfast?" Grandpa Wang looked up and smiled. "Yes, I have." "You girl, your home is so far away, and you come so early." "You're really diligent," Zhou Lanfang replied happily. "That's because my home is far, so I have to come early." "What if I'm late?" Grandpa Wang gave her an idea. "You could rent a house in town. It's not expensive." Zhou Lanfang thought he was joking. "Okay, please keep an eye out. If I find a suitable one, I'll rent it." "Grandpa Wang, this is my sister. She's going to the county town. Please keep her bicycle at our station." Grandpa Wang smiled. "Go ahead. If you come again, just park it here next time." Zhou Yanxiu is all smiles. "Thank you, Grandpa Wang." They parked their bicycles in the station's bike shed. Now, the bike shed had two bicycles. Most police officers at the station had their own bikes, so they built a simple bike shed to keep them dry in the rain. "Let's go, have breakfast." After parking, Zhou Lanfang pulled Zhou Yanxiu. She had about half an hour before work, so there was enough time for breakfast. Today's breakfast was planned with her family to eat together in town, so she didn't eat at home. At the breakfast shop in town, Zhou Yanxiu put her bag on a nearby stool. Zhou Lanfang had already bought 4 large meat buns, 2 bowls of millet porridge, and 2 boiled eggs. It only cost 1 yuan in total. Zhou Lanfang smiled happily. "Yanxiu, eat quickly. If it's not enough, I'll buy more." Zhou Yanxiu picked up a large meat bun. "Sister, you eat too. This is enough. I can't eat too much anyway." Now her appetite was normal, similar to that of an ordinary person. Perhaps because of the spiritual spring water, her appetite has decreased a lot. In the past, she could easily eat these things herself. Now, just 2 meat buns are enough to fill her stomach. The two of them quickly finished the buns, peeled the boiled eggs, and put them into the porridge, then ate bite by bite. After finishing a bowl of porridge, both of their stomachs felt a little full, and their bodies warmed up. Zhou Yanxiu still needed to catch a bus to the county seat. She had promised Zhou Lanfang they would go back together in the evening, so she headed to the town bus station. The bus to Qingyang County was about to leave. Zhou Yanxiu carried her bag and hurried to the station, bought a ticket, and got on the bus. In just a few minutes, the bus started heading toward the county town. More than an hour later, the bus arrived at the Qingyang County bus station. Today, Zhou Yanxiu had a lot to do, so she didn't delay. She went straight to the post office first. She needed to send a package to Gu Qinghe, buy some things at Dongfang Hong's store, and then visit He Jing in the hospital. Several days had passed, and she didn't know how He Jing was recovering. Sometimes, Zhou Yanxiu still worried about this girl who shared her same hardships from her past life. Then, Hongbing school dismissal was around 2 p.m. She planned to go early to pick him up. Yes, her day was fully scheduled. Zhou Yanxiu quickly arrived at the county post office, where many people were already in line to send or pick up packages. It was understandable during this time, letters from friends and family far away were all sent through the main post office, so it was very busy. She didn't delay and took out a shipping label, first filling in the address. The address was Chaoyang District, Beijing City. She carefully wrote the address, checked it several times to avoid mistakes, and looked at the address with a slight smile on her face. After finishing the address, she prepared the package to send. The letter she wanted to send was already inside the bag from last night. Sending packages required waiting in line. It took about half an hour before it was her turn. Seeing her large package, the clerk looked at her with surprise. "Comrade, what's inside this package? It needs to be opened and checked." Zhou Yanxiu quickly said, "Yes, I can send some dried goods from home to my friends in the city. Feel free to check." Now, the postal clerks have more authority. If they want to check your package, they can do so. It's part of their job to do random inspections. Zhou Yanxiu openly opened her bag, allowing the clerk to check. The clerk was a woman in her 30s. When she saw the monkey head mushrooms, matsutake mushrooms, pine nuts, and hazelnuts, Zhou Yanqiu was sending, her eyes lit up. Just by looking at their quality, she knew these were rare and good items, not easy to find on the market. The clerk also became interested. With more than a month until the new year, the post office, which earns the most profit, hadn't yet prepared the holiday benefits for employees. If the holiday gifts included these dried mushrooms and nuts, plus roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts, it would be perfect. It's understandable that she, as a clerk, cares about this. Her husband is the deputy director of the post office. Although she is just a small clerk here, after work, her words carry much more weight. So, she was also thinking about the New Year benefits. Seeing the high-quality mountain products Zhou Yanqiu was sending, she wondered if there were more. Buying extra to give as holiday gifts would be wonderful. They are tasty, long-lasting, and rare delicacies from the mountains. Thinking this, she quietly asked Zhou Yanqiu, "Comrade, did you pick these mountain goods yourself? Are there more?" Hearing this question, Zhou Yanqiu's guard went up. "These are from our collection, sent to friends far away." "There aren't any more." Seeing her expression, the clerk realized she misunderstood. "Comrade, you misunderstood me. Let's send these first, and then I'll explain. Is that okay?" Seeing her say this, Zhou Yanqiu understood she had misjudged. Sending some mountain goods definitely wouldn't violate any rules. Sure. Zhou Yanqiu agreed immediately, deciding to listen to what she had to say first. She repacked the parcel and sealed it again. It weighed about 20 jin, around 10 kilograms, costing 25 yuan in shipping fees. Shipping was expensive at this time, and this was a special internal discount the clerk arranged. Otherwise, it would have cost 30 yuan. After sending the package, the sales clerk took her to a small room nearby. As for her work, someone else took over. Zhou Yanqiu looked curiously at the slightly plump sales clerk, wondering what she wanted to talk about. But judging by her attitude, it probably wasn't anything bad. "Comrade, please sit down. Would you like some water?" The clerk was very polite. Zhou Yanqiu waved her off. "Thank you, I'm not thirsty." Just joking, she always carried a water bottle with her, filled with spring water, which she mostly drank now. The clerk smiled and said, "I'll tell you, my name is Zhao. You can call me Sister Zhao. I saw the things you sent, and they're all very good quality. With the new year coming soon, our post office hasn't decided on the holiday benefits yet. We've been worried about it. If your family still has these monkey head mushrooms and dried matsutake, or can get similar things, our post office can buy them at a high price. This isn't against the rules. What do you think?" Sister Zhao finished speaking, smiling warmly at Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu felt tempted. Although she didn't need money right now, who would complain about having more? Even if she wasn't interested in dealing with these herself, she could let Zhou Jianjun handle it. She didn't want her to sell ginseng, but she had no problem with selling monkey head mushrooms and other dried goods. Zhou Yanqiu asked, "Sister Zhao, how much do you want? What price are you offering?" "I need to ask around." Sister Zhao thought for a moment. "Our entire office has about 50 employees. Each person can give 2 jin of monkey head mushrooms, 2 jin of dried matsutake, plus 3 jin of pine nuts and 3 jin of hazelnuts. Currently, the market price for these dried mushrooms and matsutake is around 4.5 to 5 yuan per jin. For the quality you have today, I can offer 6 yuan per jin. And the roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts, about 1.5 yuan per jin. How does that sound?" Zhou Yanqiu quickly calculated. If she went with this price, each person's New Year benefit would be about 33 yuan, roughly a month's salary for an average worker. It's clear that this is one of the wealthiest departments now, generous and impressive. Sister Zhao's offer was fair, without undervaluing, and dealing well with such a department could be a good future path. Zhou Yanqiu has already decided to help Zhou Jianjun secure this business deal. The source of the goods is not a problem. She can find it by taking a walk up the mountain. However, she didn't show her hesitation openly. After a moment, she said, "Sister Zhao, this is a big matter. I want to agree, but I can't make the final decision. I need to ask my elders at home. Is that okay?" Sister Zhao smiled and replied, "Of course. When can you give me an answer?" "I'll wait here for your news." Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment. In a few days, it will be time for her to meet with old Chui for the test. At that time, she will come to this county town to see old Chui, so she can do both at once. Sister Zhao, 5 days. I'll come back in 5 days. Is that okay? Sister Zhao smiled and said, Sure. It would be good if you could bring some samples. That way, the higher-ups can see them too. Zhou Yanqiu immediately agreed. No problem. I'll bring a pound of each item. Sister Zhao, you can also take some home to try. Seeing that the girl was polite, Sister Zhao's smile deepened. All right, I'll wait for you here. Just come directly to me when you arrive. After finishing the task, she sent out the package. Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect to have an unexpected joy. Before the new year, her uncle could earn some money. Zhou Yanqiu left the post office feeling quite happy. She didn't expect that sending a package would bring her such a surprise. If this deal goes through, she will earn 1,650 yuan. That's quite a lot for these days. Zhou Lanfang works at the police station, earning only 38.5 yuan a month, but this already made many envious eyes turn red. When she gets back, she plans to discuss everything carefully with her uncle. She hopes to turn this into a long-term business, so her uncle's family will have a steady income. Then, their days will surely get better and better. After sending the package, Zhou Yanqiu plans to go to Dongfeng Hong's store to buy a few things, mainly 2 watches. One for her cousin Zhou Lanfang, as a gift to celebrate her starting work. The other for herself, so she can easily check the time when she goes up the mountain, avoiding being late or staying out too long. Last time, old Chui gave her 6,000 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu took 2,000 yuan with her and kept 4,000 yuan with her uncle. She sold a roe deer in town for 32 yuan, adding to her own savings of less than 100 yuan. She also took back over 1,000 yuan from Wang Zhenjiang's house. That means she now has more than 3,000 yuan on her. In any family today, this is a large amount of money. Many people never have this much cash in their whole life. Moreover, her money will only grow more in the future. She doesn't need to worry about running out of money. Spending a few hundred yuan on a couple of watches is not a big deal for her. The problem is, in the planned economy, buying watches requires special tickets. Without these tickets, even if she has extra money, store clerks wouldn't sell her a watch. So her main task now is to get 2 watch tickets. There are ways and means, just like snakes have their paths, mice have theirs. She has heard about this before. Outside the Reddy's store, there are ticket vendors who sell various tickets. She can spend some money to find one of these vendors and buy 2 watch tickets. Soon, she arrived at the Reddy's store. She looked around and quickly spotted a man wearing a lei foam cap and a worn military coat, peeking out from time to time, looking around cautiously. She narrowed her eyes. This man was probably a ticket vendor. She stepped toward him. He was about 30 years old, with a nose red from the cold. In this freezing weather, few people came to buy tickets from him. It had been almost half a day, and he still hadn't opened his stall. Seeing her approach, he looked wary at first. When he saw she was a young girl, he relaxed a little but still prepared to run if something was wrong. "Comrade, do you need something?" he asked, approaching her. Seeing him stop and speak, she knew she had found the right person. She whispered, "Do you have watch tickets?" He heard her question and realized she wanted to buy tickets. He felt relieved. Though they make good money, their line of work is risky. If caught, they could be detained and have to spend some time in jail. "Yes, I do." "How many do you need?" She made a gesture with her hand. 2, the ticket seller said, 50 yuan each. "I only have one on me right now. If you want, I can go get another one. It will only take 10 minutes. How about it?" Zhou Yanqiu casually bargained. "Okay, make it cheaper." The ticket seller thought for a moment. 2 for 95 yuan. "That's the lowest I can go. If not, you can find someone else." Zhou Yanqiu didn't argue and agreed. "Fine, just give me this watch ticket first. Then you can go get the other one." She then counted out 45 yuan. "Where's the watch ticket?" The ticket seller carefully took out the watch ticket from his pocket. "Here, take a look." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the watch ticket and confirmed it was the real one. Then she handed over the 45 yuan to the ticket seller. He counted the money and said, "Miss, this isn't right. You're short by 2.5 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu waved her hand. "Hurry up and get the other one." I'll give you 50 yuan this time. It won't be less. The ticket seller saw her confident attitude and, without knowing why, obediently went to get the other watch ticket. 10 minutes later, the ticket seller arrived, panting heavily. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu still waiting, he relaxed a little. Here, this is the other watch ticket. This time, it's 50 yuan. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Zhou Yanqiu took the ticket, checked it carefully, and then handed over 50 yuan. She then headed to the Dongfanghong store to buy some things and visit He Jing at the county hospital. At the Dongfanghong store, she went straight to the second floor. The ladies' watch section didn't have many styles. The popular brands were Shanghai and Seagull watches. Zhou Yanqiu immediately liked a simple and elegant Shanghai brand women's watch. It was available in silver and gold. Coincidentally, she and Zhou Lanfang each wanted one. Decided, they bought both. Watching the sales assistant chatting nearby, Zhou Yanqiu knocked on the counter and softly said, "Comrade, I want to buy a watch. Coming right up. Which one do you want?" The sales assistant looked at Zhou Yanqiu, saw her beauty and elegant demeanor, and stopped looking down on her. As a sales clerk, I see many people come to buy things every day. I learn who I can offend and who I should not offend. Having good judgment is very important. Otherwise, if I offend the wrong person, I will suffer the consequences. Zhou Yanqiu pointed to two Shanghai brand watches inside the display case. These are two women's watches, one silver and one gold. The clerk asked in surprise, "Do you want both of these watches?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded confidently. "Yes, two watches, one in each color." The clerk took out the watches. Zhou Yanqiu tried on one, and it looked good. "How much is it?" The clerk secretly felt relieved that she didn't lose her temper. Seeing that this young girl was buying watches just like buying vegetables at the market, she knew she was not an ordinary person. And could a child from an ordinary family look like this? Thinking of that, the clerk's attitude became much friendlier. She politely said, "These are Shanghai brand watches. Each watch costs 189 yuan, plus a watch ticket." Zhou Yanqiu handed over the two watch tickets she had just received, then counted out 38 yuan in large denomination notes from her bag. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu calmly take out nearly 400 yuan to buy the watches, the clerk felt even more confident in her judgment. She quickly packed the two watches for Zhou Yanqiu and gave her 2 yuan in change. When Zhou Yanqiu left, the clerk still smiled politely and said, "Welcome to come again." Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu thought to herself, "Who says the clerks here look down on customers? Their service attitude is actually quite good." Request for a book review. After buying the watches, Zhou Yanqiu went to the first floor fruit and pastry counter. She bought 2 jars of fruit preserves and, considering He Jing's current condition, also bought 2 jin of egg cakes. In this resource-scarce era, giving egg cakes to patients is a good idea. It's a gift that shows thoughtfulness. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Yanqiu went to the second floor and bought a Hero brand pen to give to Hongbing later. She didn't wear the 2 watches now. When she got back, she planned to let sister Lan Fang choose one. It's almost noon, so she decided to buy 2 hot meat buns from the outside cafeteria. She ate them while heading to the county hospital. She wanted to check on He Jing's condition, then pick Hongbing up from school in the afternoon, and afterward, she would go home. Soon, Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the county hospital. She went straight inside and saw the nurse who had introduced the caregiver for He Jing last time at the nurse's station. She smiled and stepped forward. "Nurse sister?" The nurse looked up and immediately smiled. "Oh, you're here. Are you here to see your friend?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Yes, it's been several days. I was worried, so I came to check." The nurse said happily, "Having a friend like you for He Jing is really good. Her recovery has been pretty good lately. She can see things now and walk slowly around. But to fully recover, she needs to rest quietly for a long time. I just saw my aunt walking with her, and they just returned to the ward. You can go see her." Since her aunt was the one caring for the patient and she had introduced her, she paid more attention to her. Zhou Yanqiu took out a bag of pine nuts, which she had prepared in advance. She had several bags stored in her space. "Nurse sister, these are homemade roasted pine nuts from my family. They're not worth much. Please try some." The nurse kept refusing. "Oh, no need, no need. Without waiting for her to decline, Zhou Yanqiu headed toward He Jing's ward. He Jing was alone in the hospital, unfamiliar with the place. It was good if someone could care for her. The nurse looked at the fragrant bag of pine nuts and then at Zhou Yanqiu walking away, smiling softly. All right, she decided to pay more attention to her friend's situation in the hospital from now on. As for He Jing, Zhou Yanqiu felt a complicated emotion inside her. It wasn't that she had some kind of saintly kindness, but because He Jing was too much like herself in her past life. Saving He Jing felt like saving herself. She arrived at Ward 15, knocked gently, then pushed the door open and went in. He Jing had just finished a walk with her caregiver aunt. She was still weak, but could barely walk now. Even her attending doctor, Dr. Wang, was a bit surprised by He Jing's quick recovery, but he thought it was within normal limits. Maybe her body had activated its hidden potential, which helped her heal so fast. When Zhou Yanqiu entered, she saw the nurse carefully helping He Jing onto the hospital bed, gently rocking it to make her semi-recline. She nodded to herself, thinking the nurse's recommendation for a caregiver was indeed reliable. He Jing immediately saw Zhou Yanqiu walk in. This was a double room. The patient who was here a few days ago had already been discharged, and no new patient had been assigned yet. So, for now, she was the only patient in this room. He Jing watched as the stunningly beautiful girl approached her, her heart beating faster. She wondered if this was the person she had been waiting for. Sure enough, she was right. Zhou Yanqiu smiled as she sat down on the bed, placing the canned food and egg cake on the bedside table. She checked He Jing's condition and was satisfied with her recovery. How are you feeling, He Jing? Do you feel better now? Hearing this familiar voice, He Jing was momentarily stunned. In the next second, she looked directly at Zhou Yanqiu, her eyes turning red. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, afraid she might cry out loud. Finally seeing the person who saved her, He Jing looked at Zhou Yanqiu with eyes full of emotion, reluctant to look away, as if she wanted to remember this beautiful figure forever. In her heart, she was already shouting that this was her savior. She thought she looked like a fairy, more beautiful than she had imagined. Seeing He Jing so excited, Zhou Yanqiu softly said, He Jing, I am Zhou Yanqiu. Do you remember me? I came here a few days ago. Before she finished speaking, He Jing nodded excitedly. Yes, I remember. You are the one who saved me. I will never forget your voice. Her voice was still a little hoarse, but much better than a few days ago. It had a gentle tone now, clearly belonging to a young woman. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted He Jing and smiled. He Jing, don't get so excited. I was just doing my small part. He Jing gently spoke. No matter what, you are my lifesaver, He Jing, and I will never forget it. Zhou Yanqiu surprisingly understood He Jing's feelings and did not stop her. Maybe stopping He Jing from wanting to repay her kindness would now be another kind of hurt for her. In a way, Zhou Yanqiu has now become a symbol of faith in He Jing's heart. The person who saved He Jing from Zhou Yanqiu is like a guiding light in her mind. If Zhou Yanqiu were to deny her, He Jing's spirit might break down. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the nurse assistant beside her and smiled. Auntie, thank you for your hard work these days. Has He Jing been able to eat anything lately? The aunt stood up with a kind smile. Yes, she can eat some porridge now. I steam a chicken egg custard for her every day and cook some millet porridge. The millet porridge is soft and good for her stomach. Zhou Yanqiu nodded. All right, thank you. Is there enough money? If not, just let me know. The nurse assistant hurriedly said, It's enough. Zhou Yanqiu said, Auntie, I'll come back next week. If He Jing still can't leave the hospital, I'll trouble you to take care of her a little longer. The aunt quickly agreed. Okay, no trouble. If He Jing isn't discharged then, I'll stay to look after her. Don't worry, I take good care of people. He Jing watched Zhou Yanqiu arrange everything carefully, smiling happily. From that moment, she silently made a decision in her heart. Zhou Yanqiu stayed with He Jing at the hospital for over an hour, and He Jing's smile never faded. Seeing that He Jing was much better now, her skin wounds had scabbed over, and her complexion was rosier. Her face looked healthier, and she had gained some weight since the last time they met. Her spirit was clearly different, no longer looking like she was about to die. Looking at the time, it was almost 1:30. She needed to leave soon to pick up Zhou Hongbing from the county high school. Zhou Yanqiu stood up from the bed, placed 50 yuan on He Jing's bedside table, and said, "He Jing, I have something to do later, so I have to go now. I'll come back to see you in a few days. I'll be back in the county in 5 days. Take this money. If you need to spend it on anything, it might come in handy." Jing He gratefully looked at Zhou Yanqiu, didn't refuse, and accepted the money. "Thank you. She currently has no money on her, and her family doesn't visit her. If they don't come, so be it. She'll just pretend she has no family." Seeing Zhou Yanqiu about to leave, Jing He felt a bit sad but understood that he had his own things to do and couldn't stay with her forever. "Yanqiu, could you leave me your address?" Jing He asked nervously, looking at Zhou Yanqiu. She was worried that Zhou Yanqiu might not come to the hospital again, and they would lose contact. She couldn't accept that. She wanted to spend her life repaying Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "No problem. I live in Zhoujia village, Qingyang town. When you're better, you can come visit us." Jing He nodded and watched Zhou Yanqiu leave the hospital room. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Seeing that Jing He was recovering well, Zhou Yanqiu felt unexpectedly happy. He went to the nurse's station, greeted the nurse, and prepared to leave the hospital. As for Wang Zhenjiang, who might still be hospitalized here, she didn't think about him at all. It was almost time to leave the hospital. She was now heading to County High School to pick up Zhou Hongbing and go home together. At the school gate, she greeted the security guard, Uncle Liu, and smoothly entered the school. It was almost the last class before dismissal. She went straight to Zhou Hongbing's classroom door and sat outside, waiting. Last time she came, she saw Zhou Hongbing come out of this classroom. More than 20 minutes later, the school bell rang. Soon after, students from all classrooms rushed out. Zhou Yanqiu kept her eyes on the classroom door and quickly spotted him in the crowd. She stepped forward a few steps and waved at Zhou Hongbing. Hongbing, over here." Zhou Hongbing was chatting with classmates and hadn't seen Zhou Yanqiu yet. One of his classmates pushed him and said, "Hey, Hongbing, look. There's a beautiful girl calling you over there." When Zhou Hongbing looked up, a happy smile appeared on his face. He greeted his classmate and quickly ran over to Zhou Yanqiu, excitedly saying, "Sister, you're here?" Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "I just happened to come to the town to take care of some things. Uncle said you're coming home today, so he asked me to pick you up. How about it? Are your things ready?" "If they are, let's go home together." Zhou Hongbing nodded. "They're ready." "Sister, wait here for me. I'll go to the dorm to get my things." "Okay, go ahead. I'll wait here." Zhou Hongbing ran back to the dorm to get his clothes to change into for the trip home. Zhou Yanqiu stood there waiting. A stunning young girl appeared on campus, causing quite a stir. A few minutes later, a tall boy, about 1.8 meters, gathered his courage and approached her, blushing and stammering. "Hello, classmate. Are you a student here? Can I get to know you?" Zhou Yanqiu shook her head with a smile. "Sorry, I'm not a student here. I'm just here to pick up my brother after school." Just as the boy was about to say something, Zhou Yanqiu bypassed him and walked forward. The boy was left standing there, looking upset. It's normal for young people to have feelings, but Zhou Yanqiu definitely wouldn't leave him any hope. Ahead, Zhou Hongbing was coming from the dorm, carrying a woven bag with some clothes to change into. Zhou Yanqiu reached out to take the bag from him, but Zhou Hongbing dodged. "Sister, I'm grown up now. I can carry this myself." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "All right, Hongbing, you're a big boy now. No need for sister to help. Let's go catch the bus home." They headed to the bus station together, chatting and laughing as they walked shoulder to shoulder. In just 20 or 30 minutes, they arrived at the station. They bought tickets and boarded the bus. Sitting in the same row, Zhou Hongbing placed his bag of clothes at his feet, excitedly talking with Zhou Yanqiu. He hadn't seen his cousin in a long time. The last time he visited the school, he only stayed briefly before leaving. Zhou Yanqiu took out a well-prepared hero-themed pen from her bag and handed it to Zhou Hongbing. "Hongbing, here you go. Sister is giving this to you." Zhou Hongbing happily reached out and took the gift. "Sis, you brought me a present. I bought it especially from Dongfang Hong store. How do you like it?" Zhou Hongbing eagerly looked at the Hero brand pen. Yes, I like it. One of my classmates has the same one. It's very good. I wanted to buy it too, but it's too expensive, about 7 or 8 yuan each. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, If you like it, use this pen to study hard. As they talked, the bus slowly left the station heading toward Qingyang town. Many people on the bus were tired. They closed their eyes and took a short rest as the bus swayed. But Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Hongbing weren't sleepy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and this meeting seemed to have endless things to talk about. Before they knew it, they had traveled more than halfway. Zhou Yanqiu turned her head and saw a flash of cold light in the corner of her eye. She felt a chill and looked over. It was a thief holding a sharp blade trying to cut into someone's bag. Most people on the bus had already fallen asleep after a long day outside. They didn't notice the thief's actions. The thief saw 2 pairs of eyes looking at him and was startled. He looked up and saw a beautiful girl. He relaxed a little and waved his sharp blade at her, whispering threateningly, Be quiet, don't speak, or I'll cut your face. Zhou Yanqiu looked around. Most people were sleeping, snoring loudly. The thief was too bold. There must be accomplices on the bus. It's better not to get involved, especially since Hongbing was nearby. Zhou Yanqiu carefully observed her surroundings. Behind the thief, a strong man was quietly squinting at her with a fierce look. When he saw Zhou Yanqiu notice him, he silently made a gesture with his mouth, saying, Mind your own business. Sure enough, this thief didn't work alone. There were likely others hiding in the dark, ready to transfer stolen goods quickly. Even if someone noticed something was missing, there would be no evidence to catch them. Zhou Yanqiu lowered her eyes and turned her head away, ignoring the thief and his accomplice. The thief and the strong man exchanged glances, and both smiled proudly. Being caught didn't matter. Who would dare to interfere? Seeing Zhou Yanqiu turn away and ignore them, the 2 thieves became even more daring. The skinny thief was responsible for stealing, rummaging through others' bags to find wallets or valuables, then directly passing them to the strong man. Zhou Hongbing also noticed the theft happening above. The 15-year-old boy's sense of justice was strong. He wanted to stop angrily, but Zhou Yanqiu reached out and held his arm. Zhou Hongbing looked at Zhou Yanqiu with confusion. Shouldn't they stop bad people from doing wrong? Zhou Yanqiu shook his head at him, signaling not to act rashly. Reluctantly, Zhou Hongbing sat down with a look of anger, turned his head to look out the window, and ignored the thieves' crimes. Zhou Yanqiu planned to find the right moment to catch these 2 criminals, but not inside the car. He wasn't sure if there were only 2 of them. If there were more, maybe a 3rd or 4th person, intervening suddenly could cause chaos. It might even lead to violence. Zhou Yanqiu, after all, wasn't just a young girl. She thought carefully about these things. Besides, it was just theft. Even if the thief got away with something, what harm was there? Losing some items was just a temporary sadness. If she loudly stopped them and exposed their actions, they might get angry. What if it led to a serious fight? Unexpectedly, Zhou Yanqiu didn't want to provoke them, but trouble came to her instead. The skinny thief, after wandering around, saw Zhou Hongbing's new Hero brand pen in his pocket, and his eyes flickered with greed. He glanced at Zhou Hongbing with disdain, just a kid. Then he looked at Zhou Yanqiu and was stunned by her beauty. He hadn't noticed before, but she was truly stunning. The thief chuckled and reached out to grab the pen from Zhou Hongbing's pocket. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes flashed coldly. Was he turning from a thief into a robber? He was too bold. Without hesitation, she reached out and firmly grabbed the thief's restless hand. Zhou Yanqiu softly scolded, Don't go too far. The thief was startled, not expecting this young girl to dare to fight back. He turned to look at the strong man and, feeling brave, reached out with a knife toward Zhou Yanqiu's face, threatening harshly, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, I might cut your face. Then your pretty face will be ruined. Zhou Hongbing, sitting by the window, saw the thief threatening Sister Yanqiu and felt angry. He was about to stand up and fight back. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes flashed with coldness. She had planned to let them go for now, but she didn't expect them to be so reckless. If they kept pushing her, she wouldn't hold back anymore. After being reborn, Zhou Yanqiu carried a strong anger inside her. Usually, she seemed calm, but when someone provoked her, this anger would come out from her heart. Now, seeing the thief dare to threaten her, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes flashed with a fierce look before Red Soldier could react. She grabbed the thief's hand and squeezed slightly. Suddenly, with a sharp, the thief's arm bent at an odd angle. The thief stared blankly at his arm, feeling intense pain. Only then did he realize his arm was broken. With a loud snap, the sharp knife in his hand dropped to the ground. The thief fell to the ground, crying out in pain. This noise woke up the passengers who were sleeping in the car. What's that sound? What's happening? What's going on? Why is there so much noise? Who is shouting? It's so loud, it's annoying. The passengers, confused about what was happening, started complaining. The strong man, who was with the thief, saw the situation getting out of control and became anxious. He thought, I can't let this girl tell the others. If she does, they'll be in big trouble. He felt regretful and blamed the other thief, thinking, why did he just steal a little and cause so much trouble? Now the people awake are angry. Why did they provoke her? Thinking to himself, he didn't slow down. The strong man stood up and walked in front of Zhou Yanqiu. He raised a fist the size of a bowl and swung it at her, shouting, You little girl, you're so cruel. You run away with your sweetheart, and your brother tries to stop you because he's worried you'll be tricked. You get angry and shameful, breaking your brother's arm. That's too much. Even I, Wang Erniu, can't stand it. I will teach you a lesson for your brother. He thought that this weak girl would definitely be hurt or faint from his punch, and the young boy nearby, who looked about her age, wouldn't be able to fight him either. As long as he dealt with these two, they would be safe. The passengers nearby, unaware of the full story, believed what the strong man said. Oh no, how could this little girl be so cruel, breaking her brother's arm? Unbelievable, such a young girl running away with her lover. She looks so pretty, but she's so ruthless, even hurting her own brother. We can't let her go. She's beaten up like this. Take her to the police station. People like her should be sent to a farm for reform. Zhou Yanqiu raised her beautiful eyebrows, surprised that this man turned the tables and accused her instead. If it had been someone else, maybe his plan would have worked. But unfortunately, today he was unlucky. He met her, and like a bird being pecked after a long chase, these two thief groups had kicked a hard wall today. The strong man's fist didn't hit Zhou Yanqiu's head as he expected. Before he could swing his punch, Zhou Yanqiu stood up and kicked him in the stomach. He was kicked back to where he came from. At that moment, Zhou Hongbing finally stood up, ready to fight back. But it was already almost over. Zhou Hongbing stared in shock at his sister Yanqiu. He had never imagined she could be so fierce. The strong man was kicked onto his original seat by Zhou Yanqiu, bouncing twice on the chair with great force. He felt like he had been hit by a speeding train. His whole body lifted off the ground, and now he sat there with a pale face, stomach twisting painfully. He couldn't even speak. It's over. He had encountered a real expert. The strong man only had time to think about these things before losing consciousness. Everyone inside the car was shocked. They saw clearly that Zhou Yanqiu kicked the big man away with one foot. In their eyes, Zhou Yanqiu first broke her brother's arm, then kicked away the brave man who came to help. Everyone couldn't help but start criticizing Zhou Yanqiu. How can you be so cruel, little girl? You broke your brother's arm and then kicked away the person who was helping. Take her to the police station and punish her severely. She's so bossy at such a young age. What will she be like when she grows up? Exactly, she's so pretty, but her heart is so cold. Oh, what a tragedy. Her brother is in pain on the ground, and she doesn't even care. Is her heart made of iron? Zhou Yanqiu looked coldly at the passengers who were talking badly about her. Who said he's my brother? Everyone was stunned.
Could it be not?
Finally, someone asked, Isn't he your brother? The person you kicked away said that the man on the ground is your brother. Zhou Yanqiu glanced at that person sideways. You believe what he says? How have you lived so long? Look at that man on the ground. Does he look anything like my brother? Everyone then looked at the man on the ground. He was less than 1.7 meters tall, with a greasy face. Then they looked at Zhou Yanqiu again, tall, with fair skin, a beautiful face full of confidence and clear, honest eyes. They didn't look like siblings at all. The carriage was silent. Someone finally spoke again. "Miss, what is going on here?" Zhou Yanqiu said. "What's going on? Don't you check your own luggage?" Everyone was startled and hurriedly checked their belongings. Soon they found something was wrong. "Who stole my money?" "My money. My pocket was cut open with a knife, and my money is gone."
Who did it?
"Who stole my money? My money is also missing. My watch is gone." Everyone realized something was wrong and looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu didn't hide anything. She pointed at the person on the ground and said, "This person is a thief." She then pointed at the strong man who had been knocked out with a kick. "That man is his accomplice." Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out to be like this. They had all misunderstood the young girl earlier. They all looked ashamed. "Comrade, I am really sorry. I didn't understand the situation earlier. We wrongly accused you." Me too, me too. Sorry about that." Zhou Yanqiu waved her hand. "Someone bring a rope. Tie up that thief's accomplice, or else he might wake up and run away later. I have a rope here." Someone quickly brought a rope, and together, several people the strong man. "Driver, take us straight to the town police station." The bus driver saw the commotion on the bus and heard everyone's request. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator and headed toward the town police station. Zhou Hongbing watched Sister Yanqiu with amazement. She was so impressive. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Hongbing, ignoring the starry-eyed admiration in his eyes. "We'll see Sister Lanfang soon. The three of us will go home together then." Zhou Hongbing snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the two men on the ground. "Is my sister also in town?" Zhou Yanqiu wanted to surprise him, so she hadn't told him that Zhou Lanfang was already working at the town police station. She smiled at Zhou Hongbing. "You'll find out when we get to town." Zhou Hongbing was very curious. He hadn't been home for a month. It seemed like a lot had changed there. The bus roared as it quickly arrived at the police station entrance. Everyone rushed off the bus, eager to report the theft to the police. "Police officer, there are thieves on this bus. We worked together to catch them. We brought them here. Please make sure they are punished and stay in jail." "Police officer, many passengers' belongings were stolen by them. Please help us find them later." "Yes, police officer, I lost my wallet."
It must have been stolen by them.
"And mine too. I lost my wallet with quite a bit of money inside." Several police officers, overwhelmed by the noise, loudly said, "Stop arguing. Do you want to handle the case or not? Speak one by one and explain clearly." Zhou Yanqiu looked at the noisy passengers and couldn't get to the point. She helplessly stepped forward and said, "Comrade police officer, I know what happened." The crowd saw Zhou Yanqiu. The police officers had recently been to Zhajiatan to enemy agents up the mountain and had met Zhou Yanqiu. They remembered her well. When they saw her, they looked happy and said, "Aren't you the one from the mountain the other day?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded helplessly and interrupted him. "Yes, I am, comrade police officer. My brother and I were talking in the car when we saw a thief stealing and committing a crime, so." A few minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu finished explaining the situation and asked the police officer, "By the way, comrade police officer, is my sister, Zhou Lanfang, not at the station now?" The police officer looked at Zhou Yanqiu and realized he didn't know that Zhou Lanfang was her sister. He replied, "Oh, Lanfang and a colleague went to the town to settle a dispute. They should be back soon." Just then, Zhou Lanfang, dressed in a police uniform, returned with an older male police officer. Seeing a large bus in front of the police station surrounded by many people, Zhou Lanfang and the male officer thought something had happened and hurried forward. "Please make way. What's going on here?" Zhou Lanfang immediately saw Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Hongbing and asked in surprise, "Yanqiu, Hongbing, why are you here?" Zhou Yanqiu saw Zhou Lanfang return and quickly took her arm. "Sister, on the way back, we saw two thieves on the bus and caught them. We brought them straight to our police station." Zhou Hongbing stared at Zhou Lanfang in disbelief, with a shocked expression on his face. His sister had become a police officer in just a few days? He was full of questions, but now was not the time to ask. Zhou Lanfang greeted him and then got busy. Everyone on the bus gave brief statements, and they found stolen items that the thieves hadn't had time to hide. Now that everything and everyone involved has been caught, the case becomes simple. We can check the items the people on the car lost, return them to everyone, and then the case will be mostly closed. As for the two thieves, they will be detained first, given some basic treatment, and once the verdict is made, they will be sent to the detention center. After finishing this case, the police station will soon be closing for the day. Zhou Hongbing is full of questions, but also happy for his sister. His sister has been at home for over a year, and suddenly she is working at the town police station? This is a huge surprise for him. Zhou Hongbing keeps asking Zhou Yanqiu questions. Zhou Yanqiu explains that she helped the town police solve a big case, so they made an exception and gave her a job. Zhou Hongbing listens like he's hearing a story, unsure whether to believe it. But one thing is certain. His sister is now working at the police station, and he saw it with his own eyes. There's no fake about it. Soon, it's time for Zhou Lanfang to finish work. There are 2 bicycles. Zhou Hongbing rides one himself, with a bag of luggage tied to the back seat. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang share the other bicycle. Originally, Zhou Yanqiu wanted to ride and take Zhou Lanfang with her, but Zhou Lanfang refused. Yanqiu, come on, I'll take you. I'm full of energy now, not tired at all. You don't know, the people at the station are so jealous that I'm your sister. Zhou Yanqiu laughs and doesn't refuse. She hops onto the back of the bicycle, holding Zhou Lanfang's waist with one hand. Jealous of what? That you have a pretty sister? Zhou Lanfang giggles. Not only am I pretty, but I can also help us earn some merit. Then she lowers her voice. You don't know about the last enemy spy case, even though I didn't do much. I heard we got a collective third-class merit. I might even have a personal third-class merit. Plus, after what happened in Zhang Qiulan's village, I might get some kind of award too. Zhou Lanfang pauses, then speaks with a guilty tone. If only you had come earlier, it would have been better. At least, you'd have 2 second-class merits, and you'd be working at the county bureau. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted Zhou Lanfang and said, Sister, what are you thinking? I'm not really interested in working as a police officer. Even if you don't want this job, I wouldn't take it. Don't worry too much. My dream is to become a doctor and help people. Zhou Lanfang immediately felt happier. Yes, Yanqiu, with your smart mind, you can do anything well. You'll be the best doctor. Zhou Yanqiu smiled proudly, not at all modest. Of course. I will definitely become the best doctor. By the way, sister, I brought you a gift from the county town to celebrate your new job. Zhou Lanfang became interested. What kind of gift? Zhou Yanqiu said. I'll show you when we get home. Zhou Lanfang kept smiling. All right, you're teasing me now. Zhou Hongbing rode his bicycle behind them and couldn't help but join in. Sister Yanqiu also gave me a hero brand pen today. Zhou Lanfang called out. That's great. You want Sister Yanqiu to buy you a gift. Zhou Hongbing quickly explained. I didn't ask her to buy me a gift, but she already prepared one for me. And she also bought a gift for you. Zhou Lanfang hummed and said, You little rascal, learning to talk back now. Zhou Yanqiu chuckled happily. They talked and laughed, and the time on the road passed quickly. Soon, they arrived home on 2 bicycles. Li Guiyun had already prepared the meal. Since her son only came back once a month and ate at school, the food there wasn't as good as at home. So she took these days to cook a hearty meal for him. Of course, dinner was very delicious. Seeing this, Zhou Hongbing's mouth watered. Mom, why are there so many tasty dishes? The table was full of food, braised rabbit, mushroom, and chicken soup, plus 2 vegetable dishes. Zhou Lanfang patted his head and said proudly, Now we eat like this every day at home. Aren't you jealous? Zhou Hongbing pouted. I don't believe that. Li Guiyun gently patted Zhou Lanfang and smiled. You just like to tease your brother. Then she said to Zhou Hongbing, but honestly, we're eating much better than before. Look at this rabbit, the mushroom, and the chicken. Yanqiu's sister brought them from the mountain. Thinking about how Zhou Yanqiu showed off her skills on the way here, Zhou Hongbing understood and admired her deeply. He nodded and agreed. Sister Yanqiu is amazing. During dinner, Zhou Hongbing kept eating without stopping. Delicious. Really tasty. Mom, your cooking is much better than before. Li Guiyun smiled and said, if you like it, eat more. You won't be able to enjoy homemade meals at school. Grandma happily used her chopsticks to give Zhou Hongbing and Zhou Yanqiu each a big chicken leg. Here, chicken legs. One for each of you. Thank you, Grandma. Thanks, Grandma. She also gave Zhou Lanfang a large piece of chicken. Zhou Lanfang smiled sweetly. Thank you, Grandma. Zhou Hongbing was eating so much that his mouth was greasy, and he didn't stop. This was the most delicious meal he remembered. Zhou Yanqiu remembered what Sister Zhao at the post office told him when he was sending a package. He brought it up to Zhou Jianjun. Uncle, today I met a clerk at the post office. She liked our dried goods and wants to buy some for their New Year's benefits. Dried monkey head mushrooms, dried matsutake mushrooms, and roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts, all at good prices. I think it's a good idea. What do you think? Zhou Jianjun was busy eating at the table when he suddenly heard Zhou Yanqiu mention this. He choked on his food. Li Guiyun patted Zhou Jianjun on the back, looking annoyed. Look at you, so useless. You're choking just from eating. She turned to look at Zhou Yanqiu. Yanqiu, are you saying the post office wants to buy our dried goods? Zhou Yanqiu chewed a few bites, swallowed, and replied, Yes, Auntie. They said I should go back in 5 days to give them an answer. The dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms, they're offering 6 yuan per jean. The roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts are 1.5 yuan per jean. The post office has about 50 workers, and each person wants 2 jean of monkey head mushrooms and 2 jean of matsutake mushrooms. That's 24 yuan. Plus, each person also wants 3 jean of pine nuts and hazelnuts, which adds another 9 yuan. That totals 33 yuan worth of goods per person. For 50 people, that's 1,650 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu did the math, and both Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun were stunned. That's not a small amount of money. In the countryside, that could build 3 big tiled houses. Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with admiration. Her sister had gone to the county town to send something and found a way to make money. 1,650 yuan. Her own salary, even if she didn't eat or drink, would take 4 years to save that much. If she could get this order, then their family would have money. Maybe she could ask their father for something she has wanted for a long time, even if she has to pay it back slowly with her salary later. Zhou Hongbing watched Zhou Yanqiu's eyes sparkle with admiration and looked at her with respect. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and said, seriously, if it's a postal order, we can do it. It's not illegal since they have a procurement license. That makes it a fair business. But right now, it's winter, and it's hard to find those mountain mushrooms and matsutake. If we agree, and then can't find the materials, it will be a problem. Also, they will probably care about the quality of the products. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer such a high price. Zhou Jianjun was thinking carefully. It's winter now, and mushrooms on the mountain are rare. Zhou Yanqiu was lucky to find so many during her trips. But asking her to go back up the mountain to gather at least 1,000 jean of mushrooms and matsutake would be difficult. He also didn't want her to risk her safety by going into dangerous, deep forests. People can make mistakes and accidents happen. If something goes wrong, they would regret it forever. Hearing her uncle's worries, Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Uncle, don't worry. I found a place on the mountain where I think we can gather enough mushrooms and matsutake. We can wait 5 days before giving them an answer. Maybe within those 5 days, we can gather the 1,000 jean we need. Before Zhou Jianjun could speak, Zhou Lanfang said, Dad, I think Yanqiu is right. Let's go see first. We won't lose anything. Even if we can't get enough mushrooms and matsutake for the postal order, we won't lose anything. Then she turned to Li Guiyun and asked, Mom, do you agree? Everyone wants to make money. Relying only on farm work and hunting, how much can we earn? Just enough to get by. Li Guiyun thought that Yanqiu had actively brought her this task. If she didn't try, she was afraid Yanqiu would be disappointed. She spoke up, I agree with Yanqiu. Let's give it a try. We just need to put in some effort. If we succeed, it's better than you going up the mountain every day to hunt. Zhou Jianjun was still hesitating. Grandma, standing nearby, listened clearly, and patted the table gently. All right, Junzi, just listen to little Yanqiu. Let's try first, she then said to Yanqiu. Xiao Yanqiu, when you go up the mountain, bring your uncle with you and ask him to help carry things. Yanqiu smiled and replied, got it, Grandma. Afterward, she smiled at Zhou Jianjun. Uncle, Grandma said you should help me carry things. Hee. Zhou Jianjun was a bit amused by how quickly they decided. He felt both helpless and amused, but was not stubborn. He decided to give it a try. He thought for a moment and said, don't tell anyone about this. If others find out, they'll be jealous, and it could cause trouble. Zhou Lanfang patted her chest confidently. With me here, who dares to cause trouble? Li Guoyun chuckled. I forgot I have a daughter who works as a police officer. By the way, Lanfang, is your work going smoothly lately? Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing also listened attentively while eating. When work was mentioned, Lanfang smiled proudly, placing her chopsticks across her bowl. She reported, of course it's going well. I'm smart and quick to learn. I can handle some simple cases on my own now, like mediating neighborhood disputes. I do better than many veteran police officers. Zhou Jianjun poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Don't get too proud. You still need to learn from others. Lanfang picked up her bowl silently and ate quietly. I understand, Dad. I have a favor to ask. Zhou Jianjun became alert. Whenever his daughter said that, it usually meant trouble. Tell me what it is, and I'll think about whether I agree. Lanfang pouted her lips. I want to buy a watch. My colleagues all have one, and it's convenient for checking the time. I'll pay you back slowly once I get my salary. Zhou Jianjun hadn't responded yet. Yanqing put down her bowl, having just finished eating. She smiled at Lanfang and said, Sister, come here for a moment. Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanqiu with curiosity, but still put down her bowl and walked over to her. Zhou Yanqiu took out 2 Shanghai brand watches from her bag. She placed them in front of Zhou Lanfang. Sister, I bought 2 watches, both Shanghai brand women's watches, in 2 different colors. One for you, one for me. Consider it my gift for your new job. You can choose first. Hee. Zhou Lanfang stared at the 2 watches in front of her, her heart pounding loudly. She looked at both watches without wanting to blink. These watches were what she had always wanted and longed for. Just now, she had gathered her courage to ask her father to buy her a watch. But she never expected her sister to quietly buy 2 watches instead. And one was for her, as a gift for starting her new job. Zhou Lanfang gasped, a gift for my work? She was so excited, she couldn't believe her eyes. The thing she had wanted for so long suddenly appeared before her. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes sparkled with surprise. Yanqiu, is this a gift for me? Zhou Yanqiu nodded with a mischievous smile. Of course, it's for you. A gift for your new job. What do you think, sister? Are you happy? Zhou Lanfang was so touched, she almost cried. She felt incredibly lucky to have such a wonderful sister. Zhou Jianjun and Li Guoyun came over and surrounded them. Li Guoyun was surprised and picked up one of the watches. Yanqiu, why did you buy 2 watches? You only need one for yourself. Why buy 2? These watches must be expensive. Let's go return one. Zhou Lanfang hugged Zhou Yanqiu like a child, acting cute. No, I won't return it. This is a gift from my sister. I can't return it. Li Guoyun glared at Zhou Lanfang. Do you know how much this watch costs? You just want it. Zhou Lanfang whined softly. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted her and said to Li Guoyun, Auntie, there's no reason to return something we bought. Besides, this is a gift for my sister's new job. It's not something to refuse. Furthermore, we are all family, so we shouldn't be so distant. Li Guoyun had nothing to say. Zhou Lanfang smiled happily. As for Zhou Jianjun, he had long considered Zhou Yanqiu as his own child. Since Yanqiu already bought the watch, there's no need to return it. Refusing Yanqiu's kindness might make her think too much. In the future, he would try to make it up in other ways. After Yanqiu finished speaking, she handed 2 watches to Zhou Lanfang. Sister, pick one. Zhou Lanfang looked at both watches. Both were nice, but after some hesitation, she chose the silver women's watch. This one, Silver, and not too flashy. Yansu nodded with a smile. Put it on and see if it fits. Our wrists are about the same size. Ask the clerk to adjust it for you. Zhou Lanfang couldn't stop smiling. Yes, okay. She put on the silver watch and happily looked at her wrist, showing it off with a big smile. She couldn't put it down. She looked at the watch about 10 times a minute. Even Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing found it a bit hard to watch. Today, Zhou Hongbing also went home. The house was more lively than usual. Tomorrow, Zhou Lanfang wouldn't go to work. Today was her day off. Thinking about the order from the post office, Zhou Jianjun made plans for tomorrow. Yansu, do you want Uncle and Hongbing to go up the mountain with you to look for monkey head mushrooms and matsutake? That way, I'll feel more at ease. Yansu thought for a moment. Going up the mountain tomorrow was fine. She could bring Uncle and Hongbing to meet Fat Tiger and surprise them. Haha, it would definitely be a surprise. Whether it's a good surprise or a shock, she wasn't sure. Yansu considered and said, Uncle, bring Sister Lanfang along too. It's a good chance for her to go up the mountain and have some fun. Zhou Jianjun looked at his daughter. Although she was now a police officer, that didn't mean she had the physical strength of a typical cop. Climbing mountains was tiring, and she might have to carry things down the mountain. He wasn't sure if she could handle it. What Zhou Jianjun didn't realize was that he was already underestimating Zhou Lanfang a little. Within less than a month, Zhou Yanqiu secretly placed a lot of spiritual spring water around the house. Not only did Grandma's health improve, but he himself also became more energetic. However, he still felt like he was at the peak of his life and couldn't notice the difference. Zhou Lanfang also benefited from the spiritual spring water. Her stamina and strength are now comparable to those of an average man, and she is at least 10 to 20% stronger than before. She hasn't tried carrying heavy things up the mountain yet, so she isn't sure how strong she is now. Climbing a mountain with something on her back is no longer a problem. Hearing Zhou Yanqiu say this, Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go up the mountain with you. The mountain is so fun, and she has only been there a few times. This time, she must go with her dad and Yanqiu. Hongbing is even younger than her and has already gone. Why can't she go too? Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes at her. You can't carry or lift heavy things. Besides, what else can you do on the mountain besides causing trouble? Zhou Lanfang crossed her arms. Comrade Zhou Jianjun, don't judge me by the old standards. I am now a proud People's Public Security Officer. I will definitely be helpful tomorrow, haha. Zhou Yanqiu laughed and bent over, then imitated Zhou Lanfang, hands on her hips. Comrade Zhou Jianjun, please give Comrade Zhou Lanfang a chance. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Yanqiu, then suddenly smiled and waved his hand. All right, everyone go tomorrow. After playing for a while, Zhou Lanfang raised her wrist to eye level, turned her arms slightly, and her watch lit up. It's already 9:10. Let's go to bed early. We need to go up the mountain tomorrow. Before sleeping at night, Zhou Yanqiu squeezed some sheep's milk and mixed it with a little spiritual spring water for Xiaobai to drink. Under the nourishment of the spring water, Xiaobai grew stronger than Xiaohuang. He also poured a bowl of spiritual spring water for Tianfeng, adding some pine nuts and hazelnuts into a small box. This is Tianfeng's special food. When it's hungry, it will eat by itself. He patted Xiaobai and Tianfeng on the head. Eat quickly and go to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you up the mountain to find Penghu and play. Chirp, 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 chirp. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu had already prepared everything for the mountain trip. He packed a basket, brought a machete, and some ropes. Xiaobai is still not very steady when walking, so he is carried in a basket on his back. When they arrived at Uncle's house and met Zhou Jianjun, Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing were already ready. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing each carried a basket, and even Zhou Lanfang carried one. It seems they are preparing for a big trip to the mountains for shopping. Since uncle, cousin, and younger cousin are going up the mountain together, Li Guoyan packed lunch for all four of them. She put the food into Zhou Jianjun's basket. Come back early and stay safe. As the four of them left, Li Guoyan kept reminding them as usual.
Got it, Auntie.
No worries, we'll be back early this afternoon. Zhou Yanxun waved her hand to Li Guiyun. You can go back now. Although Zhou Jianjun is an experienced hunter here, he really doesn't know where to find monkey head mushrooms and matsutake in the cold season on the Changbai Mountain. Zhou Jianjun smiled and said to Zhou Yanxun, Yanxun, this time you'll need to lead the way. A smile appeared on Zhou Yanxun's face. No problem, follow me. First, we'll visit a special friend in the mountain, Zhou Lanfang. Hearing Zhou Yanxun say this, asked curiously, a special friend? Who is it? Are there still people living up in these mountains? That must be very dangerous. Zhou Yanxun squinted and smiled. You'll find out when we get there. Lanfang really likes Xiaobai. She wonders if she'll be scared when she meets Xiaobai's mother. She wants to take Uncle and the others to meet Fat Tiger because she thinks that even if she's no longer in Zhouzhou village or studying in Yanjing City, if her uncle wants to go hunting in the mountains, having Fat Tiger around would make it safer. After all, in these mountains, the Northeast Tiger is definitely at the top of the food chain. Plus, Fat Tiger is very clever, and after drinking a lot of spiritual spring water, he probably understands her meaning. Zhou Jianjun listened and became curious too, but he held back from asking. Instead, Zhou Hongbing's curiosity grew, and he kept asking, Sister Qiu, is that a hidden master? Someone who moves freely in the mountains and teaches you incredible martial arts. Zhou Yanxun chuckled and reached out to ruffle his head. Xia Bing, you're overthinking it. When they reached a deeper part of Changbai Mountain, everyone became quiet, speaking less out of fear that their voices might attract dangerous wild animals. Zhou Jianjun even took out his hunting rifle. He didn't mind carrying it himself, but since there were 3 children with him, he had to be extra careful. Zhou Yanqiu led the way, followed closely by Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing. Zhou Jianjun walked at the back, holding his rifle and watching the surroundings carefully. They gradually moved into a place where even Zhou Jianjun had never been before. This area looked a bit different from the lower part of the mountain. It was more lively and full of life. Despite the cold winter, besides pine and cypress trees, there were also other green plants growing here. Zhou Jianjun wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the temperature here was actually a little warmer than down below. As Zhou Hongbing was walking, he suddenly saw a matsutake mushroom growing under a pine tree. He was very happy and said, Sister, I see a matsutake. He quickly walked over, ready to dig it up. At that moment, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes caught a flash of color. Above the pine tree where Zhou Hongbing was headed, a brightly colored snake was hanging upside down, swaying gently in the wind like a rainbow silk ribbon. Her eyes sharpened with alertness. She quickly darted forward and grabbed the snake at the critical point behind its head. The snake had beautiful markings. Its triangular head, which was smooth and elegant, had eyes that emitted a cold, snake-like glow, but it also looked a little cute. The snake was hanging upside down from the branch. Zhou Hongbing hadn't noticed the danger and almost walked right into its mouth. Zhou Jianjun almost broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly patted Zhou Hongbing on the head and scolded, You little brat. Do you even know where you are? How dare you run around like that? If it weren't for Sister Yanqiu, you'd be dead. Do you understand? Zhou Yanqiu looked at the snake she was holding, which was twisting and struggling. She had grabbed it behind its head, preventing it from moving, while its body was wrapped around her arm in several coils. She had never seen this kind of snake before and asked curiously, Uncle, what kind of snake is this? Its pattern is so unique and pretty. I've never seen one like this before. Zhou Jianjun carefully examined the venomous snake in her hand, his face serious. After a moment, he let out a breath and said, Don't say you've never seen one. Even I am seeing this snake for the first time. Not many people, even those who hunt all their lives, have seen the snake because it is extremely rare. He continued, I've heard of this kind of snake before. People call it the 5-step snake, rattlesnake, or cobra. But even when you add up the venom of these snakes, it's not as strong as this one in your hand. This snake has a beautiful name, the colorful sky python. Its scales are bright and colorful. It has only 7 colors which look nice, but it is extremely poisonous. If it bites you, you will definitely die. There's no way to escape. I only heard about it from an experienced hunter who took me into the mountains. He warned me many times that this snake, the colorful sky python, is one of the dangerous creatures in these mountains. I haven't seen one in many years, and I never thought I would see one with my own eyes this time. Hearing his father describe the snake like that, Zhou Hongbing suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If Sister Yanqiu hadn't reached out and caught the snake, he might already be in the afterlife. Zhou Lanfang was also startled. She quickly pulled Zhou Hongbing back and said, Yanqiu, this snake is so dangerous. We should kill it and get rid of it. Kill it? No way. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jianjun reacted so strongly. Confused, Zhou Yanqiu asked, Uncle, why can't we kill this snake? It's so venomous. What if it bites someone? Zhou Jianjun explained, the colorful sky python, although venomous, has a sense of territory. If you don't invade its space, it won't attack people on its own. Also, this snake is very rare, rarer than the Siberian tiger, and I've heard it can understand humans.
Keep it alive.
Don't let it go extinct. But be careful when releasing it. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the struggling snake in her hand. Its body was as delicate as silk, soft to the touch, and cool, like warm jade. It didn't look ugly like other snakes. The colorful sky python was trembling painfully in her grasp. Its eyes showed a pleading look. Zhou Yanqiu was stunned. She loosened her grip unconsciously. The snake took the chance to breathe a sigh of relief, but didn't try to escape. It obediently stayed in her palm, not moving. The eyes looked at Zhou Yanqiu with a pitiful expression, even showing a pleading look. Thinking about Zhou Jianjun saying this little creature is intelligent, Zhou Yanqiu hesitated for a moment and tried to speak. When we let you go later, you must not bite us, understand? Just nod your head if you understand. She loosened her grip slightly, allowing the beautiful rainbow-colored snake to move. Whether it lives or dies depends on its choice. The rainbow snake sensed it could move and nodded 3 times with its head, indicating it understood. Zhou Lanfang, nearby, also exclaimed in surprise, Wow, it really can understand. Zhou Jianjun blinked and said, In this big world, anything is possible. It's said that this rainbow snake never provokes other animals and doesn't eat meat. I really don't know how it survives. Seeing how obedient the rainbow snake was, Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit soft-hearted. She squatted down and slowly loosened her grip, saying, I'll let you go. Don't come back to bother us, okay? She carefully watched this supposedly extremely dangerous venomous snake, but she didn't feel any hostility from it. Once free, the rainbow snake swam a few meters away, then turned back and nodded at Zhou Yanqiu again. It looked at her once more before swimming into the deeper forest. Soon, it disappeared from sight. Everyone finally came back to their senses, amazed by the wonders of the mountain. They exclaimed that they had gained a lot of knowledge and opened their eyes. Zhou Jianjun patted Zhou Hongbing on the back of his head and said, Learned your lesson this time, right? Don't run around in the mountain. Do you understand? It was so dangerous just now. Zhou Hongbing nodded, still feeling scared inside. I understand now. You can't teach someone everything. Experience teaches better. Once is enough. At this moment, Zhou Hongbing felt a deep respect for the mountain. Zhou Lanfang's eyes sparkled as she grabbed Zhou Yanqiu. Yanqiu, that snake was so beautiful. If it wasn't venomous, I'd keep it as a pet. During the day, wrapping around my hand, everyone would think it's a colorful ribbon. Zhou Yanqiu admired her cousin's creative thinking and smiled. Sister, if I encounter one next time, I'll catch it and keep it as a pet for you, okay? Zhou Lanfang kept waving her hands. No way.
I don't want to risk my life.
That snake clearly isn't something I can tame. Maybe only you can train it. Zhou Yanqiu smiled, then with Zhou Hongbing, dug out the matsutake mushroom they had just found, and headed toward the tiger's den. On the way, they saw many fallen pine cones and hazelnuts. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing wanted to pick them up. These pine cones and hazelnuts were also wanted by the post office, so collecting some was good. But Zhou Yanqiu stopped them. Uncle Hongbing, there aren't many pine cones here.
There's no need to pick them now.
I'll take you somewhere else later where there are more. As they spoke, they reached a place not far from the tiger's den. Zhou Yanqiu's sharp hearing even caught the sound of the tiger snoring in sleep. Zhou Yanqiu turned to Zhou Jianjun and said, "Uncle, we're almost there. Be prepared." Zhou Jianjun looked ahead. It didn't seem like anyone lived here. Zhou Hongbing was too excited to think. He said, "Sister Yanqiu, does a master really live in such a remote mountain area?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded at him, then turned her head and secretly smiled. "Yes, just ahead. We're almost there."
Come on, I'll show you.
"But it's not a master. It's a tiger." "Don't be scared," Zhou Hongbing pouted. "I don't believe it." "Haha, you don't believe it? I'll show you." She grabbed Zhou Hongbing and ran forward. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang exchanged surprised looks. They didn't think Zhou Yanqiu was joking, so they hurried to follow. Not far ahead, they heard Zhou Hongbing shout in fear. "Ah, a tiger! Sister Yanqiu, there's a tiger. Run." Then, Zhou Yanqiu's clear, bell-like laughter rang out. "Hongbing, don't be afraid. This is the master you mentioned."
How about it?
Surprised, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang ran over and saw the scene before them. Zhou Hongbing looked pale with fear, standing to the side. Zhou Yanqiu was at the entrance of what looked like a cave, probably a tiger's den. Next to her, a big tiger was standing affectionately by her leg, rubbing its head against her chest. It was like her pet cat. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang's eyes nearly popped out in shock. Seeing the tiger and Yanqiu acting affectionately, both knew the tiger wouldn't be hostile towards them, but they still felt a chill in their hearts. After all, it was the king of all beasts. How many ordinary people don't feel respect for this tiger? The tiger weighed at least 400 or 500 pounds. If it had any hostility, a simple pounce would be enough to end their lives here. When Zhou Jianjun and the others approached, Zhou Hongbing quickly ran over to join them, which made him feel a bit safer. The tiger was very well behaved beside Yanqiu, but none of the three dared to step forward for a moment. Zhou Jianjun looked at the tiger playing with Yanqiu and quietly asked, "Yanqiu, this tiger?" Yanqiu realized he had been so busy playing with the big tiger that he almost forgot to introduce it to his uncle. He took down his backpack, opened it, and saw Xiao Bai and Tianping sleeping peacefully together. He picked up the two little ones and placed them on the ground. "Uncle, this big tiger is called Penghu. It's Xiao Bai's mother. I saved it last time too. It doesn't mean us any harm. Come over and get to know it." After saying that, he rubbed Penghu's big head and scratched its neck. Penghu closed its eyes comfortably. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang finally felt a bit more at ease. They had been so scared of this tiger. They had lived here for many years and hunted many times, but they had never seen anyone get along with a tiger so peacefully. They looked at Yanqiu, clenched their teeth, and thought, with Yanqiu here, nothing will go wrong. Isn't the tiger acting just like a cat in Yanqiu's hands? The three of them gathered their courage and slowly approached Yanqiu. Penghu looked up at them, but didn't pay much attention. The little white and Tianpeng on the ground woke up as soon as they were placed down. Tianpeng jumped onto Yanqiu's shoulder in a few quick steps, while Xiao Bai looked around and let out a small, juvenile roar. Seeing the mother tiger nearby, the four little legs ran towards her. Roar. Xiao Bai ran under Penghu's belly, lifted its head, and tried to nurse. Fat Tiger helplessly lay on the ground, feeding Little White milk. At this moment, Little Yellow ran out happily from the nest. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu, he was not afraid and went to Fat Tiger's belly, squeezing in with Little White to drink milk together. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Tianpeng was also trying to show himself. He jumped down from Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder directly onto Fat Tiger's belly, looking proud. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You two little tigers, drink your milk properly. Fat Tiger looked up at Tianpeng. Oh, it was this little squirrel. No problem then. Fat Tiger lay on the ground, looked up at Zhou Jianjun and the others. This was brought by a mysterious savior. Fat Tiger needed to recognize them clearly so that in the future, when meeting people in the mountains, it wouldn't hurt them. Zhou Hongbing came back late yesterday. Also, Little White and Tianpeng were at Grandma's house yesterday, So this was his first time seeing Little White and Tianpeng. Seeing a squirrel and a little white tiger being taken out of Zhou Yanqiu's basket, he was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. So, Sister Yanqiu also kept two such little pets. Little White was busy drinking milk under Fat Tiger's belly. It hadn't had its mother's milk for several days. Although the mountain sheep's milk mixed with spiritual spring water was tasty, it felt like something was missing. Now was his chance, and he was eating happily and drinking heartily. Little White focused on drinking milk and ignored everything else. Little Yellow curiously looked at the little white sister who had disappeared for several days. He gently leaned his head over and sniffed her, but Little White impatiently swatted him away with a paw. Zhou Yanqiu crouched down, patted Fat Tiger's head, then turned to Zhou Jianjun and said, "Uncle, come and feel.
It's okay.
Once you get used to it, you can go up the mountain again and bring Fat Tiger as your bodyguard." Hearing this, Zhou Jianjun felt a bit excited. If what Yanqiu said was true, that would be amazing. He gathered his courage, took a few steps forward, and slowly squatted next to Fat Tiger. Then he reached out his hand carefully toward Fat Tiger. It was only because Zhou Yanqiu was here, and her hand was gently petting Fat Tiger. Otherwise, Zhou Jianjun wouldn't dare. It's not that he was too timid, but who would risk their life for no reason? Zhou Jianjun slowly placed his hand on the chubby tiger, watching as the big tiger on the ground showed no aggressive reaction. He also rubbed his head against the tiger and licked his hand with his tongue to show friendliness. Zhou Jianjun's mind was almost blank with nervousness. He had to gather a lot of courage to reach out and touch the tiger, and surprisingly, the tiger licked him back. Soon, Zhou Jianjun realized that the tiger was truly intelligent and friendly, showing no hostility. His confidence grew, and he began to scratch the tiger's belly. Eventually, Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing also dared to come closer. They slowly reached out their hands to the tiger. The tiger, welcoming their touch, closed its eyes comfortably. In no time, Zhou Jianjun, Zhou Lanfang, and Zhou Hongbing felt their worries disappear and started interacting happily with the tiger. The once scary tiger quickly became adorable in their eyes. Zhou Hongbing looked at Tianpeng nearby and asked, "Sister Yanqiu, why do you still keep a squirrel as a pet?" Zhou Yanqiu picked up Tianpeng and handed him over. "This is the little squirrel I met on the mountain. It's chubby and very cute. Its name is Tianpeng. If you call it Tianpeng, it will recognize you." Zhou Hongbing looked at the chubby Tianpeng and waved at it, calling out with interest, "Tianpeng, Tianpeng, Tianpeng," being polite, looked at Zhou Yanqiu, then jumped onto Zhou Hongbing's shoulder, making squeaking sounds and grabbing his hair, making Zhou Hongbing laugh happily. Then Zhou Yanqiu picked up Xiaobai, the little white tiger who had just finished drinking milk, and placed him in Zhou Hongbing's arms. This little tiger is called Xiaobai. It's usually fed at home. You can hold it too, to get familiar with it. Zhou Hongbing hurriedly took Xiaobai, holding the tiny tiger stiffly in his arms. Even though Xiaobai was small, he was still a tiger. Holding him felt like holding a bomb, and Zhou Hongbing was very nervous. He looked pitifully at Zhou Yanqiu and asked for help. Zhou Yanqiu glanced at him and said, "It's fine. Just treat it like holding a small cat. Xiaobai is very well behaved. Pet it gently, and it will recognize you." After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu went to check on the tiger's injury. She untied the bandages on its front and back legs and carefully examined the wounds, which had almost healed. She casually tossed aside the unused cloth and gently patted the wound on its leg. Fat Tiger turned to look at her and affectionately licked her hand. In just a short time, everyone's fear of Fat Tiger had greatly decreased. If Zhou Yanqiu brought them here a few more times, they might even become friends with Fat Tiger. After playing for a while, Zhou Yanqiu remembered the main task. Today, her main goal was to take her uncles to find monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. Of course, she also wanted to gather some pine cones and hazelnuts. Seeing that it was about time, she patted Fat Tiger's head. "Fat Tiger, we have something important to do now. We'll come back to see you next time." After saying that, She opened her water bottle and poured a jug of water into the basin inside the cave. This water was from the spiritual spring. Once finished, Fat Tiger happily came over, sticking its mouth into the basin and drinking eagerly. It seemed that the water in the basin wasn't enough for it to drink all at once. Zhou Yanqiu squatted down quietly, taking some more spiritual spring water from the space while her uncles weren't paying attention, filling the basin completely. Fat Tiger looked at Zhou Yanqiu curiously, still wondering how the water in the basin suddenly increased. After everything was ready, Zhou Yanqiu stood up and said to Zhou Jianjun, "Uncle, let's go. We'll continue up the mountain to find monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. There should be plenty higher up. At least, the quantity of these orders from the post office shouldn't be a problem." Zhou Jianjun's spirits lifted. He came to the mountain to find those mushrooms, and now they'd already wasted half an hour with Fat Tiger. All right, let's keep going. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongjun also carried their baskets. Zhou Yanqiu placed Xiaobai near Fat Tiger. "Fat Tiger, Xiaobai, you take care of each other for a while. I'll come back later to pick it up." Fat Tiger looked up at Zhou Yanqiu and barked softly. "Let's go. We'll keep heading inside," Zhou Yanqiu called out to Tianpeng, who quickly jumped onto her shoulder. The mountain trail was very difficult to walk, especially in this kind of place where almost no one had been before. There was not even a proper path. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing had never walked such mountain paths before and found it quite challenging. Zhou Jianjun is used to walking on mountain paths. Things are a bit better now, but he is still surprised to see Zhou Yanqiu. "Yanqiu, I didn't know your monkey head mushrooms and matsutake were picked from these places. It's too dangerous here. I wouldn't dare come alone." As he speaks, Zhou Yanqiu hears a noise. Tengu also starts chattering in the tree, then jumps onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. She looks up and sees the golden leopard they saw a few days ago sitting on a nearby tree, watching them. Zhou Yanqiu stops and points at the tree, then turns to smile at Zhou Jianjun and the others. "Uncle, sister, Hongbing, look. There's a beautiful golden leopard in the tree." The three are startled. Zhou Jianjun quickly takes out his hunting rifle, aiming at the leopard in the tree. If the leopard shows any signs of attacking, he will shoot without hesitation. Zhou Jianjun keeps his eyes fixed on the leopard, not blinking. The leopard is very fast, so he doesn't dare to look away. Zhou Lanfang looks at the leopard and sighs. What a beautiful leopard. No wonder people used leopard skins to make clothes before. As soon as she finishes speaking, the leopard flicks its tail, sensing they are not friendly, and quickly runs away. Seeing the leopard leave, everyone except Zhou Yanqiu breathes a sigh of relief. That leopard is a very dangerous animal. In the mountains, encountering such a creature is quite risky, even with a gun. They walk up the mountain for about 10 more minutes. The temperature here is noticeably warmer than at the bottom, and they see some mushrooms growing vigorously. Wearing thick cotton clothes, they start to feel a little hot. Look, is that a monkey head mushroom? Zhou Lanfang points excitedly at a withered pine tree ahead. Zhou Jianjun looks up. Yes, that's a monkey head mushroom. It looks pretty good. Let's go and pick that mushroom, Zhou Lanfang says happily, pulling Zhou Hongbing along. Be careful, Zhou Jianjun calls out loudly from behind. We know, Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing reply. After their encounter with the colorful python earlier, they are now much more cautious while walking in the mountains. There was no longer any reckless running around. They carefully looked around under the tree, making sure there were no other dangers before starting to pick the monkey head mushrooms from the tree. A few large monkey head mushrooms were quickly cut from the roots with knives by the two of them. Zhou Lanfang happily held the freshly picked mushrooms and said, Dad, look, these mushrooms must weigh several pounds. Zhou Jianjun stepped closer and chuckled. These probably weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Not bad. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanqiu was carefully observing the surroundings, as if he had noticed something. He already had a small stone ready in his hand. It sounded like a rabbit was nearby, making rustling noises in the grass not far away. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu's actions, Zhou Jianjun also became cautious. Just as he was about to walk over, Zhou Yanqiu threw the small stone. There was a soft thud in the grass.
It was clear he hit something.
Zhou Yanqiu went over, and saw a fat rabbit lying there. He happily held up the rabbit and said, "Uncle, I caught a rabbit. Let Auntie cook it, so when Red Soldier goes back to school tomorrow, he can take it to eat." Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing hadn't seen how Zhou Yanqiu caught the rabbit. But seeing the rabbit, both of them felt very happy. Going up the mountain once, and only picking mushrooms felt a bit incomplete. Now that they had a rabbit as prey, everything felt perfect. Later, Zhou Jianjun and the others realized how impressive Zhou Yanqiu was in the mountains. A flying dragon flew past the tree. Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. What a good find. He was about to raise his hunting rifle to shoot when Zhou Yanqiu softly said, "Uncle, let me do it." Before Zhou Jianjun could reply, Zhou Yanqiu threw a small stone at the flying dragon, which was happily calling from the tree. The stone hit the dragon right on the neck. The dragon tilted its head, stopped calling abruptly, and fell from the tree with a splash. Zhou Jianjun looked at his rifle, which he hadn't yet raised, then at Zhou Yanqiu. He was surprised and said, "Yanqiu, your aim is really good." Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun and smiled proudly. "Uncle, I've been practicing a lot lately. My aim is better than before." Both Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing saw this successful shot at the flying dragon. Her skill with hunting with stones amazed Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing. From such a far distance, Yanqiu was able to hit the flying dragon in the tree accurately. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Zhou Lanfang looked at Yanqiu with eager eyes. "Yanqiu, sister, teach me your skill? It's so amazing and impressive. If I learn it, I'll be very cool." Zhou Hongbing also shouted, "Me too. I want to learn. There's nothing difficult about teaching them. Besides, it's mostly about talent, not technique." Yanqiu didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. She nodded and said, "Okay, we can try later. But I might not be able to teach you everything because I've been practicing randomly myself." Zhou Lanfang didn't care about that. She just wanted to learn first. If she could really learn it, that would be great. Her skill was really cool and useful. She picked up the fallen flying dragon and placed it in the basket with the rabbit. In just a short time here, Zhou Guanqiu had already caught 2 wild animals. Her efficiency was even better than Zhou Jianjun's. The 4 of them searched together for monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. Zhou Yanqiu also gathered some pine cones and hazelnuts. When no one was looking, she secretly put a lot into her space. She had been here a few days ago and knew there were plenty of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms in this area. So this time, she specifically brought her uncle and the others here. Once they harvest everything within about 500 meters, there won't be many left of these mushrooms. Zhou Yanqiu led everyone to another spot to find more monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. Because the temperature here is much higher than at the foot of the mountain, it's perfect for these plants to grow. Compared to the mountain foot, this place feels like a paradise. Many matsutake mushrooms were sprouting from the roots of the pine and cypress trees. Zhou Yanqiu suspected that these mushrooms might grow all year round here. In less than an hour, everyone's baskets were full of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. Zhou Lanfang was excited as she took out a bag, planning to fill it with more. To her, these things were all money. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanqiu's basket was filled with pine cones and hazelnuts. The pine cones and hazelnuts here fell everywhere, making harvesting much easier than collecting mushrooms. Even Tianpeng was so happy, he almost rolled on the ground. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Jianjun and smiled slightly. "How about it, uncle? With a place like this, the postal order should be no problem now." Zhou Jianjun looked around. There are still many places they haven't visited. Only a small area was picked. The monkey head mushrooms and matsutake they have collected so far are probably around 200 to 300 jin. For the postal order, they only need to make 2 or 3 more trips. The raw material problem he was worried about is not an issue here. However, this place is not accessible to ordinary people. Even he, without Zhou Yanqiu leading the way, wouldn't dare to enter easily. Not only is there no proper path, but also various wild animals and dangers. At this moment, Tianpeng started chirping again from the tree. But it didn't seem very dangerous. Tianping stayed in the tree. Following the direction Tianping pointed with its claws, Zhou Yanqiu first heard a few clucking sounds, then saw 3 colorful pheasants searching for food. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. More food was coming. These colorful pheasants are incredibly delicious, just slightly less than the flying dragon, and are a rare treat. To find 3 here is quite lucky. Zhou Yanqiu definitely wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. She quietly placed 3 small stones in her hand, wanting to see if she had improved this time. Zhou Jianjun quietly raised his hunting rifle, intending to shoot and kill them. Zhou Yanqiu reached out and pressed down on his gun barrel, shaking her head at him. She extended her hand, revealing 3 small stones inside. Zhou Jianjun looked at her in surprise and whispered, "Are you planning to shoot all 3 pheasants at once?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded, eager and ready. "Let's try." Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing also tiptoed behind them, wanting to see how Zhou Yanqiu would use the small stones to take down the pheasants. Hearing this, Zhou Jianjun put away his rifle. Since he was using a gun, he couldn't possibly leave all 3 pheasants alive anyway. Zhou Yanqiu squinted her eyes, silently calculating the force and angle needed for her shot. She threw the stones swiftly toward the 3 unsuspecting colorful pheasants. Even with Zhou Jianjun and the others watching closely, they couldn't see how she threw the stones so accurately. 3 stones, like fired bullets, left only faint gray streaks in the air. With a soft sound, the stones sliced through the air and shot toward the 3 colorful pheasants. All 3 stones hit the pheasants almost at the same time, and the sounds they made were synchronized. The strong force made these fragile, colorful birds powerless against Zhou Yanqiu's stones. Wow, Yanqiu is so amazing. She hit all 3 at once. Zhou Jianjun looked at Zhou Yanqiu in shock. Hitting 1 bird was impressive, but hitting 3 at once was truly extraordinary. Zhou Hongbing watched with his mouth open. He thought, Yanqiu must be a master from another world. So, the expert was right here with him. He quickly turned around in his mind, eager to learn from Yanqiu. She was so cool. Zhou Lanfang ran over and carried the 3 colorful pheasants back. She happily showed everyone, these 3 chickens each weigh at least 10 pounds. Now we have more delicious food at home. Zhou Jianjun praised, Yanqiu's skill is amazing. Yanqiu chuckled proudly, her face full of confidence. Hee, I've been practicing recently. Very good, very impressive. Zhou Jianjun sincerely admired her. Not just impressive, her skill with stones meant she wouldn't be bullied anywhere and she wouldn't go hungry either. Zhou Jianjun had never seen anyone throw stones with such power before. If she had skills like that, it wouldn't matter whether they used guns or not when hunting in the mountains. Just a few small stones in her pocket would do. He could feel the strength of the small stones she threw just now, almost as powerful as a gun. They placed the 3 pheasants into Yanqiu's basket. By now, her basket already held a rabbit, a flying dragon, and the 3 pheasants. It was a good harvest. They planned to gather some monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms before heading down the mountain. Suddenly, a tiger's roar sounded. They turned around and saw Fat Tiger bringing Little White and Little Yellow over. Seeing Fat Tiger again, Zhou Jianjun and the others weren't as scared anymore. Fat Tiger didn't show any signs of attacking, which meant he wasn't hostile. And besides, Yanqiu was here. Zhou Jianjun went up the mountain with Zhou Yanqiu this time and became more convinced that his niece is both mysterious and capable. It seems he can no longer judge her just by his own eyes. When Pang Hu came over, Zhou Yanqiu stepped forward a few steps and patted Pang Hu's head. Pang Hu, why are you here? Where are Little White and Little Yellow? Pang Hu turned his head and looked behind him. Little White and Little Yellow were running toward them on their short legs. When Little White saw Zhou Yanqiu, it ran straight to her feet and happily circled around her. She reached down and picked up Little White, holding it in her arms. Little White found a comfortable position and quieted down. Seeing Little White being picked up, Little Yellow, who was on the ground, whined at Zhou Yanqiu and seemed eager to be held too. Zhou Yanqiu had no choice but to pick up Little Yellow as well. Now she held one in each arm, one white and one yellow, like two little tigers. Fortunately, little white and little yellow are still small, not much bigger than kittens, so it's easy to hold them. Pang Hu rubbed against Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang, first one, then the other. In no time, after meeting again, Pang Hu became familiar with Zhou Jianjun and the others. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing gently stroked Pang Hu's head, and Pang Hu cooperated happily. Pang Hu, Zhou Lanfang called out happily. Pang Hu nodded and rubbed against her, responding cheerfully. After playing with the three little tigers for a while, they gathered some monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms, preparing to head back. Suddenly, Pang Hu growled loudly toward the distance, crouching down and showing an aggressive stance, with his fangs bared and a fierce look in his eyes. Tung Peng also squeaked and chirped loudly. Zhou Yanqiu's expression grew serious. She sensed that a dangerous wild animal was approaching, enough to make Pang Hu feel threatened. She quickly placed the little white and little yellow into Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing's arms, one in each person's embrace. Hold on to little white and little yellow. Don't run around. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing nervously held the little white and yellow, standing behind Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Jianjun looked serious and took out a loaded hunting rifle. He clearly sensed something was wrong. Zhou Yanqiu reached into her military-style bag and secretly took out several small stones, placing them on the ground, actually from her space pocket, ready for use later. She has already realized that there is more than one wild animal in the distance. In this Changbai mountain, the only creatures that can make a beast king like Fat Tiger feel afraid and appear in groups are. After a moment, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the group of about 30 or 40 wolves in front of him and thought silently. I was right. If there are only 3 or 5 wolves, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Fat Tiger, and they would avoid the tiger. But once the number reaches dozens and forms a large wolf pack, and if a wolf king appears, this pack becomes a dominant force in the mountain. Even tigers can't easily deal with them. Moreover, Fat Tiger has little yellow and little white with him. Seeing so many wolves appearing in a pack, Zhou Jianjun's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He had never encountered so many wolves before. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing, holding little yellow and little white, had nervous hearts pounding wildly. Zhou Jianjun's hands holding the hunting rifle started to sweat. This was trouble. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the wolf pack in front of him, but didn't feel so nervous. Instead, a strong desire to fight arose in his heart. He silently clenched his small fist, and the stone in his palm was squeezed into fine sand by his immense strength, slipping through his fingers. Fortunately, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang didn't see this scene, or they would have shouted in surprise again. The wolf pack in front of them had about 40 wolves, which definitely counted as a large pack. At least, Zhou Jianjun had never seen such a big wolf pack in all his years. This kind of wolf pack seemed well organized, standing apart and glaring fiercely at them, but they didn't attack rashly, as if waiting for the right moment. Zhou Jianjun knew that such a wolf pack was even more dangerous, because such a pack likely had a wolf king. A wolf pack with a wolf king was no longer just a scattered group. They would use various tactics to fight. They would team up to harass, attack in groups, and surround their prey. When their opponents were exhausted from defending, it would be their time to strike. This kind of wolf pack was so formidable that even the king of beasts in the mountain, the tiger, and the black bear would have to retreat 3 steps when they saw them. Faced with these wolves, they were clearly at a disadvantage. Zhou Jianjun was trying to think quickly, but couldn't find a way to escape the difficult situation. His hunting gun couldn't scare off such a large wolf pack, not even with Fat Tiger there. Unless a miracle happens. Zhou Jianjun turned to look at Zhou Yanqiu, but he saw no fear on her face, only a hint of excitement. Before he could think further, the wolf pack suddenly moved. With a loud howl, the wolves in front made way, as if trained soldiers. A huge wolf, noticeably larger than the others, stepped forward gracefully. It calmly moved from behind the pack to face Fat Tiger, standing confidently and showing a proud look in its eyes. Zhou Yanqiu softly told Zhou Jianjun, "Uncle, You stay here and protect Sister Lanfang and Hongbing. Zhou Jianjun looked serious. And you? Me? I'll go help Fat Tiger later. The Wolf King faced Fat Tiger without backing down. The pack was strong, and Fat Tiger didn't dare attack first because its children and benefactor were behind. Zhou Yanqiu took a step forward, patted Fat Tiger's head, and gently rubbed it. Fat Tiger, stay alert and protect this place. After speaking, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the Wolf King, whistled at it with a teasing smile. The Wolf King felt his dignity was challenged and growled at Zhou Yanqiu. Suddenly, 3 wild wolves lunged at her fiercely. Just as Fat Tiger was about to act, 5 more wolves surrounded Fat Tiger, preventing it from helping Zhou Yanqiu. It was clear that the Wolf King was quite clever and used good tactics. The only problem was that they seriously underestimated Zhou Yanqiu's strength. She quickly threw 2 small stones she had prepared. One hit a wolf's front paw, causing it to yelp and fall to the ground. Another hit a wolf's eye, smashing it and entering its brain. The wolf collapsed without even a scream. A third wolf rushed toward Zhou Yanqiu. Seeing its 2 companions dead or injured, it realized she was not easy to deal with. It howled in fear and tried to run back, but it was too late. It was too close. The wild wolf was already within Zhou Yanqiu's attack range. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yanqiu kicked hard at the wolf's chin. There was a loud crash, though it's unclear what broke apart. The wild wolf was actually kicked 3 meters into the air by Zhou Yanqiu. Then, as it fell, Zhou Yanqiu grabbed its tail, spun around quickly, and swung the wolf like a windmill, throwing it into the wolf pack below. Junjun shivered at the sight and remembered the time they first went up the mountain and encountered a wild boar. The thrown wolf hit the wolf pack on the other side, colliding with another wolf that couldn't dodge. After a loud scream, that wolf was also killed. The wolves on the other side panicked and scattered. They had lost 4 companions in the first fight. They looked at Zhou Yanqiu with fear. This 2-legged creature was too powerful. It seemed they couldn't handle her. Zhou Yanqiu quickly took down a few wolves, standing tall and proud, like a female warrior goddess. Junjun's eyes sparkled with hope. Miracles were happening. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing were so excited their faces turned red. They exclaimed, "Wow, she's amazing!" Fat Tiger came over and stood beside Zhou Yanqiu, ready to fight the wolves with her, side by side. 1 person and 1 tiger faced over 30 wolves and held their ground without backing down. The Wolf King, seeing that 4 of his pack had already been lost, became furious and howled loudly. The wolves immediately attacked Zhou Yanqiu again. This time, more than 10 wolves attacked her and Fat Tiger together. The Wolf King also joined in, waiting for the right moment. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the aggressive wolves across from her and threw 3 stones.
3 wolves fell down.
Zhou Yanqiu clenched her fists, a fierce look in her eyes. Fat Tiger lunged forward, biting one wolf's throat. Blood gushed out, and the wolf was doomed. He let go of the dead wolf and stared fiercely at the others, then pounced on another wolf. 5 or 6 wolves charged at Zhou Yanqiu. Because they were too close, Junjun's hunting rifle couldn't be used. He could only warn, "Yanqiu, be careful." Zhou Jianjun aimed his hunting rifle at the Wolf King. As the saying goes, shoot the horse first to catch the thief, and capture the king first to defeat the enemy. He wanted to see if he could kill the Wolf King directly. If he succeeded, the rest of the wolves would naturally retreat without their leader. Unfortunately, the Wolf King was very clever. As soon as Zhou Jianjun pointed his rifle at it, it sensed danger. It quickly dodged behind the other wolves and no longer appeared. Zhou Yanqiu watched the approaching wild wolf with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She stepped forward confidently, kicked out with her foot. The frontmost wolf was hit hard, like being struck by a train, and let out a scream as it flew backward. She loved the feeling of hitting with real force. Thinking this, Zhou Yanqiu moved quickly. She punched another wild wolf hard in the head. Under her strong punch, the unlucky wolf's head was crushed, and its brains spilled out everywhere. With a loud thud, it fell to the ground, silent. Zhou Yanqiu was very happy after smashing the wolf's head with her punch. The wolves, frightened, tucked their tails and retreated about 10 steps, ignoring the Wolf King's commands. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongbing, Zhou Lanfang, and others watched Zhou Yanqiu's impressive display, seeing her beat the wolves badly. They looked at her with admiration, as if stars were shining in their eyes. There were about 30 wolves left. They were no longer afraid because they believed Yanqiu was strong enough to drive them away. Plus, there was Fat Tiger. He was no pushover either. The Wolf King saw that their group was not easy to deal with. Even if it came out personally, it wouldn't get a good result. The wolves had already become fearful. They probably wouldn't attack easily again. The Wolf King decided to retreat. It howled loudly, giving the order to withdraw. The wolves, tails between their legs, prepared to run away. But Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't let them escape easily. She grabbed 3 stones and threw them forcefully toward the fleeing wolves. Suddenly, 3 wild wolves howled in pain as the stones hit them. They fell to the ground, crying out. Fat Tiger rushed forward, biting the throats of the 3 wolves. Soon, they lost their breath and died. Zhou Jianjun fired his hunting rifle twice in a row, killing 2 more wolves. The wolves are now running away and no longer pose a threat. If he didn't shoot now, when would he? The frightened wolves ran even faster, led by the Wolf King, and disappeared into the distance. They probably won't come back here for a while. Out of a group of nearly 40 wolves, only about 20 are left, and they are fleeing in fear. Zhou Jianjun heaved a sigh of relief. Those wolves had scared him a lot earlier. Although he was holding a rifle, reloading the bullets takes time. If it weren't for Yanqiu and Pang Hu being here, those wolves might have torn them apart. Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing saw the wolves retreating and went over to look at Yanqiu, their faces full of worry and excitement. Yanqiu, you were so amazing just now. You knocked out that wolf with your bare hands. Are you okay? Zhou Hongbing took out a water bottle and said with admiration, Sister, extend your hand. I'll pour water on it and wash your hands. She had just punched and crushed the wolf's head with her bare fists. Her hands looked fine, but they were covered in wolf blood and brain matter. Her hands were bloody, so she stretched them out and washed them with water from Zhou Hongbing's bottle. Then she looked at her hands. They were still soft and white, with no injuries. She smiled and said, My hands are fine. No wounds. Pang, who was excited and walked around her, as if taking credit. He had also bitten and killed 2 or 3 wolves earlier. Yanqiu hugged his big head. Pang Hu, you're so great. So brave. Pang Hu smugly squinted his eyes. Zhou Jianjun squinted and took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a match. He took a deep puff and blew out a smoke ring. He usually didn't smoke in the mountains, but today he couldn't help himself. It was hard to calm his nerves and excitement otherwise. He had always thought Yanqiu was capable, but today's scene was beyond his expectations and deeply shocked him. Killing wolves with bare hands was nothing special. When he was in the army, many tough soldiers could also fight wolves without weapons. But that also takes some effort. It definitely wouldn't be as quick and clean as Yanqiu, who could punch a wolf's head off or kick a wolf into the sky with ease. It would require a lot of strength and speed to do that. At least I haven't seen anyone do it, not even the top soldiers, I think. Zhou Jianjun finished his cigarette and looked at the dead wolf bodies on the ground. There were 11 in total. Zhou Yanqiu asked, Uncle, do we need to deal with these wolves or should we just leave them here? As a professional hunter, he would naturally want these wild wolves to give back what they should. Remove the wolf skins and take them home. Wolf skins are valuable. As for the meat, let Fat Tiger eat it. It's not very tasty anyway, and with so much meat, it's hard to finish. Since it's cold now, the meat won't spoil quickly, and Fat Tiger can enjoy it for several days. Yanqiu nodded. That was the best way to handle it. The wolf meat was smelly and tough. Not many people liked to eat it. But the wolf skins were good. Last time, his aunt had already processed 2 of them. They just needed to dry for a while, and once fully dry, they could be used. The wolf skins could be made into mats. Grandma could use one in winter, which would help prevent joint pain. There were so many wolf skins on the ground now, not all of them could be used at home. Selling some could bring in a good amount of money. Many people specifically buy the fur of fierce animals like wolves. One wolf skin could sell for at least 40 or 50 yuan. Jianjun's eyes twitched. When did making money become so easy? A few days ago, he sold some ginseng for 1,500 yuan. Later, Yanqiu found 50-year-old ginseng in the mountains and sold it for 6,000 yuan. If all that was just luck, it made sense. After all, she even received a lucrative order just to send a package. But today, all these wild wolves on the mountain were killed purely by her strength. Jianjun took out a sharp skinning knife and started removing the wolf skins from each wolf. There was only one knife, and skinning required skill. Only he knew how to do it properly. So, this task was solely his responsibility. Even if he worked quickly, it would still take at least 10 minutes per wolf. It took nearly 3 hours to skin all 11 wolves. On the mountain, they encountered a pack of wolves. The wolves were no longer interested in picking mushrooms. Plus, with these wolf pelts, collecting mushrooms might not be possible anymore. After Zhou Jianjun finished peeling one wolf pelt, Zhou Yanqiu told Fat Tiger to drag the wild wolf to his den. It was meant to be Fat Tiger's food reserve. Once everything was done, they rolled up and tightly tied the 11 wolf pelts. Zhou Yanqiu lifted one, which weighed at least 100 pounds. Wow, it was heavy. She would carry these pelts later. Zhou Lanfang looked at her watch. Dad, Yanqiu, it's almost 4 o'clock. Should we start heading down the mountain? It takes at least an hour and a half to get down, and it will be dark when we get home. Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. He had just peeled 11 wolf pelts, which made him very tired. He washed his hands, then took out a cigarette and lit it. Once I finish the cigarette, we'll head down. In the end, thanks to Zhou Yanqiu's insistence, she carried all 11 wolf pelts along with the wild chickens and rabbits they had caught earlier. All these things weighed nearly 200 pounds. But who was the strongest? It was definitely her. If you really compared, Zhou Jianjun, Zhou Lanfang, and Zhou Hongbing together probably didn't have as much strength as she did alone. Zhou Jianjun carried over 100 pounds of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. Zhou Lanfang also carried about 70 or 80 pounds. Despite being a girl, she easily carried that weight. Zhou Jianjun even wanted to help her share some of the load. Zhou Hongbing, although a boy, was still young and not very strong. He only carried about 50 or 60 pounds. It was manageable, but the hour-long descent still required a lot of energy. When the 4 of them and Fat Tiger parted ways, there were already several wolf carcasses without pelts near Fat Tiger's den. Fat Tiger had dragged them over, so he would need to hunt for several days. They hurried down the mountain, but Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Lanfang couldn't keep up with Zhou Yanqiu's speed. By the time they were almost at the bottom, it was already dark. Zhou Jianjun was okay, but Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing were exhausted and gasping for breath. Carrying such heavy loads down the mountain for the first time, they had never done it before. Originally, Zhou Yanqiu wanted to help them carry some of the load, but they refused stubbornly. So, they carried everything themselves. It was already dark outside. In the middle of winter, there weren't many people on the village road. They returned with their loads without being seen. Zhou Yanqiu walked in front. When he pushed open his uncle's door, Li Guiyun heard the noise inside and quickly pulled back the curtain to come out. She helped them unload the baskets from their shoulders, looking worried. Why are you back so late? It's already dark. The children are with you, and you should have come down earlier. Grandma also came out of the house. In the future, you can't come back so late. It's dangerous when it's dark and you can't see the road. They had been worried earlier, but now it was dark, and they still hadn't returned. Everyone kept promising, yes, yes. At this moment, Li Guiyun noticed the 11 wolf skins Zhou Yanqiu was carrying. The strong smell of blood made her startled. What kind of skins are these? Why are there so many? Zhou Yanqiu took out a rabbit, a flying dragon, and 3 colorful chickens from the basket. And these 2. Li Guiyun took the dead chickens and rabbits. Wow, You went mushroom picking in the mountains and ended up catching these wild chickens and rabbits. After putting down the basket, Zhou Hongbing finally took a breath, rubbing his sore shoulders. Mom, these were caught by Sister Yanxiu. You don't know how amazing she is. Zhou Yanxiu interrupted him. Hongbing, go inside and talk later. After washing his hands, he entered the main room. Li Guiyun had already brought steaming hot food to the table. The wild chickens and rabbits were placed in the kitchen to be cooked after dinner. At the table, they talked about their mountain adventures while eating. They mentioned that Yanxiu took them to meet Fat Tiger, a big tiger that had recently given birth to a little tiger. They also fought off a wolf pack together. Li Guiyun and Grandma looked surprised and amazed. Li Guiyun, with wide eyes, looked at Zhou Jianjun skeptically. Are you telling a story? At this moment, Zhou Hongbing looked up and said, Mom, my dad is telling the truth. They even took the wolf skins. Li Guiyun was shocked. Those skins earlier, were they really wolf skins? Zhou Jianjun nodded and smiled, saying, Yes, all wolf pelts. There are 11 of them. My goodness, the mountain is so dangerous, with so many wolves. Luckily, you all are safe. Li Guiyun patted her chest in relief. With so many wolves, if it weren't for Zhou Yanxiu and Pang Hu, even 3 hunters with guns like Zhou Jianjun wouldn't have gone down the mountain. No wonder everyone avoids the deeper parts of that mountain. It's just too dangerous. Not only Li Guiyun was scared, but Zhou Jianjun also felt quite frightened inside. The deep mountains are not places for ordinary people to go. Only hunting teams of dozens of people could handle it. After today's experience, Zhou Jianjun definitely won't go there alone again. But if Yanxiu goes with him, it should be fine. After dinner, Li Guiyun couldn't wait to see the 11 wolf pelts. Looking at the bloody pelts, she knew she'd have a busy time ahead. At night, Zhou Yanxiu fed Xiaobai and Tianpeng delicious food. Then, after Grandma went to sleep, she slipped into the space. The weather outside is cold, so taking a bath isn't very easy. Today, after being on the mountain, she got some wolf blood on her, and there's still a faint smell of blood. She plans to take a shower in the bathroom inside the space. Bathing inside the space is much more convenient than outside, and the temperature is just right. After washing, Zhou Yanxiu checked the spiritual field. The ginseng plants are growing very well. There are over 100 mountain ginsengs and a few blood ginsengs here. The huge 1,000-year-old purple-gold sandalwood tree nearby looks magnificent. The wild purple lingji on it has grown a whole circle larger, now reaching 70 years old. Then Zhou Yanxiu looked at nearly 300 boxes of incredible treasures brought out from the mountain cave. She casually opened a few rosewood boxes. Inside, small yellow fish and big yellow fish emitted a tempting glow, along with various exquisite gold ornaments. No one knows when these treasures will see the light of day again. She opened a few small boxes made of purple sandalwood, took out the top-quality jade jewelry to admire, then reluctantly put them back. It's not the right time to take them out now, but it will be soon. In a few years, these items can be openly displayed and shown to others. For now, they have to stay here a little longer. Yanxiu was suddenly out of the space, took a shower, and felt much more comfortable to sleep. The next day, she went to her uncle's house. Li Guiyun prepared food for Zhou Hongbing to take to school. Although there is a cafeteria at school, they only eat a few pieces of meat each month. So, every time she goes home, Li Guiyun helps prepare a lot of food for Zhou Hongbing to take to school. When Zhou Lanfang was in high school, she did the same. Auntie, prepare more meat for Hongbing, fry it dry. The weather is cold now, it won't spoil for a few days. Li Guiyun smiled. I've prepared half a spicy rabbit and also a wild chicken. I'll bring him one, enough for him to eat for several days. Zhou Hongbing watched happily as she prepared the food. It was all meat. His classmates would definitely be jealous. Big Sister Yanxiu, all these things were delivered yesterday, otherwise I couldn't have brought so much delicious food. Because he needed to rush back to the county school, Zhou Hongbing finished lunch and happily took the rabbit and chicken Li Guiyun prepared, then went to town to catch a bus to school. It was Zhou Jianjun who rode his bike to take him to town. At 3 p.m., There was a large bus heading to the county. Every time he went to school, Zhou Hongbing took this bus. Yanxiu watched Zhou Hongbing leave, then told her grandma and aunt, took a basket, and went up the mountain. She had discussed with her uncle yesterday. The task of gathering monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms on the mountain was handed over to her. After seeing Yanxiu's extraordinary strength, Zhou Jianjun knew that if she wanted to go up the mountain again, he had no reason to stop her. In ancient times, General Qin Liangyu probably didn't have her level of strength. Zhou Jianjun thought that not only was she no match for wolves, but even against black bears, his niece might have a fighting chance. So, he only reminded her to be careful when going up the mountain and to prepare everything properly. After that, he no longer interfered with her mountain trips. In the afternoon, Grandma and Aunt were busy with their own tasks. Li Guiya needed to boil water and pre-treat the wolf skins from yesterday. Later, these wolf skins would be made into wolf fur quilts, gloves, and hats. If there was extra, she could also make a couple of wolf fur coats. Grandma also helped cut the monkey head mushrooms into thin slices, making it easier to dry them later. This time, Zhou Yanxiu went up the mountain without Little White, only bringing Tianpeng. Since it was getting late, she planned to pick some monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms on the mountain before heading down, not going to Fat Tiger's place because there wasn't enough time. She arrived near the place where she fought the wild wolves yesterday. There were still plenty of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms there. With Tianpeng, who is clever and helpful, she was very efficient. In just over an hour, she collected more than 100 jin of monkey head mushrooms and about 70 or 80 jin of matsutake mushrooms. She wanted to pick more, but it was inconvenient to carry everything back. She thought about putting some in the Spirit Spring space, but time was too short. Seeing the 2 big bags of mushrooms, Zhou Yanxiu decided to stop for today and pick more tomorrow when she went back up the mountain. She waved at Tianpeng, saying, "Tianpeng, let's go down the mountain." When she returned home with the 2 bags of mushrooms, Zhou Lanfang also finished work and arrived. Today, Zhou Lanfang was very excited. When she saw Zhou Yanxiu, she ran over and grabbed her arm happily, saying, "Yanxiu, do you know? The reward for finding He Jing's case in Chang'ing village has been given out. Autumn Lan and I each got 200 yuan in cash, and you, as the main contributor, received 500 yuan. Zhou Lanfang's excited face showed her happiness. But I got the most because of my job position. My superior even applied for a third-class personal merit for me. A third-class merit. Yanxiu, you don't know, when Uncle Zhang told me, my colleagues at work looked at me with envy. Hearing this good news, Zhou Yanxiu also felt happy. She thought about her high school classmate Zhang Qilan, whose family wasn't doing very well now. With this 200 yuan reward, she might be able to help her solve some problems. After all, 200 yuan is not a small amount now. Autumn Lan should be very happy when she hears about it. Maybe she should go to Chang'ing village again tomorrow? Since Zhang Yuanbiao was caught more than 10 days ago, she hadn't been back to Chang'ing village since then. Yanking curiously asked, "Do you know when the bonus will be paid out?" Lanfang nodded happily and said, "Yes, it will be available the day after tomorrow at the police station." She also asked me to tell Qilan tomorrow. I heard they were planning a recognition ceremony, but Uncle Zhang thought it was too showy and might cause trouble, so they canceled it. Yanking agreed. Good to cancel. We just need to take the money. It's too much trouble otherwise. Are you going to Longing village to find Qilan tomorrow? I'll go with you. By the way, have you heard about Zhang Yuanbiao's verdict? Recently, Yanking had been keeping an eye on Zhang Yuanbiao's situation, wondering what kind of punishment he would get. But no news had come yet. It made sense. Such a big case. The verdict wouldn't come so quickly. Lanfang thought for a moment. The official verdict hasn't come out yet. This case is very influential. I heard the city bureau is involved. But he will definitely get the death penalty, she added, and there are rumors that Zhang Yuanbiao has been transferred from the hospital to prison. I hear it's not easy inside. Even his mother, the old lady who kept quiet about it, has been detained. Probably life imprisonment. Haha. Justice is served. The bad guys get what they deserve. Yanking was surprised to hear that even the old lady was detained, but hearing this was a happy surprise. That night, Yanking ate an extra bowl of rice. Big sister, when you go to find Chilon tomorrow, can I come too? Sure, I'll call you when we leave. Since they would pass through Zhoujia village on their way back to town, it was easy to visit. The next day, Yanking and Lanfang rode their bikes to Longing village to find Chilon. They knew the way now, so they went straight to Chilon's house. Yanking knocked on the door and asked, Chilon, is Zhang Chilon home? A voice came from inside, sounding a bit strange. The door creaked open. Chilon looked surprised to see Yanking and Lanfang. Yanking, Lanfang, it's so cold today. Why are you here? Come in quickly. Yanking saw that Chilon's eyes were a bit red and swollen, and her voice was choked with emotion. She had obviously been crying not long ago. Push the bicycle into the yard. Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhang Chilon and asked, Chilon, what's wrong? Are you facing some trouble? Tears finally fell from Zhang Chilon's eyes. She took a step forward, hugged Zhou Yanqiu, and cried loudly, Yanqiu, what should I do? I'm about to get married, but I don't want to. Boo-hoo. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised and helped her, asking, what's going on? If you don't want to marry, then don't. Is someone threatening you? A heavy sigh and the sound of a woman crying softly came from inside the house. Zhou Yanqiu had a thought and asked, did your father come back from the hospital? Zhang Chilon nodded. Go inside and sit. She went with Zhou Lanfang into Zhang Chilon's room. Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly asked, Chilon, what's really happening? It's only been a few days since I saw you, and now you're about to marry? Zhang Chilon wiped her tears and looked at Zhou Lanfang, exclaiming, Oh, Lanfang, are you a police officer now? She had been too upset earlier to notice that Zhou Lanfang was wearing a uniform. Zhou Lanfang nodded and sat by the bed, softly saying, Yes, I just started working not long ago. Zhang Chilon looked at her with envy. That's great, Zhou Yanqiu asked. Chilon, what's really going on? Zhang Chilon forced a sad smile. My father went to the hospital and spent a lot of money. Our family really can't pay anymore. We still owe 150 yuan in debt. Now people are coming to ask for the money. If we can't pay, they want me to marry their son. Zhou Yanqiu asked carefully, Is the son of that family problematic? Zhang Chilon looked up at Zhou Yanqiu and gave a sad smile. That family's son is a simple-minded person. After hearing what Zhang Chilon said, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang were first angry. That family was so shameless, taking advantage of others' misfortune to kick them when they were down and rob them in times of trouble. But if it was just about money, it could be solved. Zhou Yanqiu asked, Chilon, is it enough to just pay back the money? Tears in her eyes, Zhang Chilon replied, Yes, as long as I pay back the money, it's fine. Otherwise, it's like giving the bride price paid by that simple-minded boy. Yanqiu, I really feel so helpless. 150 yuan because of this 150 yuan, my whole life is ruined. 150 yuan is not a small amount of money. Nowadays, most families only need about 80 yuan for a bride price. 150 yuan is already quite a lot. But if someone is marrying a fool, few people would be willing to pay 500 yuan in bride price. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang looked at each other, realizing they arrived just in time. Zhou Lanfang sat next to Zhang Chilon and gently patted her shoulder. Chilon, if it's just 150 yuan, that makes things easier. Zhang Chilon suddenly looked up, hopeful. Lanfang, what do you mean? Seeing Zhang Chilon's nervous expression, Zhou Lanfang didn't beat around the bush. Chilon, do you remember what happened with Zhang Yuanbiao in our village a few days ago? Zhang Chilon nodded. Yes, I remember. What's wrong? She was curious and didn't understand why Zhou Lanfang brought this up now. But everyone in the village was still talking about Zhang Yuanbiao, who was said to have caused several deaths. This was something she and Yanqiu and Lanfang had discovered together. Zhou Lanfang said, Zhang Yuanbiao's case is a major one. The clues we found together earned us some cash reward. Each of us got 200 yuan. Tomorrow, we can go to the police station in town to claim it. Zhang Chilon was stunned, almost unable to believe what she heard. Reward me 200 yuan, Zhou Lanfang smiled. Yes, each of us gets 200 yuan. You can go to the police station tomorrow to get it. I came here specifically to tell you about the reward. This money will really help you. Zhang Chilon stood there in shock for a long time, without speaking. Yanqiu, worried, patted her. Qiulan, are you okay? Zhang Qiulan snapped out of her thoughts, suddenly hugged Yanqiu tightly, and cried loudly. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my life would really be ruined. Yanqiu gently comforted her for a while. It's a good thing. Don't cry anymore. Look at your eyes, they're all swollen. Zhang Qiulan looked at Yanqiu and chuckled softly. Really, thank you, Yanqiu. If you hadn't found that noise in Yuanbiao's yard back then, I wouldn't have gotten this reward either. Zhang Qiulan let out a deep sigh, as if she wanted to release all the worries from the past 2 days. The gloom that had hung over the family for a few days finally seemed to be lifting. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, It's nothing. I received a bigger reward than you all, about 500 yuan. Zhang Qiulan smiled warmly. No matter how much reward I get, it's what I deserve. I just benefited from your good fortune. Once her problem was solved, Zhang Qiulan felt happier. The 3 girls chatted in the room for a while. Suddenly, Zhang Qiulan patted her thigh and said, Oh, I need to tell my parents about this good news. They've been worried and upset too. Wait here for me. She hurried out. After a while, sounds of surprise came from another room, followed by joyful crying. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang looked at each other and shook their heads. It was good news, so why were they crying again? Soon, Zhang Qiulan returned with a smile on her face. Yanqiu, Lanfang, are you coming home for lunch today? Zhou Yanqiu shook her head. Qiulan, I can't today. My sister still needs to go to the town for work. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll come to pick you up, and the 3 of us can meet in town. She took 200 yuan out of her pocket, and, seeing Zhang Qiulan's surprised expression, she handed the money to her. Here, borrow this for a day. Pay back what you owe, settle things, and you'll sleep well tonight. After you get your bonus tomorrow, just pay me back then. She then playfully scolded, You too. When you're in trouble, you should ask me. Do you still think I'm not your friend? Zhang Qiulan quickly refused. Yanqiu, I'll pay you back after I get my bonus tomorrow. No need to worry. Zhou Yanqiu said, Listen to me. First, settle the debt and pay them back. Otherwise, I'm worried you won't sleep well. Your eyes are so dark, they look like big pandas. You haven't slept properly in days. Just trust me. You can pay me back after you get your bonus tomorrow. Zhang Qiulan had no choice but to nod. Okay, Yanqiu. I'll listen to you. The 3 of them chatted for a while longer. Zhou Yanqiu said she would come to pick up Zhang Qiulan tomorrow. Zhang Qiulan said she didn't need to, she would find them at Zhou's village. They agreed on a rough time, and Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang prepared to leave. At the door, a woman in her 40s was waiting for them. When she saw them come out, she became a little shy. Kids, stay and have a meal with us. She was probably Zhang Qiulan's mother. Her face looked weathered and older than her actual age. Zhou Yanqiu stepped forward and took her hand. Andy, I really want to stay for dinner, but my sister has to go to work soon. Today isn't possible. I'll come back another day to eat. After saying that, Zhou Lanfang also smiled and greeted her. Yes, Auntie, I have to go to work now. Then she waved goodbye to Zhang Qiulan and drove her car away. Zhang Qiulan clutched 200 yuan in her hand. After they had gone far, she went back inside the house. She took out the money and said, Mom, let's go and pay back the money. After Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang left, Zhang Qiulan held the 200 yuan she had borrowed from Zhou Yanqiu. She and her mother were overjoyed and cried happily. That afternoon, she took the money to the family in the village to pay them back. Although that family was surprised about where she borrowed the money from, they had no choice but to accept it reluctantly and return the IOU to Zhang Qiulan. She carefully checked the IOU on the spot. Once she confirmed it was correct, she took a match and burned the IOU completely. Watching the IOU turn to ashes and away in the wind, a long-lost smile appeared on Zhang Qiulan's face. She pulled her mother and said, Mom, let's go home. I want to sleep. As Zhou Yanqiu said, she hadn't slept well for several days. The dark circles under her eyes showed how exhausted she was. The IOU was like a heavy mountain on her shoulders. If she didn't deal with it soon, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully any night. Now that the debt was settled, the burden was lifted. The exhaustion from several days of stress suddenly hit her, and she couldn't wait to go home and sleep well. When she got home, Zhang Qiulan immediately went to sleep, skipping dinner, and slept from the afternoon until dawn. The next morning, she hurriedly ate breakfast. After a good, restful sleep, her spirits improved a lot. After eating, she borrowed a bicycle from the village chief for 2 mao and rode it to Zhoujia village. Yesterday, after returning from Zhang Qiulan's house, Zhou Yanxiu went to the mountain again. He collected over 200 jin of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. If he makes 2 more trips, the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms will be enough. As for pine nuts and hazelnuts, just 1 or 2 more trips will do. Today, Zhou Yanxiu and Zhang Qiulan agreed to go to the town's police station to collect their bonus, so they didn't plan to go to the mountain again today. It wasn't a big deal to wait a day or 2. Zhang Qiulan waited at the agreed village entrance. Soon, Zhou Yanxiu arrived riding his bicycle to meet her. Zhou Yanxiu borrowed a bicycle from his second grandfather, Zhou Xingbang. His current bicycle had already been taken for commuting by Zhou Lanfang. It seems it's time to buy another bicycle. Otherwise, going out will be very inconvenient. In a couple of days, when he goes to the county town again, he will see if he can get a bicycle ticket. If there is a ticket, he will buy a bike. Anyway, he doesn't mind spending a little money now. Seeing that Zhang Qiulan was already waiting at the designated spot, Zhou Yanxiu smiled and asked, "Qiulan, how long have you been here? Why didn't you go home to wait for me?" Zhang Qiulan smiled back. "I just arrived a little while ago, and then you came. Let's go and get the bonus early." The two rode their bikes toward the town. On the way, Zhang Qiulan asked Zhou Yanxiu, "Yanxiu, what are your plans for the future? Will you get married through matchmaking?" Zhou Yanxiu turned to look at her. This might be the most confusing question for girls like them. Their families didn't pressure them to marry quickly once they reached a certain age, nor did they force them to exchange bride prices. They even supported their high school education, which was already quite good. But now, they are almost of marriage age. Even if their families don't urge them, they can't just accept all the support from their families without question. Of course, Zhou Yanxiu is an exception. He can survive well without relying on anyone. Hearing Zhang Qiulan's uncertain tone, Zhou Yanxiu tried to remind his high school friend. "Qiulan, if I may ask, what would you do if university admissions were available in the future?" Zhang Qiulan's eyes sparkled brightly. "If universities open normally, I will definitely take the entrance exam." After saying this, her expression dimmed a bit. But is that even possible? Universities haven't been operating for 11 years. Zhou Yanxiu comforted her, saying, "What's impossible about that? As long as the country wants to develop and the nation wants to improve, universities won't stay closed forever. We just don't know when they'll reopen. Our job is to always be ready. I've also told my sister Lanfang that we should never stop learning no matter what. Even if she starts working now, she should keep studying. Qiulan, I advise you not to give up the knowledge you've gained. It's the most valuable treasure in our lives." Hearing this, Zhang Qiulan felt energized. Now she believed Yanxiu. If it weren't for Zhou Yanxiu, she might really have married that fool. Zhang Qiulan nodded, saying, "Yanxiu, I trust you. Anyway, I haven't been willing to throw away my textbooks. I'll pick them up again when I can." Zhou Yanxiu spoke briefly, knowing Zhang Qiulan was smart and a good learner. She believed Qiulan understood her words. What she would do in the future was up to her. However, Zhou Yanxiu now understood that in her previous life, Zhang Qiulan probably didn't have an easy time. If Zhou Yanxiu hadn't helped this time, her family wouldn't have been able to pay the debt, and in the end, Zhang Qiulan might have married that fool. With Qiulan's strong personality, that would have been even more painful than losing her. But now, she had changed Qiulan's fate. At the town police station, Zhou Yanxiu took Zhang Qiulan directly to Zhou Lanfang. This time, they also received a bonus share, since Zhou Lanfang was the most familiar with them. When Zhou Lanfang saw them, she smiled. "Yanxiu, Qiulan, you're here. Come on. I'll take you to handle the paperwork." Zhang Qiulan looked at Zhou Lanfang's uniform and said happily, "Sister Lanfang, I didn't notice yesterday, but you look really good in that outfit. There's a saying, brave and handsome, and I think it describes you perfectly. Zhou Lanfang smiled so much her eyes squinted. Really? Do I look good? Girls love hearing compliments about their appearance, and Zhou Lanfang was no exception. Zhang Qilan nodded. Yes, you look great. I'm so jealous I could drool. Ha ha. They chatted casually for a while. Then Zhou Lanfang took them to handle the formalities, starting with signing at Zhang Ligua's place. These are all familiar people. Zhang Ligua definitely wouldn't act arrogantly. Zhou Yanqiu has no issues. After confirming Zhang Qilan's identity, she signed the document and smiled, saying, Go to the finance office to collect your bonus, Yanqiu. When you go back, tell your uncle. Later, let's have a meal at his house. Zhou Yanqiu playfully smiled. Uncle Zhang, let me know when you're coming for a meal. My sister will prepare in advance. We'll warmly welcome you. Zhang Ligua laughed happily. Actually, he just wanted to get closer to Zhou Yanqiu. His strong intuition told him that Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't stay ordinary forever. She would eventually become remarkable. Now, while she is still young, and with her uncle's help, it's good to get to know her better. Zhou Lanfang took the two of them to the finance office. With Deputy Director Zhang Ligua's signature and Zhou Lanfang's presence, everyone understood what was happening. The staff in the finance office quickly handed over the bonuses, without fuss. Zhou Yanqiu received a bonus of 500 yuan because she was the one who discovered He Jing and also stopped Zhang Yuanbiao from covering up the crime. She played the biggest role in the case. So, her bonus was the highest. Zhang Qilan received her 200 yuan, and her hands were trembling with excitement. As for Zhou Lanfang, she had already collected her money earlier. Outside the finance office, Zhang Qilan handed the money to Zhou Yanqiu. Yanqiu, thank you so much yesterday. You know, after I paid the money back, I went home and slept deeply. I slept from the afternoon until morning, and I felt so much lighter. Her voice choked with emotion. You don't know, I almost thought I was going to die. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang hugged her to comfort her. It's all in the past now. Seeing that it was almost noon, Zhou Lanfang took them to a meeting room to sit down. Wait here for a while. We'll have lunch together. I only have half an hour left before I finish work. At noon, Zhou Lanfang invited Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Qilan to a state-run restaurant in town for a meal. The chef was Zhou Ai's husband from the local supply and marketing cooperative. Last time, he sold some silly roe deer here. When he saw her, he added more portions to their dishes. Originally, Zhang Qilan wanted to pay, but Zhou Lanfang refused. Zhou Yanqiu also tried to stop her, but in the end, Zhou Lanfang paid with her money and meal tickets. I have started working and now receive a salary every month. Please don't insist on paying for everything. When you start earning money, you can treat us then. A meal cost only 3 yuan. In the past, Zhang Qilan had never eaten so much at once. 2 meat dishes, a soup, and a vegetarian dish, with each person having a large bowl of rice. All 3 of us ate until we were full. After the meal, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhang Qilan prepared to go home. Zhou Lanfang handed over 200 yuan of the boss's bonus to Zhou Yanqiu. Yanqiu, take this 200 yuan back to my mother and say it's my bonus. Zhou Lanfang smiled proudly. Now that she could earn money, she wanted to show off a little in front of her mother. When Zhou Yanqiu got home, she handed the 200 yuan to Li Guiyun, who looked surprised and happy. She said, Annie, my sister thought of giving this money to you right away. She's really thoughtful, Li Guiyun murmured. Good, good, good. You're really promising now. Looking at the time, it was too late to go up the mountain today. She fed some spiritual spring water to Xiaobai and Tianping, then decided to read a bit more. She picked up the book Compendium of Materia Medica and started reading it for the 3rd time. Now she remembered most of it, so reading it again was just to reinforce her memory. She felt confident that she could pass old Chui's test now. The medicines listed in Compendium of Materia Medica weren't just plants. Animal organs, bones, stones, and other materials could also be used as medicine. Zhou Yanqiu was so engrossed in reading that she became more and more interested in traditional Chinese medicine, which is so broad and profound. The next day, Zhou Yanqiu went up the mountain and collected a lot of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. Based on the weight, besides fulfilling the postal order, she could also have 20 or 30 jin of dried goods left. Tomorrow, she planned to gather some pine nuts and hazelnuts. With that, the postal order would be complete. The day after tomorrow, she would go to the county town to finalize everything. In the past few days, her aunt and grandmother had been busy. Over 1,000 jin of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms was no small amount. They worked from morning till night, and were quite tired. Fortunately, since her grandmother started drinking spiritual spring water daily for health, she had become much better. After doing so much work, she only felt a little tired. Her aunt initially didn't want her to work, but her grandmother couldn't sit still and insisted on helping. No matter how much they persuaded her, she wouldn't listen. Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. Tomorrow, Zhou Yanqiu will go to the county to take part in Old Chui's test, but she still made 2 trips up the mountain to gather pine nuts and hazelnuts. She has completely memorized her entire copy of the Compendium of Materia Medica. There is no doubt she will pass tomorrow's test. At dinner tonight, she asked at the table, "Auntie, when I go to the county tomorrow, do I really not need to bring anything for Hongbing?" Li Guiyun looked up without hesitation. "No need. We haven't been gone long, and the things we brought last time can probably last a few more days." Zhou Lanfang agreed. "Exactly. The meat we brought last time, he can probably show off with it at school for a long time." She thought for a moment. Yes, a half rabbit and a whole wild chicken. Most schools probably wouldn't carry such food, so maybe it's better not to bring anything tomorrow. Anyway, he has money and tickets, so he won't go hungry. "Big sister, I want to go to the town with you tomorrow. Just the 2 of us in one car." "Auntie, tonight prepare 2 jin of dried goods. I'll bring the samples to them tomorrow." Zhou Yanqiu explained her plans for tomorrow. Li Guiyun said, "All right, I'll get everything ready now. I'll make sure it's done properly." She was also looking forward to news from Zhou Yanqiu tomorrow. If she could secure the postal order, it would be a good way for the family to earn money in the future. "Yanqiu, be careful tomorrow. Recently, many people in the village have asked me what I do with these monkey head mushrooms." "I've just made excuses." Zhou Yanqiu nodded. "I understand, Auntie. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Recently, they had gathered so many monkey head mushrooms and matsutake, it was bound to attract attention from the villagers. Some might be jealous. Many people were curious about where they got so many monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. Zhou Jianjun told them he got them in exchange for his life, showing them several blood-stained wolf pelts, which finally stopped their curiosity. Although so many monkey head mushrooms and matsutake are good, they're not worth risking their lives for. Just looking at the wolf pelt shows how dangerous it was back then. In the morning, Zhou Yanqiu arrived early at her uncle's house. Her cousin Zhou Lanfang was already ready to leave. Both wore gloves and hats, covering themselves tightly. The weather was nearly below 0, so staying warm was very important. Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike. Tianping woke up early and insisted on coming with her, so she had to bring Tianping along. Tung Peng snuggled in Zhou Yanqiu's arms, peeking out happily and comfortably. Zhou Lanfang sat in the back seat holding a small package. Inside was the sample prepared by Li Guiyun last night. Although called a sample, sending a few pounds of dried goods like this means they probably won't be returned. This can also be seen as a kind of payment for the favor. In Xingyang town, after Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang parted ways, she took several samples, including monkey head mushrooms, and boarded the bus to the county seat. Tung Peng was well behaved in her arms and didn't make any noise. Once in the county, she got off and went to the post office. First, she wanted to show these samples to Sister Zhao. Maybe she'll get a definite answer this afternoon. Inside the busy post office, people were everywhere handling various tasks, sending parcels, collecting parcels, more lively than a market. Soon, Zhou Yanqiu saw Sister Zhao busy at work. She called out, "Sister Zhao." Sister Zhao saw Zhou Yanqiu and smiled happily. "Yanqiu, wait for me a moment." "Okay, no problem. You go ahead and do your work." Sister Zhao quickly finished her current task, called someone over to take her place, and then pulled Zhou Yanqiu into a small office nearby. "Oh, Yanqiu, I was just wondering if you would come today." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. I told you in advance, Sister Zhao. Even if something big happens, I have to prioritize your work first. She placed the package on the table. Sister Zhao, these are the samples I brought. Each weighs about 2 jin. Take a look and try some to see how they are. Alright, let me see. Sister Zhao opened the package, looked at the mountain goods inside, and nodded with satisfaction. If they all look like this, there shouldn't be any problem. Zhou Yanqiu immediately assured her confidently. Sister Zhao, you can rest assured. I guarantee these are all the same kind of goods. If there's any mistake, just come to me. If you're not satisfied, we can deliver early so you have time to prepare other options. Also, try some when you get home. The mountain goods I brought not only look good but also taste much better. When Sister Zhao heard Zhou Yanqiu say this, she understood her meaning, and a smile appeared on her face. She asked, if I deliver early, when can I get it? Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment. Her home was almost ready, and she believed she could prepare everything in 3 or 5 days. About 7 days. Sister Zhao listened and said there was no problem with that. In that case, leave me your contact information so I can call you tomorrow. Let's talk at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Zhou Yanqiu immediately nodded. Alright, I'll call you at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Sister Zhao had no objection and gave Zhou Yanqiu her phone number. They agreed to call each other around 2 p.m. the next day. After hesitating a bit, Zhou Yanqiu asked, Sister Zhao, how many days does it usually take for a package sent from here to Yanjing City? It had been 5 days since she sent something to Brother Qinghe, and she didn't know when the package would arrive. Sister Zhao thought for a moment. About 10 days. If it's a bit slow, maybe 12 or 13 days. She estimated that it would take about 5 or 6 more days for Brother Qinghe to receive her package. She felt a little excited, hoping that Brother Qinghe would be surprised when he received it. Everything was going smoothly. After leaving the post office, Zhou Yanqiu went straight to Dong Fanghong's store. She didn't know if the ticket seller from last time was still there. If she could get a bicycle ticket, that would be perfect. Today, she planned to buy a bicycle and ride it home. Near the entrance of Dong Fanghong's store, Zhou Yanqiu looked around and immediately saw the ticket seller still in the same alley. She walked over and patted his shoulder. The ticket seller was startled. He quickly looked up and recognized her as the girl who bought 2 watch tickets last time. It wasn't that he had a good memory, but girls with such striking looks as Zhou Yanqiu were rare here. In this cold weather, most people's faces were red from the cold, and the wind made their faces wrinkle. This was typical of the era. But this girl's face was as white as a freshly peeled egg. With a pair of expressive big eyes, long eyelashes, slightly heroic eyebrows, a straight nose, and a bright red cherry-like mouth, she is unforgettable at first sight. The ticket scalper looked at Zhou Yanqiu curiously. What are you here to buy this time? Do you have bicycle tickets? The scalper rummaged in his pocket and found one. Yes, 1 ticket, 60 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu casually bargained, 55 yuan. The scalper frowned, annoyed by the bargaining. He didn't like dealing with this kind of customer, even if Zhou Yanqiu looked so pretty. 58 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu looked at him and said, 56 yuan. The scalper handed her the bicycle ticket. She checked it and saw no problem, then counted out 56 yuan from her pocket and paid him. After getting the bicycle ticket, Zhou Yanqiu quickly walked into the Dong Fanghong store. She planned to buy a women's bicycle so that when she didn't need it, Sister Lanfang could ride it to work. Riding a women's bicycle is easier than riding a heavy, traditional bike. At the store, Zhou Yanqiu went straight to the bicycle section. Besides the classic heavy bikes, there were 2 models of women's bicycles. She immediately liked one of them. When she asked the price, it was 186.50 yuan. Wow, that price is almost as much as a heavy bike. The other model of women's bicycle only cost 156 yuan. Decisively, Zhou Yanqiu chose the more expensive one, the 186.50 yuan bike, because it was much prettier. She wasn't short of money now, so she naturally picked the more beautiful one. After buying the bicycle, the store issued her receipt. She could take this receipt to the police station to get the bicycle stamped with a steel seal. Only then would the bicycle truly belong to her. Zhou Yanqiu rode her bicycle to the nearby police station. There was a special window for stamping bicycles. Since not many people were doing this now, she finished quickly paying only 1 yuan. After completing the process, she checked the time and realized it was noon. It wasn't a good idea to go to old Chui's house now. Zhou Yanqiu found a restaurant and ordered 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish. I must say, only skilled chefs can cook well during this time. The dishes turned out really good, and she enjoyed a delicious lunch. Meanwhile, she quickly reviewed the contents of the Compendium of Materia Medica in her mind. After lunch, Zhou Yanqiu rode her new bicycle to Chui's house. She put on gloves and a hat. The gloves and hat were made from rabbit fur by Li Guiyun. Even though the weather was below freezing, wearing them kept her warm. As for the prung, Zhou Yanqiu simply left it in the spirit spring space. She gave it some pine nuts and hazelnuts and poured it a bowl of spirit spring water. It was important for it to eat good food first, especially since it was safer staying inside the spirit spring space. It took at least half an hour to walk to Chui's house, but now, riding a bike, it only took about 10 minutes. When she was close to Chui's house, Zhou Yanqiu took out the gift she prepared from her space. It wasn't expensive because she knew Chui wasn't short of money. It was better to give some local specialties. She brought dried monkey head mushrooms, dried matsutake, a few pounds of roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts, and even a flying dragon she caught from the mountain a few days ago. These gifts were quite generous. When she reached Chui's door, Zhou Yanqiu felt a little nervous. She steadied her mind and knocked. Chui was inside drinking tea. The charcoal fire was burning brightly, making the house much warmer than outside. He was thinking about the girl who sold ginseng last time. He wondered how she had been preparing these days. He guessed she would come in a couple of days. If her preparations weren't enough, he would hold back a little. Unknowingly, Chui was starting to want to accept Zhou Yanqiu as his disciple. Last time, she brought him 50-year-old ginseng. Chui immediately prepared medicine for it and gave it to his old friend's granddaughter. After a few days, she recovered. It could be said that the medicine worked wonders. This showed the difference in the medicinal effects of ginseng of different ages. Now, my old friend's granddaughter has been sent back to her home in Yanjing City. He also let out a sigh of relief, finally fulfilling his old friend's request. This was all thanks to that young friend, Zhou Yanqiu. Although he also paid money, money is easy to give, but good ginseng depends on luck. It's easy to spend thousands of dollars, but you might not be able to buy aged ginseng. Seeing how he spent so much money on ginseng and still couldn't buy any, he knew that this stuff is rare and hard to find. When life is in danger, you would pay any price to get it. Recently, he had a lot of free time, drinking tea at home, going for walks, and eating out. His old friend in Yanjing, who is a high-ranking official, asked him to return to Yanjing and come back to work, but he kept making excuses, saying the timing wasn't right. Maybe he was hoping to see if the young girl Zhou Yanqiu had some special talent. Because he knew Zhou Yanqiu might come over in the next few days, old Chui had been less eager to leave the house. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Old Chui was curious. Who could it be? Gently placing his teacup on the table, he slowly stood up and walked to the door. "Who's there?" Zhou Yanqiu heard old Chui speaking and quickly replied, "Old Chui, it's me, Zhou Yanqiu. I'm here to take the test." The wooden door slowly opened. Old Chui looked at Zhou Yanqiu and nodded. "Come in." Then he turned and walked into the room. "Close the door tightly," Zhou Yanqiu responded. "Yes, old Chui." After entering, she obediently closed the door. Old Chui turned around with a slight smile on his face. He walked to the chair and sat down. Smiling, he looked at Zhou Yanqiu. "How is it? How do you find the Compendium of Materia Medica? Do you think you can pass the test?" Zhou Yanqiu confidently replied, "Old Chui, I have read this Compendium of Materia Medica 3 times. I've basically memorized it. I am confident I can pass your test." Old Chui was surprised, almost dropping his teacup. He exclaimed, "What did you say? You've memorized it?" Zhou Yanqiu paused. "Most of it, yes." Old Zhou took a deep breath. That book was so thick, and he had been reading it for decades without daring to say he had memorized it. If not boasting, then surely I have an extraordinary memory. If that is true, then my help in learning traditional Chinese medicine is limitless. Because many herbs and prescriptions require a lot of time to memorize and organize. If I truly have a super strong memory, it would be a great help for someone studying Chinese medicine. In that case, Yan Xiu is really a rare and excellent apprentice. Old Chui skeptically said, "All right, I will test you now." Yan Xiu sat up straight. "Old Chui, I am ready. Please begin." Old Chui stroked his beard and said slowly, "First tell me, how many volumes are in the Compendium of Materia Medica? How many herbs are included? And how many prescriptions are there?" Without hesitation, Yan Xiu answered, "The Compendium of Materia Medica has 52 volumes, includes 1,892 herbs, and contains 11,096 prescriptions." Old Chui nodded and asked again, "How many methods of processing astragalus are recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica?" "What are they?" Yan Xiu answered directly. "There are 2 processing methods for astragalus. One is raw astragalus, where the herbs are cleaned, washed, soaked, sliced thick, dried, and used directly. The other is honey-fried astragalus, where honey is heated and mixed with the slices, then stir-fried over gentle heat until the surface turns light yellow and it doesn't stick to the hand. Then it is taken out and cooled." Old Chui was secretly amazed and continued testing him with dozens of questions. Yan Xiu responded easily to all of them. Old Chui relaxed and took a deep breath. He decided to accept this apprentice. He smiled and nodded at Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu felt a surge of happiness and asked, "Old Chui, have I passed your test?" Old Chui smiled and nodded. "Still calling me Old Chui?" Yan Xiu was stunned by the great surprise. After a moment, he stepped back 2 steps, knelt before Old Chui, and bowed 3 times. Then he said, "Disciple Yan Xiu greets master." The tradition of Chinese medicine is passed down from generation to generation. The relationship between master and apprentice is like that of parent and child. It is normal for Yan Xiu to bow to Old Chui. Only after bowing is the true master-apprentice relationship established. Old Chui smiled and helped Yan Xiu up. "From now on, you are my apprentice. My name is Chui Xingyuan. I am in a hurry now, so I will hold a formal apprentice ceremony for you later." Yan Xiu stood up, smiled, and nodded. "Got it, master." Old Chui nodded, then went inside to get a few books. He said to Zhou Yanqiu, "Traditional Chinese medicine focuses on yin and yang, the 5 elements, organs, meridians, qi, blood, and body fluids. Since you have no basic knowledge of TCM, I will first give you some books to read. After you finish reading, come back, and I will explain things to you step by step. Take your time, don't rush." Zhou Yanqiu replied seriously, "Master, I will study carefully."